All right, it says that we are live, and of course, there's always the question at the beginning of these things as to whether or not we actually are live. I see one, we are live on Twitch, and. Come on. And it seems that YouTube is taking a little bit. There we go. Cool. All right, so we are live on both Twitch and YouTube. Hello and welcome, everyone, to not exactly a celebration of the first 100 days of Trump, but an interrogation of it and what it means historically. Um, while, yes, we will certainly be going off on a few rants, I'm quite sure we have, all of us, I'm sure, have quite a bit to say about what we have experienced for the past 100 days. Um, this is also much an interrogation of the entire concept of 100 days. And unlike the first Trump presidency, I don't think there was much of a talk of a first 100 days, nor even with Biden. Certainly was the case for Obama. I remember that was the case, but the whole concept of 100 days is very much a open question as to what they mean. I need to figure out how to get centered on this camera. There we go. Um, and so the without mentioning who created that, we'll get to that just in just a second. Um, we're going to be framing this entire discussion around the idea of what is 100 days and why are they important. So I oh, but before I should say before we do that, I need to introduce everyone. God, I'm a terrible host. I will go around and have everyone introduce themselves. Let's go go clockwise. So Will, that'll be you next. And reminder to everyone, in the description below on YouTube, at least, is everyone's channel, are links to everyone's channel. So be sure to go and check out their channels. They're all linked below. Will?
Hey everybody, my name is William C. Fox. My channel name at the moment is William C. Fox. Who knows, maybe I'll change it again. It's always shifting. It feels like a moving target. I make videos about history, quite often geopolitics and political stuff, contextualized through history, and have some background in public diplomacy. And I'm actually pretty darn excited to talk because I think we're going to have some brass tacks chit chat, but we're also going to have some like esoteric talk about what is 100 days actually? What could it be? I hope someone dips into epistemology, and I'll pass the baton.
Hey, so my name is Andre Dutra. My channel name is also Andre Dutra. I make videos covering history and culture from a human perspective, though I very often end up talking about the presidency just because I think the presidency is fascinating, as I'm sure everyone here does. My videos kind of tend to delve into more so the human aspect of it, right? I look at the presidents a lot as sort of individual characters. I like looking at how the presidency evolved, and I think that examining the 100 days tells you a lot just about the role of the presidency and the way that it's changed over the course of this country's history, and I'm really excited to be here.
Matt? Oh,
Hello.
wait, I was going to go clockwise. Sorry. Tiger Star.
Damn. Well, all right. I'm Emperor Tiger Star. I do history and geography type stuff. And in my view, 100 days is about 3 months and a week.
Howdy, I am Aster, and I run the Annals of History channel, and at least that'll be the name for the time being. Who knows, I'll probably switch a whole bunch too. I tend to cover a lot more obscure aspects of history, both wars and cultures, and I am also working on a lot of trans and queer history as well as a trans woman myself. And when it comes to things associated with the 100 days, I view it very much as you're setting your best foot forward, and that says a lot about how the next 48 months are going to go.
My name is Matt Beat, and my channel is Mr. Beat. I make American history videos. American political history is my favorite, but I also delve into geography and economics occasionally. And yeah, like I make a lot of videos about presidents as well, similar to Andre and William a little bit. So yeah, I'm always thinking about perception of presidents and those 100 first days. It's about setting the tone, and so much about being a president is like how you communicate, and you communicate a lot in those first 100 days.
So that takes us right into the main question, and we will and so just to set the stage for this entire discussion, well, we've gotten the sardonic reply from Emperor Tiger Star, as he is so apt to apply. You know, it seems like a lot of you are talking about it as a barometer for what is to come. So, what exactly is this whole concept of 100 days? Why is it important? Like, why is it a barometer?
I've found that there seems to be this concept of like whenever a new government gets into office, there's at least on the surface this idea of, oh, let's give them a chance. We'll all cooperate for like the first tiny little bit of the administration before we start like openly criticizing it and wanting to tear it apart. At least traditionally, although it probably hasn't really been that way for a long time. So I think it's kind of like, what can they get done while they have the good graces of everyone in government for the time being?
And for those who are sending in super chats, thank you for sending them in. I'm sure we will actually end up talking about whether or not this Trump administration counts as fascism in that. I will try to save all of the super chats. Sometimes just for the necessity of the flow of conversation, we won't be able to address every single one until probably I will be on this stream to try to get at all the super chats. But if we don't answer them immediately, stay tuned. I will at least try to get them on the back end. So go on with the whole barometer, and why does this matter?
Yeah, I think building off of what Emperor Tiger Star said, I think that it's interesting to think about the 100 days also and just how short of a runway presidents have nowadays, right? I think that if you look at how quickly we go from a president taking office and having their initial cachet, usually they can pass like a couple major pieces of legislation if they're lucky. But by the time that's over, the midterm elections come along and then another presidential election pretty soon after. And especially in a case like Trump, where you have a very unique circumstance where someone's coming into office and you know for sure, or at least fingers crossed, that they're only going to serve one term, right? And then like there's not going to be a re-election run there. I think that it can make them a lame duck very quickly. So I think it's also interesting just to think about how little power the president actually has in that regard. Obviously, they have a lot of like executive discretion, but when it comes to actually like setting legislation for the country, it tends to go pretty quickly.
I think it can be best seen in the distinction between what the first 100 days of someone like Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, could be held to account for versus what the President of the United States, in theory, prior to perhaps the Wilsonian and the FDR era, could be considered and held to account for. So the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, or Prime Minister in most parliamentary systems, is of the Parliament itself, and therefore is just one of many legislators that's been appointed perhaps by the head of state, approved by the Parliament to then head the executive. And in that sense, they are a legislator, and they are then entwined with the laws so intimately. And the president, as the name implies, is generally a presider. They're there to push pencils. They're not necessarily there to pass laws. Now, I would say that we're entering an era where executive legislating is becoming something more of a reality. I think that's something we can dip into a little bit later. But the point that I just want to raise is that maybe prior to Wilson and FDR, if we like asked what were the first 100 days of Franklin Pierce, right? Like you would say, I have no idea. What did Chester A. Arthur do in his first 100 days? Who cares? It's kind of like saying, what did the Pope do in their first 100 days? Well, hopefully absolutely nothing, because the Pope is there to be a conservative institutionalist. The president is there to push pencils. And if they're doing something, at least in the last 100 years, that's because a fundamental shift has happened. I hope that's a nice little tease for later conversations.
The imperial presidency. Matt, I don't know if you want to address that. I don't know. I don't even know what that's referring to.
Oh yeah, I was speaking with somebody who was a Republican in a live stream, and we were just trying to imagine the Republican Party's future post Trump. Which is like
it's weird.
I don't remember what I named it, but anyway.
I remember a long time ago we actually had a live stream in like 2016. I mean, not a live stream, the Context podcast, where I edited together. I finally took that down, actually.
Yeah,
where it was, let's stop comparing Trump to Hitler, and I was like, you know what, this actually doesn't work anymore. I took that.
We could do a sequel, and we could say, let's start comparing him to Mussolini.
Yeah. There's an excellent TV show that just came out about Mussolini. It's all in Italian, but subtitled. I think it's called Man of the Century or something like that. Or excellent show. I enjoyed it a lot.
Ordinary Things just did a documentary about Mussolini as well. That's really good.
Oh yeah, that was great. And I don't speak. I'm guessing that is the Tagalog, I think. But I don't know if any of you guys can read
The answer
that.
is yes.
Unless it's something bad, then it's no.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Yes.
But I will show those at the bottom of the screen. So it seems like we're also kind of questioning the necessity of 100 days. This idea that, like, while certainly it has been there's been this kind of push for legislation really early in a lot of presidencies, and that there's also this kind of like, is it an effective measure? Because you do have the midterms that come up, and oftentimes presidents, whichever party the president is, loses power in Congress during that time, especially over the last few decades. Basically since the 90s, we've seen that with the Republican Revolution of 1994. And it seemed like Congress has just kind of bounced back and forth with each midterm of a first-term president. But this is also not a first-term president. And that's something that's unique about this current situation, is that this is the first 100 days that we've seen that is a second 100 days. Now, he's not the first president to do to have a non-consecutive 2 terms. That would be Grover Cleveland, of course. Which,
oh man, in his first 100 days, whew, what a doozy. Everybody remembers those, right?
Yeah,
I
sure.
can't believe that random trivia tidbit has been ruined forever now.
Right.
It's supposed to be the one thing everyone knows about him.
Yeah. And it's like, I've always liked to kind of be like, is Biden actually number 46? Because there's 2 of those that are the same person. And now it happened again.
In the portrait gallery, they have the wooden plaques next to the portraits, and they have, for Cleveland, they have like 2 different plaques for his 2 numbers. So they do make that distinction, as if he is 2 entities, who's one of which has come and occupied the White House after the others ceased to exist.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, because like Trump is now the 45th and 47th president, but he's the same person.
The president of Theseus, he's changed so much, and yet is still the same person. Or is he?
But we don't really think of Grover Cleveland as having 100 days. That whole concept really starts with FDR. So this is where I want to get into how that came about. Because FDR basically created the idea of 100 days, but his idea was that, the New Deal will be implemented in 100 days. And he kind of did that, right? With the first New Deal. And then like all of it got struck down. You had the National Recovery Act, you had the AAA, the Agricultural and just something or another. You had
Tennessee Valley, Glass-Steagall.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. And a lot of that ended up getting chopped up by the Supreme Court, and so it necessitated a second New Deal. So in a very real way, FDR's first 100 days, even though it cemented the idea of 100 days, didn't really make a good barometer for his presidency, did it? So let's talk about some of these previous examples. Why is FDR a good example, and what other ones up until the Trump first term? We'll cut it at that, and then we'll get to Trump's first term later. Of all the presidents since FDR, why is this 100 days concept come up more so often?
I mean, I would say that a big part of it, and one of the reasons why it started with FDR, was that there was an interconnectivity of the country by radio and then later television, as well as any other forms of media. Because prior to FDR, you really didn't have that level of interconnectivity. And so a lot of other examples is to where in that first 100 days is generally when when the president has the math of Congress, because after the first 100 days, that's when you start seeing retirements. That's when you start seeing people resigning. That's when you generally have deaths that occur in Congress, and that can heavily change the numbers in that sense. And a lot of like really big ticket items that the executive themselves do that's generally when things happen. Take, during Kennedy's administration, what were the two big fights that happened during his first 100-day period? Well, the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was an utter fiasco.
That was in the first 100 days?
Yeah, that was in like the first 80 days or something of Kennedy's administration. And then his fight for why can't I remember the name of the act? Oh, I'm disgracing myself. The Voting Rights Act, and what ended up becoming the Voting Rights Act. But that was something that he really pushed in his first 100 days, and there was a huge blockage of that. Under Ford's administration, what did he do in his first 100 days? He pardoned Nixon, and he just never really recovered from that. And through all of that, it's like when presidents do those sorts of actions where they really focus and go, this is the one big piece of legislation that we end up wanting to push, or these are the big acts that we want to push, their success is going to be marred by their metrics within that. Because as time goes on, you get into the more nitty-gritty stuff, the stuff that's not as sexy, as you could kind of say. And the public tends to stop paying attention after about the first 100 days, especially in the last, I'd probably say 30 odd years, right around the Clinton administration, when you had that level of interconnectivity. People have just stopped paying attention as much up until about the midterms come around. Then they pay attention again, then they slide off again. And that's kind of how I see it.
Now, I would argue, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think just building off of that a little bit and what William was talking about earlier, I think it really speaks to the way that the presidency has evolved, right? This idea of the president as a presider, someone who's just a detached figure far away that the average American doesn't really have to think about, and the way that clearly evolved over the course of American history. I think with, especially with Theodore Roosevelt, but even more so later with Franklin Roosevelt, you see that the president does become a figure to the American public where he wasn't really before. He wasn't having an impact on their daily lives in the same way. And I think that Roosevelt kind of creates an expectation of that in a way that there hadn't been before. So I think that the 100 Days really speaks to the idea of the president coming in and doing something, right? I think that it shows you for the amount of time, like you said, the annals of history, that the public will be paying attention to it, for them to see that the president is actually doing something and is actually using the office for some purpose, and not just being this faraway figure as the founders originally intended it to be.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying, Andre, I think it's more about perception than anything. Congress famously takes a long time to get laws passed, especially the Senate. So even if you have a Senate and House of Representatives that are on your side, like Trump does now, it still takes a long time because bills go back and forth between the houses. They have to, there's concessions, there's compromises, and it's just a long process before it even gets to the president's desk. So that leaves executive orders in the modern era, and that started with, I think, FDR. Before FDR, of course, we still had the bully pulpit, which a lot of people first bring up FDR's distant cousin, Teddy Roosevelt, for the bully pulpit, basically going directly to the public or the media to promote your priorities, especially your legislative priorities. So yeah, I just think so much about it is just creating a perception when in reality, not a lot actually does happen. I think FDR is the exception, but we bring up FDR. He coined the term 100 days. And the reason why he did that is to say, hey, look, we got a bunch done because this is a freaking emergency. We're in a horrible depression right now, and we need to rescue people immediately. And so it was like a marketing thing. And he was like the first president to be go on the radio and speak directly to the Americans, and in their living rooms. That was a new thing for him as well.
Yeah, something that's real interesting about the entire concept that I was reading up on 100 Days stuff is that while FDR has a lot to talk about in terms of his first 100 days, basically no one uses that concept again until Ike, and then Ike doesn't really do much. So they use it. So the press uses it as a contrast, because Truman obviously was VP for FDR, so they kind of don't really apply the concept to Truman. But then the press starts applying it to Ike to belittle him. To basically be like, oh, he's indecisive. He couldn't decide what day to invade Europe, and now look what's happening to the country.
And he's too busy playing golf.
Yeah, that's and
actually a criticism of Eisenhower.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I was just reading a book called Demagogue that's about McCarthy, and that initial 100 days basically becomes McCarthy's, all his. Truman Ike just kind of gets pushed off to the side in the press, and they use this concept to belittle him for that. And so that makes JFK and following presidents much more reticent, ambitious to use this concept and be like, we're not like Ike. Which is very strange to learn about, because I didn't have that perception of Ike. To me, he wasn't indecisive. He was, but hindsight is a very different thing from
that. Also came into play with Eisenhower during the launch of Sputnik 1. Why weren't we more aggressive in pursuing satellite technology? The Soviets are ahead. We're falling behind. We need action. And this idea that action needs to be taken, maybe I'm just trying to ingratiate myself with the host, but I'm going to reference Wilson again. 1885 congressional government said a president should be as big a man as he should be. clearly before FDR's first 100 days, and yet it basically set the tone for the next century and to the one that we're currently experiencing. Every president after Eisenhower, apparently, who didn't think about this, felt like they needed to be as big a man as they could be. And in that vein, a couple other examples, since you asked for them, I think the idea that something needs to be done in the first 100 days is something that Reagan, Obama, Trump, and Biden all experienced. And I don't think it's coincidence that those four that I'm mentioning fell into the last decade or two. Well, the 80s are a little bit further back than that nowadays, but you know.
But also there was emergencies that they needed
Right,
to
there were
respond
genuine emergencies. So there was the hostage situation for Reagan.
Yep.
There was
and inflation.
and inflation.
Stagflation,
There was
yeah.
the stimulus package under Obama. Something needs to be done about the Great Recession. There was the need to appoint a Supreme Court justice. I think that's actually the biggest thing of first Trump 100 days is Gorsuch replacing Scalia. And then, of course, Biden came in, again, another stimulus package. And so those, I think, are more in the tradition of the first 100 days. And before I hand the mic back over, I did want to just address the concept one more time, because I'm a split mind. I think the first 100 days is obviously just an artificial construct surrounding a round number, but I also think it is useful. I think it's useful for, I mean, I wish that presidents would maybe de-emphasize it a little bit, but I do think that for a citizenry, it can be an important moment, just a yardstick to like check in. And I think in that way, it could be part of a healthy democracy, just to say, hey, what's our government been up to in the last 3 months and a week or so, rather than what has our president been up to?
In that same vein, a thought that occurred to me as well, so why it really came out with FDR, and why, at least under Eisenhower's administration, it became much more of a thing that was utilized and kind of, I would say it's probably something that's in the public eye. I'm not certain how recent the term or the concept of 100 days is in the past for public. Oh, I'm seeing in like the public eye, to where the public's aware of like the 100 days and they view that as a concept. I don't know how far back that goes in the public eye and the wider public knowing it, but it was really only around Truman's presidency that presidential polling became a thing, and over time became larger and larger and larger. And I wonder if that has some additional component to it, because people are having to in some way think about it. They hear, oh, this poll shows this president has low approval, and why, or things of that sort.
And we've been slammed with polls in the last week too. We really have been.
Oh yeah. I mean, one interesting thing is that Trump is, by basically every metric, is doing worse than any president while this polling has taken place in their first 100 days, including his previous term. And we'll definitely talk about his current term, but let's focus on previous ones. And I wanted to point out that I don't know if I made that clear before, but the concept of 100 days was created by FDR, and really he was the one trumpeting it. It wasn't until Ike that the press started using it. And the but it also sounds like a lot of you are kind of pointing out that, you know, there's like a signature legislation that becomes kind of the mainstay of each president, at least since Reagan, 100 days. You know, Reagan got shot within his first 100 days, and then like 5 days later or something like that, they passed the Economic Act. I'm not going to remember it, but basically a tax cut. And you know, I can't think of anything that Clinton did. And Bush Sr. Really was focusing on diplomacy. So he, within his first 100 days, he did that big summit with Gorbachev and declared the Cold War was over. And then Bush Jr. I can't think of anything in terms of Clinton's first 100 days that were particularly spectacular, but Bush Jr. Focused a lot on No Child Left Behind, if you remember all that. then there was Obama, who had that stimulus, but also made the American the Obamacare, made that his signature thing, even though it actually didn't get passed until like day 109 or something like that. But that was his signature thing. So that gets us all the way up to Trump the first time around. And really, he didn't have any kind of signature legislation really in his entire first term.
The tax cuts.
Yeah,
The tax cuts were his I would say, and then healthcare
But that didn't
repeal would
happen
have
until,
been
like 2 years into his term.
right. So it definitely wasn't 100 days. You're right.
Yeah. So to list off kind of the main things in his first 100 days, we have the inaugural controversies. Obviously, the whole amount of people who attended his inauguration became a big thing, and because of that, we get the term alternative facts coined. Literally just that weekend of the inauguration, we get the largest protest by numbers in American history with the Women's March. There's never been a protest that big, including all the protests. In fact, there's a major protest happening today, and I could pretty much guarantee it will not beat the Women's March of 2017. Then we have the one signature policy he tried to implement wasn't legislation, but the Muslim ban, which became a whole thing because it kept on getting struck down by the Supreme Court and all that kind of stuff because it's very obviously illegal. And in the process of that, he ended up firing Sally Yates to basically because she was trying to enforce the law. And then several airstrikes on Syria. This kind of sounds familiar as to the current one. Dismantling EPA regulations through executive orders. And finally, by the end of the first 100 days for him, the Mueller investigation begins, and it's actually begun under his administration. Even though it becomes kind of a major antagonist to him, it actually is kind of started by him. So thoughts on what that means for the whole 100 days concept in terms of Trump's first term?
I think it shows in retrospect that the first Trump term, had it been an isolated event, and perhaps if we subtract out January 6th, it might have actually gone down in history over the course of time as having not been as consequential as it now appears deep into his second term. And by deep, I mean extremely shallow because we just got started.
That's what I was going to say. Like, it's amazing the difference night and day between Trump's first term or his first 100 days and his second term 100 days. Like, I mean, the most striking thing from the get-go is it's all new people around him, and they're all loyalists, all of them. They're all kissing his butt constantly. I mean, even the vice president, what happened to the vice president of the first term? Wonder what happened there. We know his Trump supporters turned on him. So I think that alone, that bringing back the spoils system, which had not really been around since the progressive era. Like,
well, this is verging on talking about the current presidency. We're talking about the first term. I don't think he really.
Well, I think in order to understand the first, like, I think to truly understand the 100 days of Trump's first term, I think it helps a lot to like compare it to what's going on right now. That's my point, I guess.
We definitely will be getting to that, and I have quite the little ticker at the bottom of the screen for when we get there. But mainly, I think part of your guys' want to go and instantly compare this to the second term is because it wasn't actually that much. I mean, it was a bit of a circus, but nothing compared to what it is now. So like it almost seems like it almost feels like downplaying the danger by actually reviewing what happened in the past. But it's important to point out.
But just to say though, I mean, I think it does boil down to your point that the first term was the circus, as in like nobody, like a very unchoreographed circus. Let's put it that way, where like you're just there for the TV, for the spectacle. Nothing permanent is happening. Nothing that's happening will leave the arena, so to speak, and actually have an impact.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think your point's completely true. The circus is now over.
Although I have to point out that the dismantling of EPA regulations, especially here in the Southwest, was devastating. New Mexico, for instance, there were northern communities which, have had acequia systems that have been watered the same way, administered the same way for 300 years, and frickin' the EPA being unwilling to regulate the waters up in the mountains that feed those acequias ended up devastating several communities, some of which actually had to be abandoned. There were 2 communities in New Mexico that had to be abandoned because of Trump's executive orders. Now, obviously, I'm just going off of local knowledge. I'm sure that happened elsewhere too, but like, it was bad.
Yes, and I think to your point, when we say non-consequential, you're right to point out that can sound belittling to the suffering. Even the best public policy made in Washington, when I started graduate school here, I did a class on legislation, and they said, even if you make a wonderful piece of legislation, like it's going to have negative consequences for someone somewhere. And one of the challenges that I've had in these first 100 days, and one that Matt Beat and I talked about back in March, actually, was distinguishing between things that are merely bad from things that are a threat to the constitutional order, that, for example, would take away our ability to reverse the bad. And that's what I think we're seeing now. And so I don't want to preempt that conversation, but I do think that the bad things that happened in Trump's first term were bad things that were in theory reversible because they weren't fundamental to the constitutional order, at least until January 6th.
I think also you view the first term a little bit differently because back then there was a little bit of a perception, and especially in hindsight, it holds true that the first term, there was a lot of like hand-holding where like rhetorically he was insane and scary, but there were so many people from the old guard that at least would try to hold him back until they would get frustrated and then get fired or whatever, and they would find someone else. But that perception was kind of there. And the second term, in the meantime, it's just yes men. And so it's
100%.
more his first 100 days rather than the Republican Party from 8 years ago's 100 days.
Yeah.
And so that adds
that's a
like a
good way of
different
putting
vibe
it.
over it.
Yeah, and
I think I keep on having Marx's quote, first is, history repeats itself, first is tragedies, second is farce. He was referring to Napoleon III, but it almost feels like the exact opposite. If history repeats itself, first is farce, then is tragedy in this case. And Annals, I'm sorry.
oh no, you're good. I would also say one of the big things, and if it's easier, you can just call me Aster. It's weird for me to be like, oh wait a minute.
Okay, yeah.
No, you're good. But with it too, I would say the big thing, and probably in the first 100 days of Trump's first administration, probably the biggest thing that, well, I would say almost never, that is a permanent change from that point in time, is what's a good way to put the not disregard, but the separation of the sense of professionalism within the White House and politics in general. Because prior to Trump's inauguration and his term in office, you had a degree of expected professionalism on how politicians were supposed to act towards not only the public, but towards their fellow politician, senator, House member, what have you. And Trump's first administration and his first 100 days, and the thing that made a lot of people kind of wake up in that sense was because there was such a huge disregard for the commonality of respect. Because I remember even back during in like October or so, when the whole rumors about the Hollywood tapes came out, you had a significant amount of elected Republicans that withdrew their endorsement of him over something like that. You go further in the past and you had candidates that would drop out because like in 1980, you had Joe Biden that dropped out of the presidency race because he plagiarized something.
Yeah.
Nowadays, that would be laughable. They'd be like, oh, who cares? But the overtone window of what is acceptable for a president or a politician to do, I think has been damaged because of his first 100 days. And I don't think that will really ever come back because it's gone to the public mantra as well.
Well, that's the thing with populism is that that's kind of the key thing. And I remember like in terms of people dropping out for what we would see as silly today. I mean, yeah, all you have to do is go and you know exactly what I'm talking about. And the so yeah, in that first term, it really moved the needle in terms of just acceptable craziness, I guess. So I think we're also kind of getting to consensus that it, like, while it wasn't inconsequential, it was mostly consequential in terms of his first term, 100 days, was mostly consequential because of what it did to the Overton window, as Aster says. And I think she's right that that like we really did start to see it because it would be that that I think it was August was Charlottesville, if I remember correctly, and wasn't within the 100 days, but that 100 days set the stage.
I
Yeah,
think
it
it's
was in August. August 11th to 12th was the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville.
Thanks.
I was going to say, I think it's important also to add to that. Just, we've been kind of talking about it a bit, but just to explicitly mention Trump's outsider status and the degree to which that defined his presidency. You know, like we've had a trend of Washington outsider politicians for the last couple decades. I think the last president before Biden with significant legislative experience was Lyndon Johnson. Right, like after that, you only have Barack Obama, who served in the Senate, but that was very, very briefly. Trump comes in as a sort of culmination of that, right, as this ultimate outsider figure, and just having this president who literally has no experience in Washington whatsoever, and having so much of his staff be people that were there sort of to be the guardrails, right, to kind of keep him on a leash, keep him in check, whether that be like a Jeff Sessions, or even Bob Barr later on as his attorney general. He didn't really understand how to work within that system super well. So you get a lot of like throwing things to the wall to see if it sticks, you know, like with the Muslim ban and everything getting challenged in courts. And I'd argue that's like a little different than what we see now with the zone strategy, even if it might be a kind of distortion of the same sort of thing. I do think in the first term, it seems like there was just a genuine lack of knowledge of how to implement the policies that he wanted to implement.
Okay, so let's move on to Biden, and then we'll get to the big one, the current 100 days. So with Biden, I don't actually have much written down here for, and it literally just says pretty inconsequential ? Basically, he reversed a bunch of Trump's executive orders, and then managed to pass the American Rescue Plan, which was essentially just a stimulus package.
It was a big one, though.
It was bipartisan,
it was like 1.9 trillion.
Yeah, but it was also like it was already submitted prior to him assuming the presidency,
Right.
and he just championed it, which is kind of what presidents used to do in terms of policy making, but it just didn't seem like there was much. I don't know if you guys have the same perception.
It's kind of crazy because Biden's first 100 days, he was like carrying on a lot of what Trump had started. Like with the vaccine rollout, with the stimulus package you mentioned, and like
tariffs on China.
I would say the country was still fairly, he kept the tariffs in place that Trump first implemented in 2018. So yeah, I just think a lot of there seemed to be more consensus, especially in Congress when Biden first took over.
I would also say that Biden did try and and revoke a lot of the things that Trump had put into place, such as like Title 42, but that was struck down almost immediately. If not, like I think the day after he was in office, he implemented it and it got struck down through the courts. And I remember he did a significant amount of legislative work in that sense. Not legislative, sorry, executive work, trying to repeal a lot of stuff that Trump had done. But his biggest thing at that point, because again, he did come in during a crisis, and so COVID was the biggest thing on mind. But even in his first 100 days, I want to say he was trying to fit together the Build Back Better bill that ended up being shoehorned and adjusted, and his bipartisan infrastructure package was started in his first 100 days. I don't believe was his bipartisan gun control bill, was that even discussed in his first 100 days, or was that in response to the
I think that came later when,
yeah, I think it was in
because
response
of
to
political
Uvalde.
pressure on like cinema and folks to actually like look like they're doing something,
Gotcha.
which is, well, I'm sorry, Aster, did you want to finish your point?
Oh no, that's pretty much what I ended up having on that. Was I think there was a lot that was done through, like he tried to do, but like a lot of it just really wasn't, because most of it was COVID stuff, because that was the biggest threat at that point. But
I think there was a split in the time space continuum actually at the start of Biden's term. And what I mean by that is I recall having conversations prior to his inauguration about whether the filibuster would survive the first 100 days of Joe Biden. There was an optimism that Joe Biden was the most legislator-esque president since LBJ, that he had spent a tremendous amount of time in Congress, so much time that he was still around when like Strom Thurmond was in office and he saw him as a friend. And there was this thought that maybe Biden could be the legislator president that we need in the 21st century, the first true legislator president since LBJ and the Great Society. And a lot of it came down to whether or not, first of all, that Sinema and Manchin, the two more centrist senators, would play ball. And if not, would there be some sort of attempt to reform the filibuster or get rid of it entirely? And I think that we could have seen one of the most consequential 100 days, since we are using the concept, had different decisions been made. That is, as Aster pointed out, Build Back Better had gone quicker and had people signed on to it and been willing to play the game with reconciliation to make it happen. Or alternatively, this would have been way more radical. And obviously we're talking about, alternate history. It gets a little dicey, but obviously removing the filibuster or even just changing some of the circumstances under which it no longer applies would have made a huge difference. And I would argue some good, some bad. So we might save that for another live stream. But because that did not take place, Biden's first 100 days were the stimulus. And then, as has already been pointing out, our era of gridlock continued. And gridlock, I think, is a good way to frame our current predicament with Trump's second term. It's why we're seeing so much active executive power being thrown around.
They were inactively impactful rather than actively impactful.
I mean, we'll definitely we're definitely can't talk too much about like legislation that should have been, because that's not really the point of this. But but what is interesting is that we can't forget that the insurrection had just happened. January 6th and January 20th is right there. And so there's this real sense in Biden's 100 days of, let's get back to, what's the Harding saying,
normalcy. Let's get back to normalcy.
Return to normalcy.
Return to normalcy. Exactly. And so there's also this kind of like psychological block that Biden had to even really make use of that 100 days, to be bold and decisive, because that would ultimately, upset the tender balance after an insurrection. it's such an unprecedented event. Although I have an entire episode on how it is precedented, but but unprecedented in our times. We just don't remember the things that happened a century ago because we weren't alive. The that sense of return to normalcy never really was achieved, is I think the kind of consensus which allowed Trump to kind of use the disorder of the pandemic and Biden's indecisiveness, or not inability to get anything passed and everything, to put all the onus of like a stagnant economy after a global pandemic had shut us all in, to blame him and kind of turn the votes towards him, along with the assassination attempt. We had a live stream about that. That really changed everything and kind of seemed like now everything's in Trump's favor. And he gets elected, and and now we have the second 100 days. And warning to everyone, this little ticker at the bottom is going to be a bit of a doozy. So, I will simply open it up to just initial thoughts. For me, it's just like, it feels like it's been 100 years, not 100 days. Because there's just, look at that down there. There's so much to talk about.
Well, but also, really quickly, like I can't. We got to remember history here. Biden did get major legislation passed. The Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Bill. Those are three of the biggest laws passed in my life. Slim majorities. Yes, we're still in gridlock era, but it's amazing he was able to do that. So I think it's important to recognize, I think there's two main reasons why Trump got reelected. The first is the pandemic itself just causing all these problems, primarily like inflation, the supply chain issues, the invasion of Ukraine, and the money supply going up. But that was a huge, the worst inflation in 40 years is a big freaking deal. So then on top of that, you have really just bad communication from a very old man. And Trump has 4 years to plan and to plot. And he's plotting his revenge because that whole time, sure, he's in court a lot because he's of the crimes, but alleged
felon president,
actual literal crimes. But he has all this time to prepare. He's campaigning that whole 4 years, and he just had all this new momentum. And now he had an army of loyalists on his side who were, like, many of them were upset that January 6th was unsuccessful. So that's the difference this time around.
Matt, just to buttress your point slightly, and then I know we want to move on to the second term, but to buttress your point as well, those tremendous pieces of legislation also were tremendously slow in implementation. I think that makes a difference as well. So
yes,
people expect material benefits now. And the infrastructure bill,
we'll see
did that money
years,
get out?
10 years.
The CHIPS Act, that's a little esoteric for the average citizen, even if it is bipartisan.
And plus, didn't Trump undo the CHIPS Act recently?
No, not exactly.
No.
He's kind of actually amplified.
Superficial. Like, it's just it's still
early. Maybe he tried to. I don't know. There's so much going on.
Yeah. So I'll get.
It's actually many Republicans love this legislation actually, and they brag about it. They take credit for it, even if they voted against it.
Mm-hmm.
We did forget one. I know we want to jump to the next point, but
right.
but a lot of us also forgot Biden did actually get a huge piece of legislation passed in his 100 days, the American Rescue Plan. That passed in his first 100 days in
that's the
mid-March.
stimulus we were talking about.
Oh yeah, it's just it's a wider than just like the stimulus, though it was primarily a stimulus bill. But like even something like that's a huge piece of legislation in and of itself. I just want that to be said so that people don't forget that.
Yeah. So yes, there were things that he did manage to get passed, and it was an extremely difficult road. I remember one thing that really affected me. While I don't like Kamala Harris or anything, but she did do something for me during that directly is that she when Republicans decided to vote against veterans' interests with the PACT Act, she was the tie-breaking vote, and so I have full health care because of Kamala Harris. And so that's one of those things of let's see, Lindsay Ellis is on here. Nice. That PACT Act is what gave me healthcare, so I definitely got something directly from this.
Great law.
But the first 100 days of Trump isn't so much defined by legislation or really anything to do with Congress. It's almost like Congress just kind of, said, Trump, take the wheel.
Yeah, they don't exist.
And so we can see we have a whole lot we could talk about. What in particular stands out to you guys in terms of just going into this 100 days?
I think the constitutional order has been somewhat rewritten, and that's the pervasive thing. That's the thing that will stay. And I would love to fast forward 4 years and see how it develops, or at least I'm anxious to see how it develops. And what I mean specifically is, I know you want to get later to a question of constitutional crisis, so I don't want to preempt that. But I do think we're seeing, at a minimum, a changing relationship between the branches of government, even within themselves. So the executive branch is having a new relationship with itself through unitary executive theory. There are efforts to do presidential impoundment, therefore negating the spending of Congress. That's a changing of the relationship between Congress and the president. As you mentioned, there's an abrogation of responsibility on the part of Congress to hold the president to account, or really even to legislate in any serious way. If the Republicans pass a budget, it's going to be just a basic reconciliation. It's not going to be some grand new thing. And then, of course, the changing relationship between the executive and the judiciary. Of course, we've flirted with these things in the past, but to borrow a much hated word, the normalization of this new constitutional order, the playing up of all of these dynamics of gridlock that have now brought us to this moment, I think is what will stay. And that's what will stick with me from these first 100 days is watching it play out in a way that feels like floodgates have been opened.
I mean, it was quite a flood. And so just to refresh everybody on what happened just on the first week, we had Matt Gaetz have to rescind his appointment, his appointment to Attorney General. The first day, there was a barrage of executive orders, including one to rescind birthright citizenship, which is just straight up in trying to use an executive order to deny the Constitution. There was this whole push for the Gulf of America to be renamed for the Gulf of Mexico. That in that inauguration, we saw Elon Musk do his little Sieg Heil twice on stage while people clapped. Some of the executive orders specifically targeted trans people in terms of making it so that there could be no third gender on any documents, and that people had to be aligned with their biological sex, which doesn't make sense in a number of ways. There was the January 6th pardons, where he pardoned 1,500 violent insurrectionists. I've succumbed to calling them insurrectionists instead of the proper term, insurrectionaries. That weekend, he fired most of the inspector generals, who are the actual watchdogs that Doge is supposed to be. He created Doge. He started doing mass deportations, and to top it all off, this is just the first week, there was that midair collision on the Potomac that weekend. all of that in 1 week.
It's been.
Yeah, I made a list of. I have a working document of the list of unconstitutional stuff that Trump has done in the second term so far. I mean,
Could
allegedly.
you share that?
No, I didn't, but I was just going to bring it up, and maybe there's some disagreements here. That's fine, but I bring it up on my Twitch stream, so I'll try to be as quickly as possible here, if that's okay. Is it okay if I list them real quick?
Well,
Okay,
as
just
long
12
as it's
things.
not like 500 things, because it could go that much.
Okay. Well, he broke the emoluments clause, which he did that this first term too, technically, with the meme coin.
Mhm.
The executive order banning birthright citizenship goes against the 14th Amendment. Not enforcing a TikTok ban. I mean, that's basically going against Congress. They had already implemented this. Firing inspectors generals, freezing foreign aid programs, freezing trillions of dollars in domestic grants, dismantling USAID, trying to force what's taught in K-12 schools, designating English as an official language, dismantling the Department of Education, shipping legal residents to foreign prisons, and finally, most recently, ignoring the Supreme Court order to return a wrongfully deported person. Feel free to disagree with any of that, but that's just kind of I'm trying to get it, like, so many things happening, and it's hard to keep track of. But I think, just to sum it up, his first 100 days, it's lazy governance. I mean, they use ChatGPT. They don't really want to govern. They just want to, like, put on a show. When I say they, I mean Trump and his loyalists that are in there with him, his advisors. And so it's really like, just, okay, if they are actually governing, it's lazy. Like, oh, we'll just deport these. I mean, we'll make a show of it. We'll put all these signs up on the White House lawn. We don't know if they're actually guilty or not. We don't need to worry about due process. It's just a show. What about tariffs? We don't need to actually do any advanced mathematics to figure this out. Let's just throw it onto ChatGPT and see what comes up. And that's why they end up, like, throwing tariffs on uninhabited islands, tariffs on places where nobody lives. So I know some of you, I could tell by some of your body language, you're like, oh gosh, he's ranting. So I'm going to stop.
I mean, I think it gets into the whole idea of the 100 days as a show, right? As a sort of marketing scheme to show the public that you are doing so many things, And I think even a lot of times 100 days can be kind of it can be defined by what your predecessor did in a way, right? Because you're reacting to that. Like we were talking about Eisenhower earlier being seen as kind of this old man was playing golf, and you got JFK coming in with, like, vigor, so now you get Trump coming in with sort of similar situation, right? Like Biden was pretty unpopular with immigration, and he was this kind of, like, old ailing man. So Trump's going to come in, not being that much younger, but he's going to be very active, and he's just going to show the public that he is doing as much as possible, right? Like, even if it is unorganized and it gets, like, challenged by the courts, and a lot of times you are just expanding power there. And it's been, like, really astonishing to see just how much, like, Congress has just given power to the executive branch, just been like, hey, our hands are out of here, like, we're just going to let him go and do whatever he wants to do, which is fascinating. And I think it really speaks to the way, and I was thinking this when we were talking about the first Trump term, right? It's like he didn't accomplish much of, like, concrete, like, staying power, but he did just shift the vibe. And I hate, like, describing it that way, but it's just like it just brought our politics into this whole new era. Even during the Trump, the Biden administration was the Trump era, and now it feels like we're just at the sort of logical culmination of that. Like, this feels like it was so beyond the pale in 2016, and now we're just, like, every other controversy, it's the flood the zone strategy. It's just another thing that is like, oh, okay, Trump did something crazy, and you don't stop to think about how crazy it was.
It's so ironic. Well, I don't know if ironic is the right word, but if we go to, like, the negative 100 days of the office, like the lame duck period of, like, the end of the election season all the way up through his inauguration, when you had the aftermath of, like, the Supreme Court decision on, like, presidential immunity and all this stuff, you simultaneously had the fear of, like, oh, what is he going to be able to, like, concretely do and pass now that he has this sort of immunity? Or, oh, what is Congress going to do to try to counter that? And then just nothing. And then he's just kind of using it to still do terrible things, but just be lazy about it. It just really feels weird that it's like the emperor has no clothes and no one's doing anything about it.
Does the emperor have no clothes? In this case, some of these things are actually happening. But
I guess that's the wrong metaphor, but it's like
Yeah,
you would
I know
think
what you
that
mean.
Congress would have done something to
Right.
at least like give the face of countering that sort
Well,
of thing. But
Cory Booker get the longest filibuster ever, Emperor Tiger Star. So that's
wow.
But it wasn't
That's true.
filibustering anything.
Yeah, and he
So-
wasn't. Yeah, he was just like
It was just ranting for 25
hours.
I think
25.
Astor was going to jump in though.
I think one of the big reasons why Congress hasn't done anything is a big part of it, and I come from the perspective of I work in national politics, and feel free to disagree with me on this, of course, but I think the big thing is that the Republican Party as a whole, since they have relatively small majorities, at least in the House. But the House is also where we see the most kind of contention within the party itself, where we had, of course, when they took the House in 22, we had the huge speaker fight over McCarthy, where they eventually dumped McCarthy. They tried to go with Jim Jordan, then they dumped Jordan, and they went with Mike Johnson now. And there's a lot of debate over that. I think a big part of it is a case of if Trump was more unpopular in the country as a whole, not just with Democrats or independents or unaffiliated voters, but with Republicans themselves, I think that's when we're going to start seeing a lot more pushback by Republicans in Congress. I think right now, they're, in a sense, kind of terrified of what would happen if Trump goes, "You're out." And part of it with this too, to where Trump's pull with the Republican voters, especially when it comes to like special elections, isn't as big as it used to be. That's why we're seeing such massive swings, and that's a whole other discussion I'm certain we'll get into. But I think they're waiting for his power to weaken for them to counteract him. They're waiting for that cutoff point, like during January 6th, where it was immediately after January 6th, Republicans turned on him. And then they flipped the book again because they weren't hard enough on him. And that disconnection of the Republican Party with Trump, they either didn't go hard enough or Trump didn't lose enough popularity. So some bailed, then they had to come rushing back into his graces. But I think the lack of pushback from Congress is because of that. The Democrats can do whatever they want, but they're not in power in either chamber. So there's only so much they really can do. But there's a lot of infighting that will happen if a handful of Republicans try and push against them now. They're going to get destroyed. I'll do my best not ramble.
But the filibuster does still exist. Mm-hmm. And for instance, when the continuing resolution got passed, several Democrats voted for it just to get it through. Mm-hmm. And I get that there is some legitimate worries that, like, by having an actual government shutdown, suddenly all this Doge nonsense will be able to be implemented even harsher. But that doesn't mean that would be permanent, that the shutdown would be permanent. That's the one side of that argument that I never heard back when you hear Chuck Schumer in that saying, like, oh, well, he'll have all this power to choose what goes and what doesn't. Is like, yeah, but it still has to come back. By law, it has to come back. Why did you forget how the government works, Chuck Schumer?
Hey, he wrote a strongly worded letter.
And that was an endorsement of what is effectively executive legislating. That over the last decades, we've become accustomed to the idea that the president, even though the power of war, for example, is vested with the Congress, that a lot of it actually de facto lies with the president of the United States. Well, what we're now starting to see is that, to a certain extent, budgeting itself is now something to be manipulated by the executive branch. That is a new paradigm. And that's why that this is so consequential. Is this is something well, I don't want to say totally different. I mean, there was impoundment in the Jefferson era, a little bit. I want $50,000. I think Nixon did some impoundment, a big number. But this is
Nixon did
wholesale
enough impoundment to cause Congress
to Congress to pass the Impoundment Act of 1974.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is now being trodden over. And particularly in the case of USAID, it's not alarmist to say that the smart people on the left are not asking how will we return to normalcy, as was asked for the first Biden term, but what will we do with these new powers? For example, will we do the same thing to Pentagon programs we don't like that was done to USAID? These are the sorts of things that are being asked now, because de facto, we as a institution, and I mean like all three branches of government together, unless the Supreme Court intervenes in a major way in the spring, we're going to basically have a permanent state of affairs like this, where the executive branch now gets to have an equal say about how money is spent. That's fundamentally different.
Well, and what's interesting on all this, that what you're highlighting is kind of like a negative power, basically the executive branch's ability to just say, "I'm not doing that." But this first 100 days has also highlighted a positive power, as in for instance, one that's come up multiple times through both in chat and on super chat, was the I'm forgetting his name. It's not in the super chats. Dang it! Something Borrego Garcia or whatever his name is.
Gilmar.
Garcia.
Okay. And like, not just him, although he is kind of like the test case for how to prevent all of this, but just sending people to a concentration camp in El Salvador, and yes, I'm calling it a concentration camp. That's a positive power. That is a new power that he has implemented, and it has totally unprecedented. We've never done that.
Yeah. I'm sorry to speak twice in a row, but I can riff here just a little bit, because I'm currently working on content about El Salvador, and I've been in this quite deeply. And one of the things that I am working on right now, I'm actually going to riff my takeaway for my next video with you guys slightly. I haven't written it yet, but effectively in the post 9/11 era, we did have extraterritorial imprisonment at Guantanamo Bay. And it often involved the negation of habeas corpus, the ability to know why you're being imprisoned and to have due process. What we're seeing now is the spread of that. It's almost a slippery slope that we thought we were going to get in the war on terror. The things that you heard people say about what was wrong with Guantanamo Bay. If you let them do this to random Middle Eastern Arab terrorists, they can do it to anyone. Mm-hmm. And people say that's a slippery slope. Don't worry about it. George W. Bush is doing the best he can, and he cares. And now, in retrospect, here we are about 2 decades later, and it looks like those sorts of premonitions were quite wise, that there actually was a slippery slope when you set the preconditions to tear down things that date back to like the freaking Magna Carta. And so what we're seeing now is, interestingly enough, the same language being used. If you didn't know that these people were from different countries, or that Abrego Garcia was actually at least supposed to not be deported, according to judges, to El Salvador, you wouldn't know that he wasn't any different than those detainees at Guantanamo, because he was also labeled as simply a terrorist. Mm-hmm. And the CSOT prison in El Salvador is called the Center for Confinement of Terrorists. And when Bukele was asked in the Oval Office, why aren't you bringing this guy back? He said it's because he's a terrorist.
Yeah.
Now, if we want to quibble about the definition of terrorist and ask whether MS-13 might qualify a Tren de Aragua, you won't get much argument from me when it comes to like Webster's dictionary. But in terms of civil rights and due process, I think it does matter. My ramble is now over. All that to say that the breaking of due process is so fundamental, and it is such a development from the war on terror that it is permanently damaging.
I'm so glad you brought up the war on terror, because that's what many Trump supporters are saying right now. They're saying, well, and many of them hate George W. Bush, by the way. they say, well, George W. Bush, when right after 9/11, the CIA had all these black sites and they were torturing suspected terrorists. They didn't get due process. And so this is like,
as if as if that two wrongs justify like
exactly. But that's I know.
And Obama drone striked a citizen without due process. So,
and I'm glad you bring up Guantanamo Bay, because it is an important precedent for the El Salvadorian concentration camp. Is that that kind of was too. It was a prison camp, it was an actual prison camp, but Trump is using this for ethnic cleansing, whereas that's not exactly what Bush was doing. Mass deportations is by definition ethnic cleansing, and so the I already see people bringing up the ADL, of course. But what we were doing there is a interesting precursor, because the whole argument for being able to avoid due process in that was that, well, it's not actually American land. It's leased from a government that no longer exists. We actually do still send payments to Cuba for it. They keep all the checks in a drawer and have never cashed them since 1961.
is that actually true, or is that a metaphor?
No, that's real.
There's an actual drawer with
We
checks.
send actual checks to the government. It is. Castro used to love to show the drawer. It's in his desk. He has a desk drawer full of the checks.
They're waiting for the right moment for the interest of all those checks to crash the American economy when they cash them in at just the right moment.
I mean, there's an even further precedent that's kind of reminiscent of is American Indian policy with and you bring up how like the power of war is vested in Congress. Well, wasn't really. We've always had American small wars. And that policy resulted in the 5 Lakota reservations, all of which receive checks still on interest on a payment that they were paid to give up the Black Hills, and they still have yet to cash it. That's now estimated in the billions of dollars that they just are sitting on.
That's amazing.
And those are basically 19th century black sites.
The one thing I did want to bring up, talking about how there was one other president that had major deportations akin to what Trump's doing, and that was Hoover during his administration. Not only did Hoover have his concentration camps within the Mississippi Delta during the flooding in 26, 27, I believe, but Hoover also, under his administration, he saw, I think, the largest amount of deportations ever in the country, with anywhere from, I want to say, like 500,000 to 2 million people of Hispanic descent that were deported, and I think half of them were U.S. citizens. And
so you're talking about the 1929 through 33. Well, actually continued all the way until the implementation of the Bracero program in 1941. Yeah. But that was about 2 million. That wasn't under one president, though. The largest number of deportations under one president was under Eisenhower. But still,
my understanding is Hoover didn't.
And we can't use by the way, don't use the name of the actual operation, because that will instantly demonetize this.
Yeah. But my understanding is Hoover didn't really have much control over that. I don't know. Like when I made my video about Hoover, like it seemed like he was that was something that a lot of people took into their own hands. And same with Eisenhower even. Whereas now we're seeing it top down. We're seeing Trump explicitly say, this is what I want. And actually, if he was a more effective president, you would see many more deportations than you're seeing right now. Many more. It's because we should be thankful that he is so inadequate at his job. Anyway, sorry.
But on that,
Oh, no,
well,
no,
actually,
you're
I'll-
all good.
I've actually seen a lot of arguments from folks on the right that would like to see mass deportation that are frustrated with the way that he's gone about this, right?
Yep.
Because you have these test cases like Kilmar Arbrego Garcia or even Mohammad Khalil was his name, that like these seem like
Hosseini,
cases that would garner a lot of public sympathy that could easily get struck down, and people that would actually like to see mass deportations, because mass deportations are expensive. That goes against Doge. That goes against the idea of sort of like cutting budgets, and it's just a very strange decision the way that they've chosen to go about it.
The
Spectacle.
I don't want to have us like get stuck on this point and just I'm not familiar with this, so I'll take the other folks that are more knowledgeable when it comes to like the Hoover saying. But I thought it was especially like after I thought Hoover made a mention of it in his like State of the Union address, and like it really ramped up through his administration through that, or was it purely a local thing and Hoover happened to mention it? I just want to get my facts straight on that.
It was almost entirely a local thing and a statewide thing. It was basically just two states doing it on
Gotcha.
their own. It was for during the Great Depression. It was basically just Texas and California, although they were working with Border Patrol in a lot of cases. But you'd see these big strikes in California, and then the police would sweep in, pick up all of the Mexicans, about a quarter of which were often American citizens, and then just truck them in literal big cages in a truck to the border and then just dump them in Tijuana. That was actually what was happening. It really had nothing to do with executive power, while it did have some local working with Border Patrol and Customs. It wasn't really anything to do with federal power on that. It was different in terms of Ike with Operation Moist Spine, and
I love that name.
my border history video got demonetized because of actually using the word. I'm not joking. I got like official confirmation from Team YouTube. You literally cannot say the word. But with Operation Moist Spine, there was approximately 500,000 deportations in 1 year. That's a record. And almost half of them returned within that year. There was actually more immigration during that year, more people coming in from the southern border.
There was no wall
than
back
there
then,
were
right?
actual people removed.
Yeah,
So-
they just came right back. Yeah.
They'll never be able to swim across that river. Oh,
As
Could
the
we-
1950s.
Could we potentially pivot to another, I think, monumental change that's happening in these first 100 days, which is the effective dissolution of the NATO alliance and the return of great power politics at full blast? I mean, I know that he left TPP in his first term, and that might have been a prelude to things to come. But effectively, the president of the United States, again, without the permission of Congress, though tacit permission, I suppose, is permission at this point, exited the NATO alliance in any meaningful way. If Germany were attacked tomorrow by Russia, I think it's fair to say that the Trump administration would not be intervening as per Article 5. That has been the global order since the end of World War II, and it's ended effectively in 100 days without a single piece of legislation. That's massive.
and like all the German parties like basically unanimously agreed to like vote to raise the military budget at a level that's like the largest military anything that they've raised since World War II.
They not only unanimously agreed, they amended the Constitution to make it possible to do it.
Yeah.
So your point is like
huge.
double true.
and I further think about how like and this is also partially because of the tariffs thing, how like China, South Korea, and Japan are now jointly working together in retaliation to American tariffs, which is already miraculous. But then I think about how also there are groups in Japan that also want to undo the military restrictions clauses in their own constitution and remilitarize again. And how
When
now
the-
that could
when
be
the
an
Prime
even more
Minister of
possibility.
Japan raised the prospect before entering office of Japan having its own nuclear weapons, which I
Yeah.
think is fascinating to come from the first country to be the victim of atomic warfare.
And
Yeah.
then, like with the Canadian election, you have Mark Carney openly saying, "Oh, our relationship with America as it was before is completely over. We're gonna try to assert ourselves more on the world stage." And that's something that I think most people would have taken for granted to always have been the case before January.
Mhm. And
And
I think the one part I really want to drill down on that seemed to be the just the breaking point with Trump's foreign policy, because yeah, he threatened to take over Canada, Greenland, Panama, Gaza, which horrifying. You guys might remember that whole AI clip, which with the whole Trump Gaza. Oh God. Um, but I think the real breaking point was that Zelensky meeting in the Oval Office, where, and for the thumbnail in this is actually the pic of JD Vance is actually him going, "Why haven't you apologized?" I mean, not apologize.
Why
Thank
haven't you
us.
said
Why
thank you?
why haven't you
He
said
said
thank you? And it's like
once.
he did
Mhm.
he did like 45 minutes ago. Shut the hell up. But like that moment, you saw it was like a light switch. The entire world order just disintegrated, and suddenly Europe is like, we're on our own.
And to make it even to hit the point home even further, a lot of people assume that because the US's goal, or at least the goal of American hegemony in the last 75, 80 years has been domination, that's also the goal of the Chinese. And I'm not saying that that's not what some Chinese nationalists desire in the CCP, but what I think from my reading, what a lot of authors point to who are sinologists say is that China's ultimate goal is rather to simply be this place of reverence, that all countries at least consider what China wants and perhaps give a little bow when they do it. That's ultimately what China wants. That's what Xi Jinping's dream is to be that emperor on high again. And
Bring back the
I would
heavenly
argue
mandate,
that
huh?
yeah, I would argue that we're kind of we're moving into that phase right now where countries are realizing that they can't rely on the United States, and so therefore they are going to have to defer to China quite often, not to necessarily be dominated, but just to give China what it ultimately wants. That is, well, another big thing.
That's what they were planning the entire time. They were waiting for us to lose the mandate of heaven, and it finally happened.
God, no, please no EU4 references. No.
Wait,
Um,
what references?
I've never played EU4.
Oh,
So.
okay, never mind. I thought you were making reference to EU4. I was like,
No,
no.
the mandate of heaven is a real
It's a
concept.
Ching Ming
No, I
dynasty
know,
kind
thing
of
too,
thing.
yeah.
but I had to make the reference. I will say in the point with about China, I think it's more a case of, especially with if you look at where, and this was a big part of the Biden administration too, where you look at where the Chinese government is putting their investments in other countries. And as a lot of people, as a lot of folk will refer to it as an economic colonialism. And I'm firmly in the belief that that's kind of what happens with a lot like China's foreign policy is about controlling the country through its economics. You take a country like Zimbabwe, for example. They are so indebted to China because of their infrastructure projects that the entire country's economy is based on Chinese banks and Chinese lenders. We have like essentially a Haiti situation, or I believe a Dominican Republic situation back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And that's very pervasive, especially in the developed world. And so I think it's in complement to kind of what you were saying, to where any country's policies, they have to bow to China. I think there's more than just a respect nature. It's a case of, if we don't, we're going to go bankrupt as well. And I think that's a part of the policy in the same vein.
So what is particularly interesting is with this is that it's also kind of unintentional, this entire upset like same thing kind of with like the tariff situation just destroying the economy and the world economy. Like that's another way that Trump has just handed a massive win to China, is their economy basically functions independently from the global economy. And his bumbling of the tariffs, along with his bumbling of the Zelensky meeting, although I did see that there's a new mineral deal that got signed today. But that was the 100 days ended yesterday, so doesn't count. But the upending of the world order and that from that Zelensky meeting, all this craziness with suggesting invasions and all that kind of stuff, are all massive wins to China. But they all seem to be unintentional. Trump was sitting there talking about the art of the deal and how you don't have the cards, Zelensky, and that instead of like, honestly trying to engage. And then the same thing with the tariff situation where it like they literally just said we'll do half of our what's the difference between imports and exports? What's that called? Forgetting the word.
Trade deficit.
Trade deficit. Thank you. And it's literally like the trade deficit divided by half is the tariff, and if we have a trade surplus, you're still getting hit with a 10% tariff, and if you are penguins, that too.
Sorry.
So all of this seems like it was so stupid. I can't actually think that it was intentionally trying to crash the economy. I don't think he was intentionally trying to destroy our relationship with Ukraine. I think he was just too stupid to realize what he was doing, and by bumbling through it, he's just upended the entire world order.
That's it.
Welcome back to mercantilism.
Like I knew like our fall would be dramatic. I just didn't expect for it to be this stupid. It really is kind of impressive.
Yeah, there was a super chat that was like, I remember it had a papal flag. There it is. That's just like looking from across the pond. It's been an absolutely horrifying 100 days watching the current administration erode democracy and erode the world order. The American dollar is still the basis of international trade, and yet the buying power of the American dollar has seen a significant reduction in a way that we haven't seen in the first 100 days ever.
Oh, but Trump says that's what he wants.
Oh, and don't forget,
because he wants to return manufacturing because he wants us to all work in factories.
But don't forget, they're also floating an idea of having a crypto reserve. So maybe they'll undo the power of the dollar on their own.
Or maybe they'll make the dollar foisted by crypto, like it's the gold standard.
I saw in the private chat, Will said, before I go, I should mention that the president now actually does have a massive impact on the economy, because like right before the election in November, I released a video.
We released a video.
That's right. We did that collaboration. So
yeah.
You did your presidential myths video, and then I did like a little bit deeper dive into how little a president, has control over an economy. Now, I barely mentioned tariffs in that video, and historically, Congress has had the power to enact tariffs, and that was a congressional debate throughout the entire 1800s. But in recent years, Congress has surrendered most of that authority to the president, and it just was it wasn't even like something that presidents thought about doing before 2016. And so Trump brought this idea.
The thing about the tariffs that he's implemented is that it's under the Emergency Tariff Act.
Right.
It's supposed to only be implemented for emergencies.
National
These
security
tariffs are 100% unconstitutional.
Yeah.
But like,
well,
we just don't care. But it was implemented under the assumption that we wouldn't have a president this stupid, and this authoritarian. So
well, Congress might take the power back here. It looks like there's some Republicans that might be.
And I
that's
was-
One thing I've seen them do.
And I was going to just lightly contradict in that it's not unconstitutional. It's just Congress hasn't used the provision that Matt is referring to. And until they do, it technically is constitutional. I would presume any court would find.
I can add that to my list. So that would be
was-
13 things that Congress the House can impeach him on.
It was supposed to be for emergencies. That's specifically in the language of the act.
You're right.
He has not declared an emergency to be able to implement these.
But wasn't that passed in the 70s as well?
Yeah, that's not like 1978. The way that he did it for China, for instance, was to declare an emergency in terms of So
you could say anything's an emergency. He has to go to the bathroom because he ate a lot of burritos. That's an
I mean, he could, but he hasn't declared it, so it is unconstitutional.
McDonald's.
I mean, it's the same thing with the Alien Enemies Act.
Yeah, but the Alien Enemies Act is that he has declared an emergency on that one. That Argway, as he likes to say, is that. But I want to let Matt. Matt needs to get going. And so before you go, Matt, I have 2 questions for you to answer. Answer the question. One, are we in a constitutional crisis? You could just say yes or no. But what does that mean for 100 days?
I think yes, we are, but so far the Supreme Court is doing a good job. Trump is not cooperating, so we'll see how this plays out. I do hate to as people that all of us, we study history, we like to zoom out and kind of wait till the dust settles. We don't want to be presumptive here, so I hate to say anything too definitive because part of me is just like, maybe we're being too alarmist here. Maybe Congress will come around like they're supposed to. He's shaking his head.
Maybe Susan Collins will finally be concerned and do something about it.
She'll retire before that happens.
Yeah, there's not enough leadership in Congress right now. There hasn't been enough leadership in Congress for the last 40 years. That's why we have Trump. Trump actually is a leader. We don't like to admit it, but he's a true leader in terms McCain was a leader. He stood up to Trump, but he died in 2018. Mitt Romney, all these people that stand up to Trump that are Republicans, they do it on their way out of power. So these folks in Congress,
they lose their power because of it.
Yeah, they crave power more than anything. That's all they care about. And so as long as that's all they care about, then they're just not going to do anything.
It also goes to the core of what it means to be a representative. So is the job of a representative in Congress to represent the interests of their constituents as they see it, or directly as their constituents see it? And of course, there's certain people that see a democracy as such that a representative should just listen. Perhaps they're just sitting there looking at polls or something from their district and making choices rather than making decisions about what they think is in their best interest. And layer that on top of the fact that Congress people are scared of Trump. And
I do want to, part of that question was so that Matt could get going.
No, stay, Matt.
I had no choice.
So then that comes, tentative. Seems like a constitutional crisis, but you don't want to be alarmist. What does that mean for 100 days?
I just think, like I said at the beginning of this live stream, I think the first 100 days are primarily for, it's just about setting the tone and perception. And he's set the tone as if he's going to be guiding us on a path towards authoritarianism. That's the tone. And so, or he's just going to shred up the Constitution. He's talking trash about the 5th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the First Amendment. So that matters. And so I think that I understand why so many people are freaking out right now.
But what does that mean to the larger concept of 100 days?
I don't know. It's too premature to. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very valid answer. Well, thank you for coming on. I know you need to get going. I hope everybody can stick around. Just Matt had some time constraints. almost nailed it in terms of when I could get you off. So I will thank you for coming on. Once again, if you guys don't know Matt, why don't you? His channel is linked below. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. We'll see you guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Take care, mate.
All right, sorry I had to interrupt Will, because
Oh no, I'm sorry. I also told myself I wasn't going to ramble endlessly, so I violated my own rule.
It's what we do.
yeah, it's perfectly understandable, and like this is such. I mean, we've hit on how just the barrage of nonsense. We hit a little bit of on his bigotry, but we haven't really talked too much about it, so maybe we should pivot to that. You know, I've even casually thrown out the term ethnic cleansing. But you know, his transphobia has been incredibly detrimental to the community. I know there's I have friends who are just like utterly distraught, and have seen real problems in their day-to-day lives. I have a friend who has to go south of the border quite a bit, and now he's trans, and now he might have to go in a dress. Like it's insane. The like that kind of tyranny, you know, it really reminds me of that whole, you know, first they came for the communist and I didn't stand up for the communists because I wasn't one, and yada yada yada. So in terms of Trump's bigotry, how that's affecting this 100 days, it's really come out. Before it was like, you know, he was racist, he was sexist, all that kind of stuff. You know, we all were well aware of those things, but it never really affected policy, at least in the way that it is in this first 100 days. So what is going on here?
So it feels so weird to me because, like, I grew up and live in the Bible Belt, and a lot of these attitudes that are now appearing in the Trump administration, I've been hearing constantly from a third to one half of the population in my area since I've been alive. And up through like Obama, it kind of felt like, oh, well, they're there, but they're probably going to not get into power. But now they're there. And so it's kind of this weird mixed feeling of like, oh shit, this is really, really bad. But I've been hearing this for so long that I'm also simultaneously not surprised. I'm kind of like all over the place on it. It's really weird.
Yeah, I think as someone who was not born in this country and who also works in immigration as my day job, it has been frankly startling to see the real extent to which the bigotry has gone. I think that, I don't know, like I expected things to get more difficult immigration wise after the election, but I was genuinely surprised by the amount of like concrete changes that there have been. Like just at work, the whole climate of fear, you know, like we talked to a lot of undocumented people, and it's funny because you do truly see that there is like a bit of a Trump phenomenon among Latino people, and you'll even speak to Latino people that are like, man, like I supported him because of the economy, but now I'm in trouble. You know, like even people that themselves are undocumented, which is just very interesting to see, like alignment wise. And I think that I don't know, it does feel like there is something more concrete there than there was in the first administration, right? Like you had the Muslim ban was the big thing, but that got struck down pretty quick. You know, I think.
Although I have a friend who actually died because of it, so that's.
Oh, Jesus, that's terrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but
he was supposed to come to the United States and ended up staying in Kunar, and found out in 2020 he did not make it. Yeah, that's a big downer. Sorry, but like,
Well,
that's it. That is one person. There were a lot of Afghanistan interpreters and that had that kind of problem, but it was a very small amount of people affected. There's what, 1.5 million trans people?
About 2.7, 2.8 million in the United States that are self-identified as trans.
Oh wow.
Um,
Okay.
The
Is that more than the actual military population? I think that is.
mhm. And there's I'll know I'm not going to take over the floor. I'm as a trans woman and I work
Yeah.
a lot within this stuff. I'm not going to dominate the conversation unless y'all are just like, just let the trans woman talk about this.
Seriously.
One of the biggest facets with a lot of it, and for some context with that, I live in the Pacific Northwest. I live in the city that has the highest percentage trans population in the entire world. We have about 15% of the city's population is trans of some variety, which is
15%?
yes, if not higher.
Whoa.
And it's not it's not a small city. Well, depends on your definition of city, but it's about 60,000 people live in the city. But it's become a refugee, goddamn, I can't speak.
Refuge.
It's become a refuge for it. And a lot of cities across the country have been declaring themselves kind of how we saw, I believe, during Trump's first administration. I think early in his first administration, where they said that they are sanctuary cities for undocumented immigrants. We're seeing a lot of cities proclaim themselves as sanctuary cities for trans, non-binary, genderqueer, just the larger LGBT plus community as a whole. My city, I worked on their proclamation for that. But a lot of the big things kind of going back to, I believe Andre made the point of huge issues with people crossing the border. If they are trans, like we are seeing that quite substantially too, to where you have issues to where people, especially with the implementation of the Real ID system, since that's finally going into effect.
Yep. That was referring to my friend who does research in Mexico City. And yeah, it's exactly the Real ID that's making him have trouble.
Yeah, and that's going into implementation in. Oh well, Real ID
implementation today.
Oh, was it today? I thought
today's
it was
the official date. Yeah.
Okay.
May 1st.
But with a lot of stuff when it comes to trans individuals, you now have a huge issue to where people will go to try and get the Real ID, but because they have a difference of their birth certificate compared to, say, their Social Security, not Social Security, but well, actually, no, their Social Security gender marker or any other gender markers, they're no longer able to get it for that reason. And so there's a huge restriction on domestic and international travel. You have situations to where, especially people that have to be on hormones. And for context to both the folk here and the audience, if they're not as aware, if someone does medically transition, which is taking hormones for the gender that they are trying to present or what they actually are, you have to take that for your entire life. It's not a one and done thing. Even if you get the surgeries, that doesn't matter. But there's a lot of new federal restrictions that are going into for these types of hormones, to where we're now seeing situations to where it may not be covered anymore. It may not be something that's produced in the same quantities as it was. They're really trying to tramp down on the production of it. And so we might see a huge reduction of, say, estradiol pills or patches or injections, same with testosterone in that same vein. And that's going to cause a significant heartache in that same vein.
There's a lot of people who aren't trans that are going to be heavily affected by that. I mean, there's a ton of people who need hormone therapy for, and they're cisgender.
Folk that are like they're menopausal, or men that I have had testicular cancer. I know that some of that a lot of times they will get testosterone in that same vein.
Oh, there's also all kinds of weird things where some men grow boobs. Forgetting what the term is for that, but like there's a thing where men grow boobs, and
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
and like that's actually affects a lot of men, surprisingly.
Mhm.
And they're cis, and to affirm their cisgender, they need hormonal therapy for gender affirming care. They're cis.
Gynecomastia.
There you go.
I can.
I,
I can.
And
I wanted to.
I'll put it up. A bunch of people commented it since. Yeah. Wait. Is it gynoplastia or gynecomastia? I think it's
Gynecomastia.
gynecomastia. Yeah. There you go. So that's the word there. Thank you, Protosis.
Yeah, and in that same vein, most of the stuff like there's a huge discussion about like trans medicine and that sort of thing. There's no such thing as trans medicine.
It's just medicine.
It's cis medicine. That's where a lot of it came from. To where up until probably about 10 years ago at this point, there was one source of estrogen, which was Premarin, which if you bring up that word, it's pregnant mare urine. There wasn't synthetic estrogen because a lot of cis women didn't need it. But it's been such a huge like cultural attack by the right wing in general. And it was their huge talking point. I know, especially during 2021 in like Virginia and New Jersey, the talk about oh God, what did they call it?
Describe it.
I'm trying to remember. There was a huge talking point during 2021, especially in the Virginia elections. Congress had Congress interrogated Lloyd Austin about this. That's going to drive me insane. But as people are looking at it, where there was a huge focus on the trans community, and we had the same issue with the gay community back during, I want to say, the tail end of Bush's administration, early Obama's administration, and the trans community.
Butterfield v. Hodges was 2014.
Yeah, in that same vein too. But that wasn't like the callous when the public and the right really started like pummeling gay folk, at least from what I remember.
Oh, that started in the 60s.
Exactly. Like it's
no. I mean, there was the lavender scare. I mean, that was a huge thing in the 40s and 50s.
Mm-hmm.
I was just reading a book about frickin' McCarthy. But yeah, I mean, like transphobia, homophobia, that goes way back, of course. And people try to say that like trans people are a new thing. The first famous trans woman in the United States was lauded for how pretty she was.
Blonde beauty becomes
GI bomb becomes blonde bombshell or something like that. Yeah, was the headline in like 1949 in like the New York Times or something. So like this is not a lot of people try to make this about a new thing, but it's quite old.
No, and you go. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to also point out, not just in terms of transphobia, but like there's been a lot of racism. There's been anti-veteran stuff. I mean, I'm affected by this stuff, like the freaking the largest group that is being affected by these layoffs are veterans. So Doge is attacking veterancy.
And that's because veterans are disproportionately represented in the federal government. And that's not just because of big agencies like the VA, but because when you're applying for a job in the federal government, you're asked specifically, did you serve?
Yeah.
And if you are, it's like points basically on your application.
It's DEI.
And when there's a formal RIF, when there's a formal RIF, which is the federal government speak for reduction in force, generally speaking, in a procedural RIF that's done by the book, one of the things that will be accounted for as whether you'll be laid off or not is whether you were a veteran as well. So it goes like, years served and then veteran status basically, and then other things. And so, there's a reason that if you just go and blanket fire a bunch of people, that a disproportionate amount of them are veterans.
But I want to not make this about veterans, but bigotry in general. Because like the anti-veteran stuff, it's mostly incidental. The transphobic stuff is purposeful,
right?
the racism. I mean, think how many times we've seen the word DEI just used instead of the N word.
Mhm.
And I mean, that's really when they talk about DEI, like when the crash happened over the Potomac and Trump blamed it on DEI. He meant to use the N word instead, right? And so we've seen these constant dog whistles, these this active persecution in terms of transphobia, this kind of incidental bigotry with veterans, but it all adds up. It's all bigotry. So what's going on there? Why is this so persistent in this first 100 days as compared to like his previous one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all just goes back to the idea of social backlash, right? And I'd Cypher, you've done a lot of like really fantastic work on that. You know, I just anytime that you look at the civil rights movement and the backlash that came after that with Nixon, you know, and even just today with gay rights, we had such a rapid, you know, just acceleration in what was considered normal in America, you know, and I think when you have so much progress that obviously like it happens very slowly than all at once, right? It's very similar with civil rights, what happened with gay rights. And I think that it's weird because during
there was one decision in 2014 that I mean, there was also I'm forgetting the sodomy decision.
Lawrence v. Texas.
Lawrence v. Texas, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 2007, right? So you get Lawrence v. Texas, you get Obergefell v. Hodges, all in the expanse of 7 years.
It was
kind
an
of like
03 case, by the way. Lawrence v. Texas was 03.
Was it decided in 03?
I'm double checking. Yep, it was decided
Okay.
June 26th of 03.
So that's more than a decade, but still, that's just a decade. I mean, think about the time span between desegregation of war-related industries in 1940 to the Voting Rights Act in 1965. That's a lot more than a decade, and you know, same deal where you have a sudden change, and now we look back on it like every single one of those decisions was correct, and we should have done it faster.
Yeah, and just to add there, I think like if you observe that during the first campaign, like Trump wasn't explicitly anti-gay, right? Like there's the famous picture of him with the flag that says like
Right.
LGBTs for Trump, and you
Which
look
he
at
had
it, it's
upside
really
down.
He even said he
But
didn't care about
it
the
really
bathroom issue
was.
either.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like I remember him also saying like he didn't care about the bathroom issue either.
Yeah, I mean, and
Yeah.
you look, and it's all coalitional, right? Like during 2020, and especially during the Biden administration, trans issues suddenly become like the new scare tactic, right? The new thing to drive fear over, and now it's just this kind of
Boogeyman.
signal to the base, I guess, that riles people up, and it's
What's the
I don't know.
what's the moral panic term from wow, I made an entire episode on this and I'm forgetting it. Folk devil, that's it.
Yes.
Folk devil. It's you know, trans people are the new folk devil. But we have plenty of other folk devils going on right now. I mean, DEI, wokeness, and this is an excellent transition to the final bit of this long-running ticker in the bottom, which is attacks on education and just history in general. Something we are all intimately familiar with, and see the like. I don't know about you guys, but I see those comments every day of like, haha, Trump won. You can shut up about black people now. And like, I see those comments every day, and that kind of bigotry is really changing the landscape for public history and education. So what does that mean? How has this 100 days affected public history, education, even just the understanding of what history is among the public.
It's a reversion. So there's this plaque in DC you can go see. It's close to the FDR Memorial. But it's actually a quote from Martin Luther King Jr. It says, "The arc of history is long, but it bends towards justice." And it's been like a running theme over the years for me to say, nice thought, not true at all.
Yeah.
A sine wave.
It's like, it's something to aspire to. It's wonderful if we can make it happen, right? But it doesn't always happen. And like, one of my starting points for understanding humanity is like, people, there's a capacity for badness in humans, and it's currently being brought out, and it's been brought out in the past. I mean, the sciences went through it, the turn of the 20th century with scientific race. Yeah, there's
still going through. I mean, like, that's the thing about this stuff, is that like there's never any point where, like, for instance, anti-evolution, anti-climate change, freaking flat earthers are a thing now. Like, the anti-science crowd is still here, and they're steadily weaseling their way into science. You know, you've got people like RFK Jr. who's trying to implement ways that will will force studies that will kind of slow down vaccine rollouts, or you know, suddenly he's concerned that autistic people are apparently unable to pay taxes and wants to make a list of them. My joke is, if you sign onto the list, you don't have to pay taxes. But you know, that is using science against itself, really. So that's absolutely happening here too. It's part of this whole attack on education, on science, history.
And there's
liberal
virtue
arts.
in it. Like, part of our culture is there's virtue in being an anti-intellectual. And it's not just like choosing the wrong option out of two binary choices, just to simplify things. It's about choosing the wrong option and doing so confidently, and finding virtue in being that way and being obstinate. That's something that's been
Trying to stop
celebrated.
me from talking. Meh.
Right.
And I mean, I use that all the time in terms of YouTube. I literally today I recorded a part where it's like, haha, they're demonetizing me for talking about the Order, or famous white supremacist group. And so if they demonetize this video, they support white supremacy. The thing literally has me saying womp womp is in the script. But like, you know, I understand the appeal. I use it myself. But like, there it's trying to promote history rather than deny it.
You referenced the this is going to sound irrelevant at first, but you referenced the Zelensky moment in the Oval Office. And one of the things that I noted about that was not just that the vice president, the president, and the secretary of state took the wrong position and chose to go a different way in the direction of Vladimir Putin and away from the global order, multinational order built, but rather they did so gleefully, that they relished in that destruction, and that if for no other reason, they did it just because other people thought it was the wrong thing to do. That retribution is the motif of the first 100 days. I don't think there's much else. If it had to be one word, it would just be retribution and
That's
relishing the
actually
destruction.
Yeah,
That's
that's
how
really well
Trump
said.
defined it. He actually he started his campaign in Texas with "I am your retribution," direct quote. So yeah, I think you've got some you got something there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something there about the democratization of media, and just about in the entire Trump era in general. You know, I think that the anti-credentialism and the anti-intellectualism that you see does come out of the just widening means of communication for everybody. The same platform that allows us to come on here and have this conversation today and make our, you know, like, well-researched videos about history is the same platform that also gives people the power to just say anything, right? Like, on YouTube, people aren't looking if you have a PhD in history or how many books you've read or anything, what your sources or bibliography are. They're just looking for something, right? It's entertainment. It's that constant struggle that I'm sure a lot of you guys have, is like accuracy versus entertainment, like what you're spending your time on. And I think that when you can just say whatever and have something that reaffirms what your own beliefs, that it's very tempting. And then when you feel like there's this thing that has just been deemed taboo, that's just been deemed out of acceptability, and suddenly there's a group that supports that. Now you have those people in power, right? Like there is a genuine RFK Jr. coalition in this country. Like there's a constituency for him, not coalition. Sorry, and
we got it.
but what I mean is, I guess at any moment in history where the means of communication are expanded, whether that be like the printing press or even just like TV news becoming a thing, or talk radio is a great example, right? Like Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck and all these figures. I think that we just become more just more stuck in our own little bubbles, and I think that this Trump 100 Days in particular feels like it is playing to a very specific audience, a very specific constituency there.
And if I can jump back in, or no, Aster, you first.
No, go ahead. Mine's a little bit long, so
okay.
Go for it.
I just wanted to kind of build on what Andre was saying and say it's not just about being in bubbles and the democratization and the extremification. I know it's not a verb, but I'm a little sleepy. What it actually, if you look at McLuhan's book from the 70s, The Medium is the Message, or The Medium is the Massage, as it was mistitled, or Amusing Ourselves to Death, it's that the media with which we interact actually start to determine what is reality. And so the example with television and children's educational content was that even if you create educational TV like Sesame Street, it's still at its core entertainment. And what you're teaching people is that learning can't be worthwhile unless you're being entertained. And in the same sense, our political discourse in the last decades has been absolutely trashed, not just by cable news, but by this dichotomy but by this reality that news is not something to learn about the world, but it is a cable news program in which heads clash and entertainment is done. That changes what truth is at the deepest level.
Yeah. And
you wanted to bring up epistemology at some point. Here we go.
You did so good. But I think in that same vein, to a certain degree, and especially with a lot of us being in this online content creator sphere, I think a big reason why, I think a large part of why there's such a huge amount of disinformation is partially because rage bait is what drives a lot of audience. It drives a lot of engagement, and by proxy of that, makes you more favorable in the algorithm. And that's how people make money this time around. Because beforehand it was, penny stocks or MLMs or crypto. And it's still crypto, but and especially when it comes to the social media sphere, the social media sphere in general, there are a lot of people to where that's where they get a lot of their information from. And so you have mass people that they'll just say things that are utterly wrong because they want people to engage on that. And then people are like, oh, these people on the podcast are saying something. It must be right. With us, we're obviously correct, though. But, you can trust us. But
I have books.
You have books. You have books.
They're about free speech. Whoa.
And in the advent of that, I have knife that I made. They're equivalent. But
there was a meme a while ago, and I had somebody literally get kidnapped out here, and I freaking drew a gun and went out during a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody, a friend of mine, actually clipped that, and because I was like, yeah, I just had to deal with this, and it clipped it. It said, wrote, "This is how I used to win arguments before I got my PhD."
And you know what? It worked. But in that same vein, and I think that the large part of that misinformation is because it's becoming more widespread, and there's a lot more echo chambers within the element of just kind of U.S. society in general, probably European society, though I'm not in Europe, so I can't say for certain.
I made sure that this panel was actually all Americans, because I think this was necessary to be all American.
Yeah. Or you have that one
My
Canadian that's
secret
just
plan has been successful. I thought I was Americans the whole time.
No, I'm the Brazilian that snuck in.
well, by God.
Will actually did work for the Germans. He
Oh.
worked for the Germans.
I was a registered foreign agent with the State Department as an employee of the German embassy here in Washington. So, yeah.
Well,
But-
I've got. I thought I had my Brazilian passport out here, but I don't. But I do have the Brazil poster behind me.
but
I mean, Western Hemisphere. That's
It's close
I mean,
enough.
it's close
I mean, we
enough.
basically owned Brazil anyways.
Yeah, I should have had an automatic
I-
citizenship.
I mean, you had a military dictatorship. It was just a precursor for,
I mean, from I was gonna say, from the town of Americano, just
you guys
that's a
even
whole
have
other.
Brazil even has freaking has a Confederate has a
Well-
whole like Confederate town.
You know, the
I watched the video
connection.
on that.
The connection is deep though, because I live in a very Brazilian area, and on my way home today from work, I saw a car with not one but 4 Bolsonaro bumper stickers. Two from 2018 and 2 from 2022. It's a pretty common occurrence around here.
In the U.S., really?
Yeah, I live in a pretty Brazilian area, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
you see it all the
Brazil
time.
has
That
expat voting, doesn't it?
I'm sorry.
Does Brazil have expat voting like we do here in the States?
Yes, they do. I know
Oh, they
someone who voted
Yeah.
in the last election.
Well, I voted in the last election, but I still have my citizenship and date and everything. So
But sorry, yeah, we've rambled off. Let's get the ADHD back on track.
Yes.
I'm guilty of it too. Don't
Yeah.
worry. But in that same vein with the misinformation stuff, because there is kind of that separation with a lot of interconnectivity with communities, and that kind of drive for rage bait, clickbait. I think that's kind of the biggest part of it, and it's just kind of cycling itself through. I mean, you have even further echo chambers to where, outside of just YouTube, you have you have multiple further right YouTube. You have places like Odyssey, you have places like BitChute, Rumble is the biggest one, which I remember a lot of us at one point tried to get in early to have it not turn into a right-wing hellhole, but
Matt
that didn't go
actually still
anywhere.
posts. He's not here anymore, but he still posts on Rumble.
So we can shit on him, you mean? But
no, his reception on there, it's rough.
fine.
Yeah, no, it's it. But he kind of loves just going into those spaces and being like, "I'm here. Now what?"
He's ready to rumble.
Yeah.
He's not the Christian.
Boot him.
Yeah. It has been very fun because I've gone to a lot of those right-wing sites and I've just been like, let me tell you about trans people. And they're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, sorry. I shouldn't be swearing on here.
No, no, it's fine.
Okay,
we're
good.
well past the 10-minute mark. That's when you can't swear.
That's true. But
One more, we have to be a rated R stream. Be careful.
Oh, no.
Say
I mean,
what?
I have the knife
Where-
again.
Oh,
but-
is that a raid on?
You are allowed one F-bomb in a PG-13 movie in America, and if there's more than one, it has to be a rated R movie.
a rated R. I was hearing radar.
Oh no, rated R.
But
Now, what Trump's done with radar in his first 100 days, I mean, we'll never track planes again. It's just,
But
it's crazy.
something I want to point out in terms, because we're talking about like echo chambers and how it's enabled. Echo chambers, filter bubbles is probably a better term for it, and how it's enabled Trump to be just so bombastic, especially in terms of his really anti-history stuff. His whole patriotic education and everything's DEI, Marxist, blah blah blah. Literally taking down like the Enola Gay page because it's too gay.
Attacking a exhibit here at the Portrait Gallery that's on the I'm going to butcher the name, but it's the shape of power, I think is the title, and it's about how race relations can impact or how power can impact race relations in a country, if I'm shorthanding it correctly, and that's been attacked.
That was directly attacked in an executive order.
Right. So actually, I think Matt Beat and I, funny enough, are going to be going in a few days to go see it when he's here in Washington before it's gone, for that very reason.
Nice.
The military library is removing Maya Angelou, but keeping Mein Kampf.
Mm-hmm. And so like we see this real attack on that, and like you guys seem to be going towards the well, filter bubbles have enabled this. We live in totally separate realities. But the one thing I always have to push back, and Matt would have also been really quick to point out that we are very much engaged with our people's like the opposition to history. We are very much engaged with, even though I ban bigots on this channel. That's a saying, Reckon this little guy, who happens to be cleaning himself and might be cleaning the comments section later, has a saying: bigots get banned by decree of. He's like, stop it, King Richard I. But people will say, "Oh, you're making your own echo chamber in that." It's like, well, I still have to read the comments in order to ban them. We forget about that part of moderation, is that it actually requires engagement with that which you're moderating. We're actually a lot more engaged with our opposing beliefs more than really ever. I've actually kind of moved away from the whole idea that there's such a thing as filter bubbles. We insulate ourselves against a lot of it, but it's only through engagement, which is kind of the opposite of a filter bubble. You're not supposed to even see opposing arguments.
Well, we often see the worst version of opposing arguments, and that's the difference. So, for example, one of the I don't want to say tropes, because I think we're all well informed here. But
there was one thing I wanted to...
please.
I wanted to say, through that we while you make a good point, and hold on to it for just a sec, we ultimately we choose our media landscape. We have to actively choose it. Where you go. And the he saw light, but we choose it. We put too much of the onus on technology itself rather than ourselves. This is something that I made very clear on my technological polarization episode, because far too many people want to... I mean, we kind of did this earlier, is that we just kind of blame technology for the state of things, when it's like, we chose this. We did this. These social media is society. We chose it. Does that run you over?
I don't agree. I have not come to this prepared for a full engagement with your argument, but I will try to play devil's advocate a little bit. No. I think that there is a flowing relationship between what we create and how we are. And that is to say that we both choose the technology, but at a certain point, the technology also dominates us. And I think that a lot of people have crossed that line. So I certainly at some point chose, for example, in my college years, to open reddit.com. But when out of force of habit, I opened reddit.com on like a random weekday in my 30s, it certainly doesn't feel, especially when it's on my phone, it certainly feels different than it did when it was an active decision.
Aster, are you going to be needing to go or something?
Oh, no, I was going to actually say, if we want to piss off the bigots in chat, this is my lesbian girlfriend. And that's all.
Okay.
So, yeah, look, we got to piss off the bigots.
Yeah. There's already moderators here. I know there's a couple of mods already here.
Sorry to interrupt your point, but
No. I think I made it, and in fact, you saved me from trying to finish it. It's like one of those songs where they just fade out slowly instead of actually coming up with an ending.
So you're like, oh shit, it's done.
Yeah, definitely the social media of like 10 to 15 years ago is so different compared to the social media of now. Yeah. I mean, even the difference between like what Twitter has become and like how Blue Sky is now how like Blue Sky is supposed to be the Twitter from 10 years ago, and it already feels so much different now that like you have them side by side.
And that, like, I swear half of the biggest posts on Blue Sky are just complaining about Twitter, which doesn't bode well for the platform. I mean, I definitely agree with Marquez Brownlee, who said that YouTube is the only S tier social media platform.
Well, some of the moderation and the constant changing of the site infrastructure.
But compared to everyone else.
Okay, so everyone else is F tier and YouTube is like B. That's fine.
Yeah, but if, there is an S tier, and that means by default YouTube has to be up there. There's no one else that's equivalent. And, and also, by the way, Aster, I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't worry. I saw it. I was just like, yeah.
But the real thing that I want to get at with the epistemology of social media is that the politics drives the platform more than the platform drives the politics. And we tend to forget that when we see what's happened to like Twitter under Musk and everything. When there is an active attempt to shape the politics of its users. But what do the users who choose not to comply do? They go to another platform or something along those lines, or some actively counteract that. And now I don't know if you guys can hear this. My cat is attacking a door. But that kind of shows that that this whole Trump phenomenon and what we've seen in the last 100 days was chosen. It wasn't like oh well, the platforms have made us all so extreme that we can just see this kind of craziness happen. And I want to somehow get this back on track to talking about history, about the history profession and how this 100 days has attacked that. We kind of got off into epistemology, and I don't really know how to bring it back, so just bringing it back, ripping it back. With these like orders that are saying you can't have DEI in the classroom, you can't, we will obliterate the Department of Education while mandating it to do all these different things that it's not supposed to do, or utterly gutting the National Endowment for the Humanities. Especially telling, there was a project that was that got totally defunded by just a simple letter that was documenting, that's essentially documenting the rise of an authoritarian right, and they got rid of it. So to me, that is much more indicative of this 100 days than anything else. But what do you guys think? Is it what does this attack on education, attack on history, attack on just science or liberal arts or anything, academia, intellectualism mean?
It's a chance to make sure that whatever happened in these 100 days can't be construed as incorrect. Because if you control the way that information is created, then you can control what that information is. And I would reference the work of Michel Triot, the Haitian Creole historian, who wrote about the way that the Haitian Revolution was erased.
Called Erasing History?
I wish I could recall the exact book title, but it was effectively how the power structures of the last centuries, since that 1791 revolution, were able to effectively erase it from history by simply controlling raw power itself and
silencing the past.
And if you consider that what we mentioned retribution earlier, I would also say a motif of these last 100 years is just what can raw power do, period. What can raw power do? And one of the things that these executive orders regarding history are trying to demonstrate is that raw power can also cut off the tap that creates the next counterculture or the next bit of information that will change people's minds and assure that whatever is happening right now is construed as the correct course of action when it's looked back upon.
And to go with that point too, and I would love to hear from Andre and Tiger Star on this as well, since I know that I've been kind of dominating the conversation some.
I think I have been more than anyone else.
Well, you're the host. You're supposed to.
I guess,
But I think an element with that as well, while I fully agree pretty much fully with William's point, I also do believe that part of the attack on education is because of politics. Because up until about 2012, you had a situation to where the folk that went to college, or people that had their education stopped at high school, and people that had a college education, there was, between the Democrats and Republicans, it was relatively even between the two. However, pretty much I believe ever since 2012, you started to see a gap between the college educated and the non-college educated in terms of their voting preferences. And people that are in politics, they tend to refer to them as the high propensity voters, people that are more likely to come out, while the people that don't have a college education tend to be lower propensity voters. And there's a lot more than just that in association with it. But I think a part of it is because of that split, and that split has continually grown larger and larger and larger and larger with each election cycle, not just presidential, but also midterm. I do believe that part of the attack on education is a way to attack people that no longer support the Republican Party as they once did, because whatever attempts they've done, like their attacks on abortion, primarily the hugest people that really went out against that were higher propensity voters. Not saying lower propensity didn't, but it was in a sense kind of the organized protests and the folks that are on that. It almost has a perception of folk with college education, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that really well, but
I think Kelly, I had to point out, and thank you, Kelly, for wow, that's a huge super chat. Thank you. But kind of on a similar vein, the irony of the last 50 years in regards to the Republican project is that there is no longer room for principled conservatism. The William F. Buckley, I don't know who Kirks is referring to, are all gone. Those who remain are part of a cult of personality surrounding Trump. You have this denial of reality, and in order to do so, you kind of have to attack history. That's a cult of personality when it forms, is ultimately going to have to slough off those parts of history that don't help them. I've seen a lot of memes where it's basically putting, I'm forgetting the name of his press secretary right now, but it's her face and her talking, but it's on that North Korean lady talking about dear leader, and then they put Trump on Kim Jong-un's face and everything. But it's that same kind of history denial. You have to create this kind of cult of in order to create this cult of personality, you have to slough off all the parts of history that are inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating, right? Because I thought the point that Astor brought up about the education polarization was a really interesting one. But I found that, in speaking to conservative people that I know, I found that some people will say the left are the ones that are really anti-history. They're the ones that are trying to disregard, disregard the past of this country. And I know Cypher's done a lot of videos about that. But I think that it does get back to that idea of just having your own version of American history, I guess, your own narrative for the way that this country's gone. Like my last video was about American imperialism, and I got people from both sides of the aisle in my comments, someone being like, America's always been an imperial project, and that's why the founders did it. And then people also being like, what are you talking about? America's the greatest country in the world. You know, like you get both sides of it in that way. And I think that
it can be both.
but I think so much of what happens today is you know, like obviously during 2020 you had so many conversations about CRT and like 1619 Project and trying to sort of reckon with history in that way. And I think that did kind of bring up the topic of woke education in a way that it hadn't been previously. And today it's just gotten kind of like very, very ridiculous, the extent to which it's gone, you know, like
Christopher Rufo is the one who started that, and with critical race theory and everything. And you know, horrible thing, but also kind of politically brilliant if you think about it. He managed to stoke a culture war that's been brewing, that's been going on since the 1980s. I've done an episode on this, of course, but this you know, anti-woke, anti-DEI, anti-CRT stuff filtered down to the grassroots level so effectively in a way that we didn't see when like the 1619 Project came out, or you know, to really date it to like the national standards in 1994. Like, you know, that was a debate between some UCLA professors and some congressmen and Lynn Cheney, and that was about it. Everybody else just kind of went like, what's history? I don't know, let the experts speak. And you know, but like now it's like they're making our kids anti-white or whatever. And by making it into this moral panic that actually somehow doesn't burn itself out, we haven't seen that before, right?
I think what certainly has helped this like really take off is how across my lifetime, how college has become very, I don't know if like elite is the right word, but the perception of elite, especially as it becomes less and less affordable over time. And like when it comes to Gen Z people, like for context, I'm 28, so I'm either the last of the millennials or the first of Gen Z, depending on who you ask. But people that are like past 1 or 2 years younger than me, even across the political spectrum, all now view college as like completely useless unless you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer. So they just don't even have an invested interest into it, because they're like, well, this institution that my whole life I was told was the make it or break it moment of my life, I can't obtain, and it's not even helping me in the job market anyway. And so who cares?
To go off of both Tiger Star's point as well as Cypher's point, I'll actually go off of yours first. When specifically in regards to, and the CRT was what I was thinking of back during the 2021 election and what Lloyd Austin was interviewed of. I couldn't remember the name of it, so thank you, Andre, for saying that. I was like, that's what it is. The anti-CRT stuff, which really started, and it did have a huge effect on the local level, but it was very much it was a very hot fire in that same vein. I work a lot in national politics, and specifically on down ballot elections. So I'm not saying that it's completely been destroyed, but the big name that you just don't hear anymore, you don't hear the term CRT anymore. You really didn't even hear it during the 22 midterms.
Moved on to DEI and woke.
Yeah, they moved on DEI and woke. But groups like Moms for Liberty have been absolutely gutted. They had huge electoral success in 21 and less so in 22, but all across the country now, they were decimated in 23, even more so, well, a little less so in 24, but their elections so far in 25 have just been utter washouts. to where they're almost defunct at this point in terms of their electoral success.
That's good news.
It is very good news, but I just wanted to be like, technically correct that it hasn't really burnt out, but I think it's just they're constantly changing the narrative, and so the previous narrative has died off, and they're kind of getting like more people on top of the things. But even the anti-woke stuff, like that hasn't really been a big thing in terms of politics that I've seen as much, not said as such. The DEI, yes, and I'm separating these into their own specific things. The DEI has been talked a lot more about, but specifically being like this thing is woke, I haven't seen as much in terms of political speech. Online speech, yes.
We've
Political
seen it in
speech,
executive orders multiple times where he's used the word woke.
Well, yeah, like executive order. I'm saying more in terms of the wider like political language. And I could be mistaken on this. Like I'm not as in tune on it. But just in my experience, I haven't seen it as much. So it may not be like DEI may be more of the prevailing thing that gets discussed going on forward. The what was the other point that I was going to bring on? Damn it, ADHD. It failed me yet. It succeeded with me. It's done something with me again. With the Tiger Star's comment about college and the view on that. And granted, it's you and I are roughly the same age. I'm turning 28 in 17 days. I think the prevailing thought of it too, and I'm not certain exactly what was that? Sorry.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. I think a large part of it has just been kind of a shift between just like people that are around our age to where it's gone from college is such a huge thing. And I'm not certain really what caused the huge shift in it. It might have been in connection with like social media. It could have been, I think part of it, especially post 2016 when Trump was first inaugurated, that woke up so many people across the country to get involved and pay attention to politics. And I wouldn't be surprised if a large section of that, because the people that would have just turned 18 during when Trump got elected, college would have been on the table for them. And so if they started paying attention more to the politics, then they would have been like, oh, well, college is actually not necessarily the greatest thing. Or it's really expensive, or here are all the issues with it. This is how it's being attacked. The student loan issues that come from it as well. I wonder if that's part of the connection as to why college has been almost demonized by younger generations, is because of the political awareness that otherwise people weren't as forthcoming or they could really see. What do y'all think about that?
Well, I especially remember around that time of around the same time of like the Trump campaign, about how you had all the debates about like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk et al. Speaking on college campuses and whether they should like be banned or boycotted or whatever. And I think if you were already in like going to college and in that world, it would be a lot easier for you to see the nuance of, oh, those are just some active college students. That's not how college works, yada, yada, yada. But to someone who is kind of outside the whole thing and sees it as this like unaffordable, unobtainable, unhelpful thing, they're more likely to be like, screw you guys.
Well, I think to really hit on the whole unaffordable part, because being a college professor, I'm very aware of dwindling class sizes in that. And really, we have a lot of statistics on this. It is not really about politics whatsoever. I mean, like economic politics, yeah. But it's not really about like the politics of whether or not speakers are coming to school or what, none of that. It's not about anti-intellectualism or any of that. It is the value of a degree is getting whittled away with every hike in tuition, with every part of our economy stagnating in terms of wages, to the point that, yeah, to be like middle management, you need a college degree. Yeah, But it doesn't matter what that degree is. It doesn't matter if you go to Harvard or if you go to your college, your community college, as long as you've got something to show that you're more than the other people working beside you in McDonald's or whatever, and now you can work your way up the corporate ladder. That's the real value of a degree nowadays, which tells you a lot less about the politics of the university and anti-intellectualism and all that, and more to do with how screwed up our economy is, how much wages have stagnated, how much our entire society has been destroyed, been gutted from within by neoliberalism. It always really does come down to neoliberalism in terms of how everything got here. I've heard a lot of people say, like culture is upstream from politics is downstream from culture. Well, economics is upstream of all of that. It is the font.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah, to quote Clinton's campaign, who was also a neoliberal.
Speaking of neoliberalism,
but like, something that Trump has been doing has actually been upturning the neoliberal order, and that's part of his appeal. Is all these tariffs? That's very anti-neoliberal. These he wants to he does want to deregulate. He does want to privatize. Those are the main things. He wants to do austerity measures, but when it comes to international politics, he is as anti-neoliberal as it gets. So,
and on cultural issues, there's not a hint of it, because it's about the new right is one in that way, and that conservatism now is about imposing views and imposing a lifestyle, like having many children, or imposing a view of history. It's no longer about taking a hands-off approach and hoping that the market will somehow lead us to a ever-growing population, etc.
I did want to add on the college point, just because I'm 23 years old. I graduated from college less than 2 years ago, so I actually did experience a lot of this stuff firsthand very recently. And I even had some classes whose names had to be changed because of the DeSantis laws here in Florida, which was very interesting to see. But I think that a lot of
applied for a job, had a job interview that it was kind of made plain that I wasn't going to get the job because of this channel, because I'd become a target of DeSantis.
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm. It was a tenure track job too. I won't say which university, but it was.
Oh, you should tell me after the fact.
I can put it in private chat.
But I did experience that a lot of people that I went to school with did not know really why they were in college. Right? Like, they did not really go to college because they had something that they wanted to study. A lot of people went to college because it was a thing to do. And there's a lot of people that did go to college with a specific career path in mind that are unable to find jobs. Like, I struggled to find a job myself after I graduated. But I do think that there is a bit of that argument there of the people that should go to college versus should go to trade school, right? Which is something that's brought up by the right a lot. But I do think there is a genuine conversation to be had there that some people do just go to college because it is the thing to do, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm having trouble finding a job, especially right now, because I'm a temporary adjunct. That means my contract renews every semester. I don't think I'm getting any classes next semester, and if you're looking at academic jobs, everything just stopped being posted in February. There's no new academic jobs besides visiting professors. It's bad. It's a bloodbath. And by the way, I wanted to point out Sony 360. I actually that is a university I applied to and had an interview with. But the this attack on education is directly affecting my ability to get a job. Hell, I was looking at becoming a high school history teacher because my old school district now pays more than $100K for people with PhDs. Yeah, right. Yeah, so I was like, all right, I can be a history teacher. That's fine. And then
Honestly, that sounds like a dream. Over like, well, I mean, I know 100K isn't what it used to be, but still, like a fair wage
I
to
mean,
actually teach would be
yeah,
amazing.
it's a
What could
great
anyone else
wage,
hope for?
but like it's also being a high school history teacher. you know,
Yeah.
um, I remember reading a book for my attacks on education thing that was literally called "Teaching is the most embattled career outside the military." And I agree. And part of that is they had a budget shortfall. It's not exactly Trump's fault, but also all this stuff with the education department hasn't helped. So I've basically lost jobs because of this nonsense. I've lost work.
And sorry, continue if
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
Oh, and granted, it's not me specifically, but my partner actually. She just to continue on with that to show how there's also a wider impact, especially in the teaching market. My nesting partner, she was a teacher in Phoenix, specifically in Sunnyside, Phoenix, in that suburb project. But she could, when she came out as trans, and this was prior to Trump's not prior to Trump's administration, but the tail end of Trump's first administration, they wouldn't hire her back because she was trans now. And it was a whole host of other reasons in that same vein, but even coming up here to where it's very trans friendly, in that same vein, there has been a lot of discussion within a lot of the school systems here to where they have been going like, yes, we are in desperate need of like special education teachers or substitute teachers, but we cannot hire trans teachers because we're afraid that if we hire you, we're going to lose federal funding of any kind. We're going to lose byproduct state funding because of you could probably DEI programs or just a situation of like it's such a hot topic issue, and that pertains not only to just trans individuals, but I'd imagine also Black individuals, immigrant individuals, people of anyone that's not white are probably being affected in much the same way because of the uncertainty from the very top. And talking about the
And politically
dissemination,
inconvenient individuals such as myself.
yeah,
We're seeing that right now with how like Harvard and Columbia have responded to some of the strong arming against all this stuff, as well as like pro-Palestinian protests and things like that.
And that was actually a really good comment that I wanted to bring up. Please discuss the First Amendment has been discarded to target Palestinian protesters. I mean, we had our own encampment here at UNM, the University of New Mexico. And I do realize we don't have a lot of time to discuss all this. I will remain on to cover all the different super chats, but I wanted to bring it up only to transition away from it. We will talk about that later, but I know Will's needing to get going soon. So there's two more tickers I wanted to get to. We can come back to this because I'm very passionate about it, and I think we need to discuss it more. What is happening?
First Amendment is also like fundamental. Like if we're talking about fundamental things in the first 100 days, like that's it, baby. Bingo.
The attacks on like history is how we remember the past, right? It is the story of us. I love saying that. History is the story of us. When you start censoring it, when you start denouncing anyone for being too woke and DEI hires and all that kind of stuff, and curtail any funding or even entire departments that help make that, you are trying to control our collective memory. And that is the scariest thing of all for me of this 100 days. But to try to get it towards the end, I'm trying to think of a way to transition, and I'm failing.
It's one thing among many that might constitute a constitutional crisis.
There we go. Thanks. Perfect.
Constitutional crisis is the word.
Perfect. Perfect transition. Thank you. Are we in a constitutional crisis? Have we? There's been quite a bit of discussion in the comments and also a couple of super chats about is this fascism and that? And I agree. I think it is. Actually, this comment doesn't. Kind of. I think this is semi-ironic, actually.
I mean, the tariffs are, well, okay, I can't say they're planned, but something.
But
it was the start of a concept of a plan for the tariffs.
Guys, there was a whole Project 2025 about it.
Oh, but Trump never heard of that. So are we in a constitutional crisis? And what is a constitutional crisis? Especially Will and Andre, I think, are going to be the best to answer this.
I would say that we are either there or on the precipice of one. It depends on whether you think the constitutional crisis starts when the president defies the Constitution, or when another part of the government tries to punish him for it, and then actually leads to actual conflict. Because we're already at the point where he's arresting judges, so that is definitely borderline, if not already there.
And justifying it too. With my favorite thing on that was on Twitter trending with that was like, no one's above the law, literally in the next century, except Trump. But especially for those who study presidents and the political science stuff, what constitutes a constitutional crisis? Constitutes. Poor choice of words. You get the question.
Amendments?
The answer is that I think we're in a constitutional coding, which is to say that the constitutional order is currently being rewritten. And the only reason it would be a crisis is if there's an inflection point. For example, the Supreme Court will have lots of decisions to make. One of the things we opened with was birthright citizenship. That's something he's likely to lose on in the Supreme Court. It's already been delayed. But perhaps the merits of the USAID case have yet to be determined. The Supreme Court will also probably weigh in on the Obrego-Garcia issues if it continues to escalate, especially if there's a contempt of court that's held by that district judge. Those might be crises, and I think that that's the main thing. Is a crisis probably necessitates like a point in time, and as Emperor Tiger Star pointed out, it involves a clash. That's sorry, it's getting a little late, but what I started with when we started going here a couple hours ago was that the constitutional order is being rewritten. So the relationship between the president and Congress is shifted. The president between the president and the judiciary has shifted. And within the executive branch, the dynamics between independent agencies and independent actors, like the firing of the the inspectors general or the National Labor Relations Board chair, all of these things are shifting those relationships. And so the constitutional order is shifting. To the second question, is it fascism? I have a relatively looser definition of fascism. For example, I've dug quite a bit into the history of the Spanish Civil War, and there's legitimate arguments that Francisco Franco was often you'll see him portrayed as a nationalist, and
he was a phalangist.
A phalangist. People are hesitant.
Very different.
People are hesitant to use the word fascist, and I think it's because they think that if you use that word, that like it's like this buzzword that everyone will then tune in and say, this must be bad then. And that's just not the case. Fascism was extremely popular in the early 20th centuries, and it's becoming popular again. It never went away. This is fascism. That's fine to say. It's just a descriptive word. So constitutional crisis, no. Constitutional coding, yes. Fascism, yes.
I mean, we could just say tyrannical. The word is there.
I agree with most of what Will said there, but I think I would classify it as a constitutional crisis because I think by our modern standards, any of the numerous things that Trump has done, if it had been done by any other president, would have been like the defining thing of their presidency, right? Like the complete like disregarding of habeas corpus, of due process, of just like arresting a judge, ignoring Supreme Court orders. Those are things that are very serious, and we're just not. We don't have enough time to discuss everything with the depth that it deserves. They really are flooding the zone.
Discussing for, I mean, the first like 45 minutes was just about previous 100 days, but like since the first 45 minutes, we've been nothing but that.
The question, but just to push back a little bit to make it interesting, and I'll keep this short: is it a crisis if it just blows over and nobody does anything? Because I agree with you, it all should be a crisis, but it ain't. Everybody's just rolling over.
Okay, I still think it is a crisis because so far it hasn't gotten to a boiling point because Congress is in Republican control, right? Like if Congress was under Democratic control, there would be impeachment articles drafted up already, probably. Like I think Denadair from Michigan started trying this week or something, and I think that so there hasn't been a strong enough challenge yet, maybe to warrant the kind of image that we conjure in our minds when we think of conscious, right? Like of a constitutional crisis, like Andrew Jackson, he's made his ruling, now let him enforce it, right? I think that, it's really interesting actually, because it gets back to the idea of the president doing something, right? Of the president taking action. You'll see people on social media being like, "Oh yeah, well this is just what a president has to do to get it done. If we give everybody due process, then we're never going to deport all the immigrants that need to be deported. You know, he's pushing back on the deep state. This is his mandate. You know, we elected him for this. The American people chose." And I think that gets back to the root of the 100 days, right? Is that kind of grace period where you let a president pursue their political project. But clearly, this one is something different, right? And I think that to the extent, I really like the point that you made about fascism, actually. Of like, no, fascism was very politically popular. Fascism isn't this thing that's going to be universally condemned by everybody when it comes around. It's something it's a political movement like any other. It has legs. And I think that that's a really helpful framing for how we think about it. And I don't know, just to emphasize the point one more time, that I think just because we haven't gotten around to the culmination of the crisis yet, to what it looks like when there is a stronger opposition party, I don't think that necessarily means we're not in the crisis yet. But I do appreciate the coding framing, because I do think that it speaks to a change in American politics, right? Like when the executive branch gets more powerful, the power rarely reverts back, you know.
So, Astrid, I kind of remained silent that entire time. Do you want to add something before I shifted again?
Oh, I mean, that's dangerous. Give me an open mic like that, but. In the same capacity with that, and I agree with both William and Andre. I do think that a big part of it as to whether or not it's a constitutional crisis, I think it is a little bit too early to determine that. And the big reason, in my view and my understanding of a lot of history, especially within fascist governments, first of all, who in the nine hells said that Franco wasn't a fascist? Like, I thought that was just common knowledge.
That's actually a huge argument within Spanish scholarship.
It's legitimate historiography too. It's not a joke. There's legitimate arguments there. I think they're wrong, but they're not insincere.
They also try.
See, phalangism is the third way of fascism. It takes the best ideas from it, but without all the silly nonsense about racial politics.
What I think I've seen as the consensus is basically, it absolutely was fascism all the way through World War II, and then, like, he tried to become much less of a fascist and just kind of a European dictator.
Yeah,
is kind of the consensus position.
That's wild to me. But in the same vein, I think kind of like the point that that I brought up earlier, I do think that we'll get to the constitutional crisis point when actually, before I get to that, the other point that I want to bring up with that, within fascist governments, the biggest thing that kept them in power and made them popular was the fact that they were popular with the public. Now, and I'm not one of the people that's like the public ultimately rules everything, but that is a big indicator in that sort of thing. And unlike other countries in Europe, the United States does have so many additional checks and balances compared to a country like Germany or Spain, though Spain doesn't count, they had a civil war over it, or other countries that had fascist governments in that same vein. There's a significant amount more checks and balances in that. And I think we'll get to the constitutional crisis when Trump becomes, because I firmly believe that he will become unpopular enough to where Republicans in Congress, assuming Democrats don't just take over in the midterms, I think the crisis will come to when it's a competition between Congress and the party and Trump. I think that's when we'll ultimately see the pinnacle in the end.
So that is a perfect transition to the second part of this question, which is protests, or I probably should have worded this, and opposition. Stronger or weaker than his first 100 days? Because I remember, like, how much do you guys remember the whole, like, is this him being presidential? You know, the kind of tut presidents don't do that. It's like, or his first. I remember his first State of the Union where it was like, oh, I think he's actually trying to be presidential.
As soon as he fired the missiles into Syria, I knew that on that day, Donald Trump became president of the United States. Unironically said on CNN.
Wait, that's an actual quote?
That was an actual quote, because he was finally doing something that normal presidents do: fire a missile into the Middle East.
Military industrial complex. That's it.
Why do we
There was even
consider CNN to be this like left lead? Like, it is so centrist. Anyways, but as like, there was this hope that he would be presidential, but there was this immense backlash in the first term, and personally, I don't see it this time. There isn't, the fact that the continuing resolution didn't get filibustered was kind of like the point where I was like, oh, they're just capitulating. Like, this is Munich, freaking, we got peace in our time right now. And that's what we're seeing.
I think it doesn't help that people are also both more afraid than before, because a lot of people thought he would like maybe be arrested or disqualified from running after January 6th. And he got away with it. And now he's got more yes men in power. So there's fewer checks in the way. And people are just tired. They're just exhausted.
I remember during January 6th, I tweeted out, it seems like 1922 Roman fashion is in this year or something like that, right? And then by the end of the day, I quote tweeted it, and this seems to be my most prescient tweet of that. I was all over, and I said, "Oh, looks like it was like Munich a year later. What does that mean for the next decade?"
Hey, I called it a putsch on that stream.
But I made that direct comparison and said, what does that mean for the next decade?
To your point, to your point, this is where I can take a stronger position, which is to say that in the last section, I said it's maybe not a constitutional crisis because where's the inflection point? And on this particular case, when it comes to Donald Trump and his second term, I do think we can legitimately ask the question that is actually one that is more concerning than whether or not we're in a constitutional crisis, and that is whether we are about to witness the suspension or death of our democratic republic. Particularly with the flirtation of the third term, I realize that we have had a president that did more than 2 terms, but that's not the point.
It was a different time.
It was It legitimately was
Constitution,
during one of the largest conflict in human history. And
it
I'm not
was
saying
unconstitutional.
it was a tradition, it wasn't unconstitutional. The point being that if somehow that is carried through, then we are in at a minimum in a suspension until the death of the prince, so to speak. And on that note, the opposition is clearly weaker than the last time. And actually, despite the terrible polling numbers that Donald Trump is currently suffering, we've heard a lot about them, and media has spent. When I was in graduate school, a scientific poll cost about $100,000 with a representative sample and phones. I assume nowadays it's probably more like 150, given how hard it is to do telephone polls and gets harder every day.
And
inflation.
Polling the same. They have for instance, what is it's a regular name. I'm forgetting it.
Are you thinking Gallup?
Gallup, thank you. They poll the same people over and over again. Like they have like a contract with when it comes to approval numbers. There's something like 150,000 people or 200,000 people that are on contract to give their daily yes or no.
Yeah. So and the industry is different. There's also online polling, which is a lot cheaper to conduct, but which runs into problems of being representative. Anyway, the polls in general show that there's only so what I was talking to one of my buddies before this call, and he told me that while the president is unpopular, he's still polling higher than the Democrats as far as who could actually govern, which I think says a lot. So
yeah, a bunch of people were saying that in the chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were like, "Why aren't you talking about how bad the Dems are polling?"
That goes back to the question of effectiveness, right?
Yeah, and it is a whataboutism with a kernel of truth, I suppose, in this instance, which is to say that the opposition is feckless and pathetic, and I mentioned it when I was with Matt in March that the smart money for opposition to the Trump phenomenon is not as it once was, to appeal to a moderation and to appeal to our better angels, as the cable news historian John Meacham always says. It is instead to think about what will we do. And this is not because I think this is good. I just think this is where it's going. The question will be, what will we do with these powers when it is in different hands? And can we get another free or fair election to ensure that power does change hands?
Yeah, it's not like it's a good thing we don't have any precedent for him trying to stay in power before, right?
Right.
With the permanent emergency as well, the fact that we're in this permanent emergency, everything's an emergency, an economic emergency, an immigration emergency. The idea that an emergency might emerge in 4 years to justify a third term is not far-fetched.
Yeah, and the tariffs thing, it's that's literally supposed to only happen under a declared emergency, and he just did it to literally all countries. In effect, he declared an emergency, a global emergency, about nothing.
Right. Equatorial Guinea was a threat to the national security of the United States.
Esther had something to say.
Oh, and people massively disagree with me on this, and that's fine. But when discussing about having there be a lot less opposition this time around, I actually firmly disagree. And a big part of where I disagree with that is when it comes to looking at what's going on in regards to special elections and more local elections that have happened since then. Because the first, the biggest election that we had during Trump's first term, the one that got a whole host of national attention was the congressional special election for John Ossoff in Georgia's 6th congressional district. And we didn't see a huge amount of swings on there. The first big indicator of public resentment and shifting of the overall public shift in terms of voting patterns and enthusiasm in that sense wasn't until, I believe, South Carolina's 5th special congressional district special election, which was, I want to say, in June or July of 2017. However, now we are seeing that as soon as Trump was in office, we're seeing massive swings on the special election spectrum. We're seeing huge swings no matter where you are. Some states are more prevalent than others. Iowa was a huge one. We saw huge shifts in regards to Florida, and a whole host of other elections in that sense. So in that sense, I say that the opposition is significantly stronger, because also what was happening in Congress during Trump's first term, well, Republicans were in control, and they were primarily focusing on the Jobs and Tax Cut Act and the Medicare Repeal Act, which nobody was talking about Democratic opposition at that point, from what I remember, and I could be misremembering. So Congress wasn't really even looked at all that terribly much in comparison. And we have a lot more people that, of course, are paying attention. And the protests in general that are happening are a bit more organized compared to 2017, especially. They're a lot more organized. They're a lot larger in scale, I believe. Not necessarily in terms of like one singular mass protest, but continual protests.
Right. There was one today. In fact, I would have gone, but it happened to be an hour before this. So
yeah. And I think that's a big part of it as well. And sure, people can give shit about the Democrats or I should more say the opposition in Congress. And you can disagree on, I'm firmly somebody to where like, it sucks that what Schumer did in regards to the continuing resolution, but I hate to say it, but I think he was ultimately right. Not so much his reasoning, but had the government shut down, then we would have had this whole tariff nonsense. People, including independents and probably more Democrats as well, the Republicans would have said it's Democrats' faults anyway, but independents and Democrats would have been like, it's the Democrats' fault because they shut down the government. Instead of having this be focused specifically on Trump and his tariff nonsense, his bad economic policies, on things in that front. Though I know most people disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But I do think that there's a lot more organized and proper community level opposition. It's just, unless you're immediately in it and kind of in tune with it, you don't necessarily see it. Or if you're looking at Congress, it's like you may not so much see it, but it's a lot more of I think people are seeking instant gratification when it comes to a response, and instant gratification is never going to work because that's just not how things in this level work. You have to have a buildup. You have to have so many other parts that are with it. A lot of local like political organizations have restarted once Trump got into office that had disbanded when Biden got into office, and all of that's starting to rebuild, come back together, and there's a lot more elements in that as well. But it's like, unless you see it or look for it, you don't see that's happening.
Well, that's awfully hopeful. I don't exactly feel it, especially when you just look at, like, I remember I only haphazardly joined the women's protests in 2017. Literally, a friend just called me and was like, "Hey, we're marching past your place." It was like, I walk out on the balcony, like, "Oh, all right, I'll join." And ended up being like a torrential rain that San Luis Obispo did not get at that point in the year. And everybody was perfectly happy to get drenched. I just don't see that here. I don't see that same kind of thing, and I'm deeply disappointed by it. But that it's more organized. That's an interesting point, and I hope that bodes well for the future. I know a lot of you want to get going, so let's wrap this up by returning to the same question we started with. But considering now that we have a second 100 days for the first time, yes, Grover Cleveland exists, but the whole concept of 100 days did not exist then. Now that we have a second 100 days, what is 100 days and why do they matter?
3 months and a week.
I still say that's the barometer of how things are going and kind of trying to push their biggest things forward as soon as they can. Post that, it's going to get quagmired.
Yeah, I think it is an opportunity to spend your political capital, right? To have the American people see you as a president of action, as someone who is actually delivering on their campaign promises until they stop paying attention after a couple months. And this 100 days might have been eventful enough that the attention might stay there. I know it certainly did during the first administration. So I guess that's going to be interesting to pay attention to.
The first 100 days are a metric by which we will continually return every 4 years. Will probably, if trends continue, become ever more consequential.
So, like, even when we have a second-term president that's sequential, we would actually talk about 100 days for that as well?
I happen to recall the hot mic moment between Obama and Vladimir Putin when he said, just wait till my second 100 days. He didn't use that phrasing. He said, wait till my second term and we can work something out. Yeah, I think the desire to demonstrate to those that elected the president, and because the president is becoming an ever more democratic institution, yeah, I think we will see these 100-day markers become never ending.
Considering the last 100 days, that I only have so many years of my life, and I spent too many of them this year.
That phrase, the last 100 days, could be interpreted a very different way.
Very true.
Knock, knock, it's the Buko o'clock.
I just can't believe George Lucas predicted it. He was right about the trade war. He was right about the endless emergency powers, democracy dying with thunderous applause, depending on which audience we're talking about. I mean,
yeah,
man.
It's a perfect time for the Revenge of the Sith re-release.
The Republic is being organized into maybe not the first American empire, but one of them.
First American dictatorship.
It's a bold move to start off your trilogy with a bunch of tariff discussions on a station.
But
it's relevant, is it not?
It is surprising how much of original trilogy, absolutely great, but like the prequels had this like inkling of a grand story that we just don't see in cinema, and that so much of it is relevant to the current stakes.
So, not even gonna lie, like I watched Revenge of the Sith in theaters yesterday for like the 20th anniversary of the movie, and just the part where like Obi-Wan is like, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. Well, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. I'm like, oh my god, they even captured the dialogue. This is literally our discourse right now.
Yeah,
that might have been the first compliment.
I gotta watch this again now.
Dialogue.
I know.
The dialogue is the only person who delivers dialogue well is Obi-Wan. Everyone else kind of sucks at it.
Right.
I'd give it to Palpatine too. It's a Palpatine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, it's harder for me to defend the Phantom Menace and the Clone Wars, but for Revenge of the Sith, remember, it's a space opera. Operas are supposed to be over the top and make no sense. Kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit, kill the wabbit. Like it's.
Yeah, it's also got the best
lightsaber
for
that.
Oh my god, I hate sand too. It's so prescient. Sand does get everywhere.
Yeah. Valorum was Biden.
Well, that was from episode 2.
Yeah.
But get back on topic.
Actually,
although it's funny, the comments are like are totally into this discussion. But because I know you got several of you want to get going. We talk about it, the 100 days being a barometer, 100 days being kind of like a special point where we basically just kind of let them cook, and and see what happens. But this is our second 100 days. Like we've never even been able to discuss this before. You know, once again, Grover Cleveland exists, but 100 days was not a concept yet. What does all of this, the Trump second 100 days, mean? Because to me, it seems like suddenly he realized how much of a clown show the first term was, and he got his game together. And suddenly, you know, you don't have a bunch of idiots just marching from a beer hall and hoping that they can take over Munich. Now they're operating the levers of power and getting frickin' not Heisenberg. Oh man.
You talking about the president of Germany?
Yeah. What's his name?
Schultz?
I want to say Hindenburg, but that's a friggin'
Hindenburg. Yeah, Hindenburg.
Oh, yeah.
And getting Hindenburg to, you know, offer the chancellorship.
Elon Musk is Hugenberg.
You know, like they now know how to operate the levers of power. And so we've seen for the first time we have a second 100 days. And while it's marked by incompetence, that incompetence seems purposeful.
I mean, I think it's retribution sums it up perfectly, right? It's the disorganization of the first term, the feeling like he was being held back by these establishment Republican figures. Now he had 4 years off. He's tanned, rested, and ready. There's, you know, the 4 years of planning, 4 years to really become the Republican establishment, right? Like that's the big difference there is the 2016 or 2017 rather, the Republican establishment is still a sort of bulwark there. It's there to restrain Trump. And today he is the Republican establishment. He's got it all lined up behind him, and they had the time to put together a whole project, a whole list of policies, and a whole agenda that they wanted to pursue. And I think that's the main difference here. They came into 2024 with intent, with a vengeance, and even if some things are still disorganized, it seems like a more purposeful, I guess, amalgamation of just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks and confusing us and taking up our time and having all these debates about what's constitutional and what's not. Because it all just makes it seem like the media is making everything that Trump does sound like the worst thing in the world, when the reality is he's doing a lot of bad stuff. You know, it's just, you make it exhausting, I guess, is the best way to put it. It's just a sort of mental tax on everybody.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else before we wrap it up? And I agree. It very much does seem, you know, there's that whole flooding the zone from Steve Bannon that you brought up earlier. And you know, Trump himself said, "I am your retribution." You know, so for those who want to, I know most of you guys are ready to leave. I have to hit some of these super chats that we didn't manage to answer enough. So I'm going to stick around for that. If anybody wants to stick around for that, you're welcome to. But this is a great place to jump off. So as you all jump off, just
good
say,
night, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. First, and first of all, links to everyone's channels below. If you're not subscribed, go subscribe to their channels. Check out their stuff. As you, I was gonna say, as you leave, summarize your feelings of this first 100 days in one word, and then hop out.
Well, I guess I kind of did it already, but retribution.
Oh, I'm sticking around. You're stuck with me.
Okay,
You're screwed.
Sweet. No, that's great.
Yeah. I will say, give me like a minute or two, and I'll be right back. So
Okay. Well, I want to hit this. I think the first one I want to hit is that Israel one, because I find this. No, that is not the right button. uh, where is it? There it is. So Michael Olaf says, please discuss how the First Amendment has been discarded to target Palestinian protesters. Being a university professor, I am particularly disgusted by this due to the fact that, this is silencing my own students, right? They have a right to speak. They have a right to protest. Now, I will say, there were some protests that went well beyond what can be considered First Amendment territory. For instance, here at the University of New Mexico, we had the student union building, the sub, a group of protesters who had been camping out on the quad, not the quad, Dexter Lawn. No, that's Cal Poly. What is it called? Anyway, they'd been camping out, and they went into the sub when it was closed, and basically staged a protest inside when cleaning staff were supposed to be doing cleanings, and then proceeded to start throwing chairs and stuff when security staff showed up. They even broke a couple of windows. Not okay. Fine. That's when you can say, this group of people get removed from the sub. It's not that hard. You don't have to demonize the entire freaking protest for what amounted to like 50 people. Come on. A couple of which weren't even students. They were freaking homeless people who just happened to be there. So when it comes to like the various protesters, especially ones who have like had their visas rejected, and even ones threatened with deportation, who have like kids here, this is abhorrent. They have a right to speak. If they were engaged in, if they were here at UNM, they were one of the people who broke the windows, then yeah, their ability to be on campus should be revoked. That's not what these people did. They simply spoke out against Israel's genocide in Palestine, in Gaza. And this president has openly talked about removing all Palestinians from I'm gonna change it to this since Aster just came back.
Hello.
Right as I was changing it. Mm-hmm. So I'm getting very passionate about this topic, but maybe I should calm down a little bit because it's wrong. It shouldn't happen. But as a professor, I get really heated about the fact that my students' ability to speak out is being curtailed, which stands in not just the American tradition of academic freedom, the American tradition of frickin' freedom of speech. That's what this book is about. But the academic tradition that predates the United States by millennia. This is something that we hold dear. And it's just being taken away simply because supposedly supporting Palestinians not being genocided is terrorism. I can't... I'm going to get too angry about this. So I wanted to bring this back up because I am very passionate about this, but at the same time, I'm going to get too angry to discuss it rationally. So I see Himmelganger, who is a Himmelganger, who is a regular here. Just wanted to put up a super chat to annoy me. And hello from Norway from 4:30 in the morning. Very glad that you liked it. And Army Suck Patton? Suck Pat? What? For those who don't know, my last name is Hall Patton. But thanks. So, Kelly had asked. Kelly also was the one who put in that big super chat that was really useful earlier on. A question for everyone: how have global responses to tariffs reshaped international relations? We actually did talk about this more.
Mhm.
I think we actually pretty adequately answered this one.
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that particular one is and while we did cover it pretty heavily, I'm pretty certain with the tariff announcement, the United States had, oh God, the USD had something happen to it. Our credit rating didn't go down, but there was some international metric for the USD that did get reduced. And I know a lot of the trading volume and the exchange rates went completely haywire. And so, if anything, this is probably just going to strengthen the euro over anything else. Because some people have been like, is the Chinese yuan going to become like a standard with it? But it's not. I never really see that happening unless we have a total collapse of the USD, and even then, I think the euro would just become the more dominant one. Though a lot of the investment into American like public infrastructure from foreign nationals, or the buying of the buying of housing, because that's a huge thing that a lot of foreign investors do in the United States, is that they will buy housing because it's a really good investment on a return for them because USD is so coveted compared to their local currencies. I think we'll actually see a huge demarcation of that cycle. Kind of like how there was a huge one of the reasons why the Japanese yen was so weak and is still so weak is what would happen is that you would have people that would get a loan from in Japan for Japanese yen. Then they would convert that to USD, and then they would buy United States Treasury bonds, and they would be making money because the bonds were at such a higher rate compared to the loan amount of what the loan from Japan would be, and that would be a huge money making cycle. When Japan adjusted their interest rates, I want to say tail end of last year or mid last year, it completely destroyed that entire cycle. But I know it pertains to more than just Japan. It pertains to a lot of other countries. And I think we'll see a lot of like those things that no one really thinks about. I think we'll start to see a lot of that collapsing.
Yeah, I mean, what's weird is a lot of those kinds of basically currency manipulation with with having lower interest rates than the Fed allows for that kind of thing. And but what's been weird is the Fed has since at least the late 80s kept interest rates incredibly low. So there's kind of not really any room for that kind of currency manipulation up until now. So we might actually see a resurgence in it.
Oh, it was very common. Like it was a major like thing that investors did. Like I know Japan is one example. But it's where they would get loans. They would get loans in Japan for Japanese yen, which have extremely low. Like Japan had, I think, like almost 0% interest rates, like 1% interest rates. And so it wasn't just a U.S. thing. It was like they wouldn't get the loans in the U.S. They would get them um, in other countries and then convert the currency by treasury bonds in USD. And so the interest rates and not the if it well actually no I guess your point would be correct because then they would be making more money on those bonds.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the bank.
Yeah,
Then game banks.
I'm talking about the because of basically we've had too much inflation, and the standard thing for the Fed to do when there's an excess of inflation is to raise interest rates.
Mhm.
And so that allows for more currency manipulation when you have lower interest rates in countries that you could borrow, yen or whatever, and then play it off against the against U.S. Treasury bonds, which are rated at, I think, what is it, 1/5 higher than the Fed or something like that. I don't know the standard, but the
I think they're equal to the Fed right now.
Treasury bonds are equal.
I think so. What's their yield? Oh. Their yield right now is it depends on what type you're going for. But yeah, their current 10-year yield bond is 4.2%.
That's higher than the Fed right now. I think isn't the Fed at like 3.5?
It is no, it's the exact same. It's the current
Fed
Fed
went
rate
over 4%.
It's 4.33%.
Oh right, Trump's been like begging I'm forgetting the chair of the Fed to lower interest rates.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not going to happen, buddy. But like,
oh, it's still Powell. Yeah, it's still Jerome Powell, I believe.
Yeah, who was appointed by Trump. But Trump the first term, which is the different Trump from the second term.
Yes.
That's one of the things that we've seen with this 100 days is just this constant like, but you did this in your first term.
Yeah.
All right. So next, I think you should update. Oh, we did answer this one. What are your concerns with from Luke Geddes? What are your concerns with due process issues and these deportations? We did talk a little bit about this. If the court orders something and it's ignored, facilitate. I don't know what the court order is that Trump, the Supreme Court order is that Trump must facilitate the return of Kilmar Obrego. I'm not getting that name right, but close enough. But we're seeing even worse with that, with the Tren de Agua, where the Supreme Court said you cannot use the Alien Enemies Act to do this, and he did it anyways. So, and we're seeing this whole argument about like whether or not due process is warranted. I saw this thing where Trump is talking about a picture where it shows tattoos on Kilmar's not knuckles, this part of the hand.
Yeah.
And then on the knuckles is just, it looks like it's not Photoshop. It looks like it's freaking MS Paint, but it's like literally they just put MS-13 to somehow translate those tattoos. And then Trump just a couple of days ago straight up said, like, no, he actually had the MS-13 tattooed on him, and therefore he doesn't deserve due process, which is just like, and he's saying that like to our faces. Like, this is not an exaggeration. This is not liberal preening or whatever, bleeding heart liberal stuff. This is just what he actually said. Like, without due process, we're not a democracy. We're not even a republic. We're a dictatorship. So, that's that is a point where it is so far beyond the realm of a liberal democracy that I don't know, we're cooked.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that because it's a case of we don't know. Like, there's no real historical precedent to cite on this. So.
Yeah, I actually tweeted a while ago, blue skied.
Skeeted, I think it's called, or some dumb shit like
that. No.
No,
that has a very different meaning.
I think that's actually what they. I think that's what they. I think that's actually what it's called.
Mm.
I
Oh.
know it hurts me too.
But I'm just going to call them tweets.
Yeah, of course.
And I tweeted that, and honestly, I'm very much leaning towards this. Trump is worse than Wilson, and
Oh, yeah.
that's a big deal for me to say. So this one just came in from IP0 who donated earlier. Thank you. If Civil War II breaks out, would the progressives be insurrectionists this time around? Also, can you expand on your on my prior super chat? I don't remember. I remember that you had a super chat. I don't remember what it was.
Let's see if it's up in here.
It's
No,
pretty
it's
far up there.
Yeah.
But this one just came in, so IP0 should be able to just remind us in the chat.
Yeah, that should be fine.
But in terms of like, there's this whole thing that I've seen a lot, especially when you keep seeing these right-wing figures who are like, "Civil War is coming, Civil War is coming, Civil War is coming." Like it's actually become kind of a joke with I'm forgetting his name, the Beanie Boy.
Tim Pool.
Yeah, Tim Pool. I like Beanie Boy. That's.
I mean, that's what he is. I mean, it's like he's so pathetic to where he's just Beanie Boy now.
But apparently the had 3. Oh well, but remind me which one you want me to expand on. There, IP0. And now I have to find the previous one. There it is. So the you hear that, and you also hear the like, oh, liberals can't fight. They're afraid of guns and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I have a gun within reach. Ta-da! It's not a very good gun, but like, I've got several around the place. Like that's just I use it as basically a paperweight. Oh, nice! That's a freaking 1874.
Mm-hmm. I also have an 1893 Argentinian Mauser that I restored.
Argentinian.
Yep, it was the only year that Mauser made made Mausers in '93. It was specifically as a 10,000 unit order by the Argentinian government. So they're Argentinian Mausers.
So it's 1893. So it's not a Car 94 model then.
Do you want me to go get it for you?
I don't need to. It's just I find it.
All right, I'm gonna go get it for you.
Well, I guess I'll just I'll find some pictures of the stuff I have.
It'll take a few seconds, but yeah.
But hold on a second, guys. Let me find. I know I have tons of pictures of me going out shooting. Actually, you guys can go and find. There is a video on this channel that is called like Hollywood and Guns or something like that. Should be able to find it if I just type in guns. Hollywood Guns, yeah. If you go to this video right here, y'all could see when I had just come back from shooting, and every single gun shown in that video is something I own.
Oh, sorry, it's an 1891 Mauser.
Oh, yeah. Well, it looks way different from a car.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is that is just a. And it still has that weird safety mechanism, but the sight is so. And the box mag is so different too. That is weird.
Yeah.
But it's also been sporterized.
A little bit. It was a case of I ended up finding this in a creek bed at one of my old properties, and so I had to restore this thing. All original parts, but it doesn't. I highly doubt this would show up on here, else I would show it. But it says specifically on here, Mauser Modelo Argentino 1891. Nice. And that's engraved on it. So,
yeah, it's also just it's very because bolt action Mausers since 1894 have basically all been the same. You know, they've been
Mhm.
Car 94s with some exceptions, but like that predates it. It's interesting.
It kicks like a fucking truck, let me tell you.
Oh, I love shooting freaking. I have a trapdoor Springfield. That's my that I love shooting.
Lovely.
Oh, it's fun, but oh man, does it kick like a mule.
Mm.
Although I have a friend who has a Sharps. It's technically a carbine, but it is a Sharps rifle that is 45 120. Yeah,
Oh god, that's the that's from 66, isn't it?
somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the buffalo hunting round, and oh man, like they used to like literally lay back and like shoot by like literally laying on their back to aim. That thing, holy crap, kicks like a mule.
Yeah, because this fires a 57, or the equivalent of like a 57 compared to a 120. So yeah, like, and this, granted, it kicks because also it's the thing had so much rust on it that it's just a case of the action's not the smoothest, but damn it, it works. So I'm happy about that.
Nice.
Original leather strap, by the way, and this is malleable and usable. And I managed to get
And
this.
it's
You can
original?
still, yeah, it's original. You can
That's
still
like a
see
lot
the
of
rot
work.
on it as well.
You had to oil the crap out of that.
Oh yes, I have almost. I put damn near so much oil on it. I was afraid the U.S. military was going to invade my house.
But so, you know, obviously two fairly left-leaning folks here, talking about guns and you know all the different armament we have around here and how like, oh, that's a really interesting one. What does that mean for Civil War II? We know our weapons better. That's what I have found with a lot when it comes to conservatives. It's basically ARs, 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 and that's all they know. And they don't even know how to do level 10 maintenance. You know, like they might be able to extract the bolt from an AR, which is literally pop, open, pull it out. But to disassemble that bolt, they don't know what to do. And yeah, I have a ton of different weapons in that. Is that a nylon 66?
Yes.
Oh, my freaking dad sold the ones that I learned on.
No.
Yeah.
God, no.
Oh, I'm so angry. I've been begging him to get it back.
I do love how it's turned into us just like fucking like
Talking about
fangirling over guns.
Dude, nylon 66s are the best.
I know, and like it's because these were the first civilian plastic rifles that like civilians could get, and they were like meant to be cheap.
It was the first self-lubricating plastic rifles, and that's what makes these particularly special. Is because you don't have to lubricate. In fact, wait, what?
Yeah, it's butt loading.
Oh, I have a magazine. We had a magazine one.
Oh, I mean, there are probably different versions of this, but yeah, this is butt loading. This holds 15 rounds.
Oh no, I think mine was like 5.
Yeah, no, it holds 15 rounds. I should actually, while I'm thinking about it, I need to empty this.
But like, you know, I love the nylon 66 because you basically like it is more reliable than like a 1911, which is saying something.
Yeah, like these will never give you issues because they're so simple of guns, but
they're also just self lubricating. Although I did make the mistake of one. We used to actually have 3, and I oiled one.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah.
So how much damage did that cause, I wonder?
It made me have to spend like 3 days cleaning the thing, and those aren't actually very easy to take apart.
No, and also
it's like 6 screws.
Yeah, and also my
I don't recognize what the heck that is.
This is a Browning's 22 slide revolver, not revolver, but slide. So it's instead of just a typical that It comes just directly from the side. But it's from the 70s, I believe.
Okay.
Late 60s, early 70s.
It seems to be fairly similar in mechanism to. I have one of those Ruger 22 pistols, the target ones.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to a Ruger. It's it's very amusing because especially with this, this fits beautifully in my skirt pocket. And people see them, they're like,
I mean,
God, that's gay.
I mean, you want the perfect one for a skirt pocket.
Oh, I mean, this will legitimately, like, it fits here. I've got to fucking show it now. But
I've only got 3 weapons within here. And most of them are actually in Nevada, so I can't eat
for it beautifully.
Mhm.
Like, I love it.
I used to carry this thing literally in my I used to carry it in my watch pocket.
Is that one of the is it
Like-
the rotating barrel type? Because I meant that's
No. It's
isn't it?
the kind where I don't want to cock it because it's loaded.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you.
It's also really annoying to unload because this lever does not want to break. I have to actually use pliers to crack open the action.
Yeah.
Hence why it's loaded, but I'm not going to try to unload it. It's really annoying. It's
Yeah, don't.
currently at quarter cock, so it's safe. But like, yeah, I could just carry it there, and what it does is that it has a hammer that is it cycles between the upper and lower barrel. It's kind of like a break action shotgun. But when it comes to that, you'd be surprised how many progressives are actually fairly well armed and ready to fight. So when it comes to like this whole idea of like, what about a civil war? I think we're pretty well set up for it.
I mean, I would also counter in a regards to where if it's a civil war against the United States government, the United States military, there's no point. You can't beat that.
Yeah.
But if this is a situation where it's civilians against civilians, then yeah. Though I will also counter because I actually run not only do I run a trans and queer combat sports group, which pertains to more like Western style Viking martial arts. So we teach people to fight with axes, shields, swords, that type of shit.
Okay.
But I also
Kind of
operate
like an SEA group.
Yes, but we're not like the SCA at all. We have minimal padding, metal weapons. It's it's more similar to HEMA, but with less padding. So, and if anyone calls us LARPers, I want to fucking just strangle their throat.
If you're using real steel, it's not freaking LARPing.
I know, but that's what everyone thinks, and so maddening. And most SCA groups don't even use metal stuff either.
No, it's mostly like the. I mean, I did real steel in the SCA, but like that was, I basically cheated because I was a fencer, so I would come in with my pistol grip frickin' foil and a saber, and like that's just not fair.
Yeah, and that's very different. When it comes to that, you have to use metal. But aside that, I also have a trans gun club that I'm setting up. I was a combat medic, but I have firearms experience in my second that's working with me.
I didn't know you were a vet.
It's complicated, but yes, I don't like to talk about it. So, what a shock. But my
I've had
second
comments before that people say I talk about it too much.
People around here, they're just like, Aster, I get a feeling that you have like a knowledge in all forms of violence. And I'm like, possibly. I won't answer that question.
That's another funny. I remember when in one of my classes and I think it was methodology, and it was kept on having this thing of like, why do you keep on? Why are you always so excited about when violence comes up? And it's like, and I'm just like, because that's what I study. Why do you study that? Participation.
Yeah.
Like I've actually had interviews where it's like, oh, what got you into studying American violence? Participation. And they're just like,
Yeah, and I've had similar things where people have been like, you list all the skill sets, like, why do you have this? I'm like, don't ask questions. You don't want to know the answer.
And to answer further IP0's thing, because one of the earlier questions was, why did I, what would my political outlook look like? Because I was a registered Republican until 2015. Like, I remember talking to people being like, I am voting Republican no matter who, just because I want to be able to buy 22s again. Yeah. Like, I just didn't care who the president was. And then they selected Trump, and suddenly I was no longer a Republican. And there was this, and I said this in the original reply.
I suddenly tone the Mauser. God damn
it. My favorite arm that I actually now have in Albuquerque is my 30-30 Winchester 94.
I am so fucking jealous. God damn it.
Dude, it is so great. I love that thing. And it's ridiculously accurate. I have hit things with no zero, no elevation on the sights or anything. Just basically, going with freaking, standard sights and hitting 500-yard targets with no elevation. Like, yeah, it's great. But I was a registered Republican in 2015, and the question was like, what would it have been like if MAGA didn't become a thing? And my answer is just, I don't really know what that means. Like, I already was what you could call a liberal Republican. Mm-hmm. And like, that just doesn't exist anymore. So I don't know what, like, I was a big Ron Paul fan back in 2008. I actually canvassed for him and everything. Mm-hmm. But I was still in the army, and all too well how there's like a political shift when you get out.
Oh yeah. In that same vein, and we'll go back to that, of course. But speaking in that same vein, talking about how there's that big shift once you're out of the army, the amount of trans women, especially post army, it's it's a surprisingly large amount of people. The amount of trans femmes that are
there's also a lot. There's like a disproportionate up until now. There was a disproportionate amount of trans femmes in the army.
Yeah, I want to say it was
trans
7% to 10%, I think, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know the percentages. I just know it was majorly. That's one thing that's really different about the U.S. Army, is that it tends to be disproportionately minority, and there's bad reasons and good reasons for that. It is a way to like, that's how I paid for my education. Mm-hmm. That's like, I don't have any student debt. I have a PhD and I have no student debt. You know how rare that is?
Yeah. And with a lot of it, it's a case of like, if you're, especially in most, what's a big thing of in most areas that have, or I would say rural areas as well as majority areas, what are they lacking by and large? And that is economic opportunity. And so for a lot of people, it was a case of they either were homeless or you joined the military. Those were kind of your two options.
Did you have anybody in your unit that was sentenced to being in the army? Like, especially during basic.
Oh God.
Like, it was never that you just got sentenced. It was either you go to jail for X years or you join the army. Like, was normally the choice.
I don't think we had people that it was their parents sentencing them, but I don't think we had one. No, we had a guy that was in there for all of a week.
And got out of basic?
Yeah.
Oh, what the heck did he do?
It was a case of he had a disc in his back blew out fully, like his
Oh.
disc shattered.
Oh, he had an actual legitimate
Yeah, he
reason.
had an actual one.
Okay.
I mean,
I was
he
like,
could have done it himself, but yeah, it's like
yeah. I mean, I think we had 3 suicide attempts in my platoon alone.
oh, I was gonna be like only 3. Damn, like
Platoon, not
yeah.
company. Like I remember having to do suicide watch for people. That was annoying.
I love the way Steve be like, oh yeah, 3 try count. Ah, fucking annoying.
Oh, we had one guy. I mean, you remember PT belts, right? How stretchy they are. Tried to go with that from a freaking pull-up bar.
Oh,
literally ran out of formation, and I swear the drill sergeant's just sitting there like, "Boy, what'd you do?" He's just sitting there bouncing.
You having fun over there, mate?
Look, get to be dark about the army. We had nobody successful though. Okay, so I want to try to get through some more of these.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're good.
One person that Trump worse than Wilson. How could you say something so controversial yet so brave? As the meme goes, like, look, it is very difficult for me to label somebody worse than Wilson, especially like Trump in both his terms will have nowhere close to the body count. He will have invaded less countries. He will have done less racist actions. But we live in a time that is less racist, that is less violent, that has less wars. Just period. Compared to 1913.
And it's wars of a different kind now, too. It's not so much a matter of body count, but more of a mind.
That's a good point. I mean, think about like, Mexico is a perfect comparison, right? Wilson imposed stricter immigration controls than Trump.
In fact, I mean, he invaded Mexico during his term as well.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah, twice.
And that's by direct order. There was actually a bunch of other incursions.
Yeah, Dominican
I would
Republic,
argue that
Haiti, Cuba, whole
Oh
bunch
yeah,
of
but I'm
others.
talking about Mexico.
Oh, just Mexico. Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
But like I would argue those were actually necessary. I am in favor of them. Except 1914 Veracruz. That was
I was just going to bring that up.
yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
Did help bring down Huerta's fall, and I think any Mexican can agree that's a good thing. But did the 500 dead Mexicans agree? But invading Sonora and Chihuahua after Pancho Villa, yeah, we should have done it harder. But like, a lot of it was kind of necessary, which is different from what Trump is doing, where it's just not. It just isn't.
That's not how the world works anymore.
So it's such a different thing, and that's why, while, yeah, in terms of just total body count, Wilson is far worse. And, maybe in terms of, like, international deterioration, maybe, but, like, he kind of set us on the path to the UN, and now we're kind of moving away from that, which I'd say the UN has been incredibly good, no matter how ineffective it is. It's still good.
That's the only reason why we've had international treaties like the Antarctic Treaty, which has been trampled over to a degree, or the Outer Space Treaty of 67, I believe. Which,
the it's called the ATM Treaty.
The the anti-terrestrial missiles or something
I
like
think
that.
that's it. Yeah.
Which, granted, in hindsight, it's a case of like, why would you want nukes in space?
Yeah.
Because they're not as
Well,
effective. But a lot of it was about like
talk to-
colonization or weaponization of the moon.
Yeah. I'll talk to Reagan about that one. I mean, there was a very real possibility. Like Gorbachev was straight up willing to give up all nukes,
Mhm.
so long as Reagan gave up frickin' SDI, the Star Wars program.
Yeah.
If he gave up the Star Wars program, which, mind you, Gorbachev was even willing to relent that it had to remain lab-based, and that was actually like a lab counted as like the White Sands missile range was a lab.
Yeah.
So, but Reagan was so narrow-minded. We could have literally gotten rid of nukes.
Yeah. At least at that point in time. Once the technology is discovered, it's going to happen.
Yeah, it would. I mean, what would probably have happened if Reagan had acquiesced to getting rid of SDI is that essentially there would be some sort of like limited reserve, kind of like what we do with like chemical and biological weapons.
Yeah.
Like we have them, and they're basically put in reserve as like, okay, if you're going to try to use it, we are here that we can still technically have mutually assured destruction.
Mm.
Just enough to keep the mutually assured destruction, but not this like, a few thousand warheads per country kind of situation. We'd be talking like 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So Still Alive says, it sure seems less Trump calling the shots this time, but going by the past few interviews, it sure seems like Stephen Miller's the main guy this time. I'm not willing to speculate on that, to be honest. I don't know if you wanna.
Not. There's not much I can really say on that point.
Yeah, it's I'm not willing to say it because this rings too much of the, Dick Cheney was the real one running the Bush administration, and when you actually look at it, no, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Like, made for great copy and all that, and great comics and all that, but like as soon as you start looking at the actual, workings of the Bush administration, that just doesn't hold true. And I'm not willing to say that about somebody who's still currently in office, let alone somebody who was.
Yeah, and I don't really have anything on that front because people said the same thing back during his first administration. I mean, they said that about Bannon.
Yeah,
And
well,
with
I mean,
Bannon, that was probably even more true.
Yeah,
honestly.
Bannon's like kind of like the secret strategist, like we kept on using the whole flooding the zone thing, right? Which is totally Bannon. And like, yeah, he has advisors. That's what advisors do. Every court has to have its freaking ringleaders.
Mhm.
So just to quickly answer IP0, I'm guessing this is supposed to be facetious, but of course I do. I was a maniac.
Mhm.
Like, just remember, like, I know a lot of people want to fantasize about Pancho Villa, but just remember, he massacred Chinese wherever he found them. He absolutely loved trying to root out any. Sonoran tribe, really famous. They had their own insurrection in 1918.
The Comanche, the
Comanche is Texas.
Apache.
No, well, there were Apaches in Sonora, but no.
Fuck, that's
1894. Nagala's revolt. It'll come up. Yaki.
Oh, yeah.
The Yakis. Yeah, Yakis. He loved massacring them. So when it comes to just like domestic politics, let alone the United States, who he was very friendly with for a while, until suddenly, he decided that he deserved to get special treatment, and thought that like Wilson was going to like take over Mexico. Come on. That's the actual reason for his attack on Columbus. But just in terms of domestic politics, like Pancho Villa was a horrifying human being.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Monolith says, to what extent do you think the arrest of Judge Dugan represents a further threat to judicial independence? Now, we talked about this a little bit in the earlier, but something that I didn't bring up because it's a little too nitpicky. She was arrested for obstructing a warranted arrest. But here's the thing: that warranted arrest was supposed to be was going to be carried out in her courtroom, which is not okay. People have a right to their trials. You don't get to arrest them during a trial. Like, that is such a violation of the balance of powers.
Mm-hmm.
So while I understand how she got arrested, and it's not quite this like, oh my god, everything's on fire, it is like Weasley, to say the least.
Oh yeah, and I think this is more. It pertains a lot to the thought of suspension of habeas corpus in that same vein. I think it furthers into that discussion, which we did cover quite a bit. I don't have much to really add besides, like, since we kind of already talked about the suspension of it. I think that's more what it pertains to. Like, if it happens more, of course, that's a whole different story. But in this case, it's one of those catalyst things that it could be a one-off, or it could become like a bigger and bigger thing, but we just don't know yet.
Yeah. It doesn't bode well.
No, it doesn't.
But it isn't the spark that'll ignite a constitutional crisis.
Mm-hmm.
IP's apparently of the thing of like trying to define Pancho Villa as the Nat Turner. What? He wasn't fighting slavery. What?
Didn't he essentially have his own form of like chattel slavery?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He operated a hacienda for several years and ended up getting prosecuted for basically turning that hacienda into an income. And it was actually going to that court hearing that he got gunned down. Mm-hmm. So there's that. But yeah, he was a despicable human being.
Oh yeah.
Not somebody to idolize in the least. And his attacks on the U.S. were totally unwarranted and stupid. Like, no, I don't understand why people need to romanticize this figure. He's an idiot and a raving lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
We keep on getting new ones. Oh boy, I'm trying to get through these.
We're like, no, you will never leave.
Seems like it. So Jaden Booth says, great stream. I've been waiting for one like this for months. I hope there will be more. The thing is, there's got to be like a central conceit. It's not, I can't just bring everybody together and be like, let's complain about Trump. There's got to be a central conceit. This is a history channel. I'm not here to try to do the like I'm not here to do the political wish fulfillment that a lot of political channels do, where they're like, well, this is what could happen and this is what could happen. We've kind of fastidiously avoided prediction and advice, right? Because
Hence
it's
why
not.
we go into the hypotheticals as much.
Yeah. Because you know, I just don't think those are good to begin with, but also they're not really our place.
Alternate history is an alt-right sphere anyway. Why are we?
Well, no, I mean, like, I remember there used to be a channel that, because there's a thing with alternate history is that it can either be wish fulfillment or warning, and it can be either, and it depends on your particular what you wish to have happened.
Oh yeah,
And I remember
that was
there was
meant
a
as a
channel
joke,
that
by the way. But that's meant more as a joke.
that's actually an
Oh, it's
accusation
true.
that gets flung around a lot. And the thing is, I remember there was a channel, I don't remember what it used to be called, but essentially just tanky alt history.
Yeah,
Like,
I
turned
I know what you're
everything into
talking
like,
about.
what if America became a Soviet?
Yeah.
It was so weird.
Yeah, and there was I was a part of the alternate history sphere. That's actually how I started YouTube doing history, was alternate history way back when.
Oh man, I don't remember that at all.
Oh, I mean, it was you. Why the fuck would you have known me during that point in time? But
I
like
think the first time I became aware of you was when we did that thing on Are Nazis Socialists?
Yeah, that was where it was. Fucking poor dude. Like,
Oh, yeah. What is the name of that channel?
the study of antiquity and
yeah, study of antiquity would bring it up.
yeah.
Poor guy, he had a debilitating illness and died in 2019, I think.
When the fuck was that actually?
I don't know, but in either case, like when you saw pictures of him, it was bad.
Yeah,
He
bad.
went from being not chubby, but on the rounder side, to being this, like, he looked like the Frankenstein guy from the Munsters.
Yeah, and I mean he lost I mean I think they had to do like amputations on one of his hands because of like
chink of his hand.
I think it was sepsis got him in the end, but I don't remember exactly what it was, if it was like kidney failure or liver failure or something.
Yeah, he had a whole roller coaster of, because there was a couple of times where they thought that he had actually like come through.
Survived, yeah.
Yeah.
And he was operating, to where I remember like me and him were talking back and forth where he's like, hey, like I'm recovering, I'm on the up and up, and like 3 days later I think he died. And I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Real sad loss to the history community on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, sorry, we went on a downer on that one.
IP has more about Pancho Villa.
I give it up, man. Like, you're not gonna convince us.
I study Borderlands history. Especially Borderlands violence. Like, one of my chapters is about the Battle of Ambos Nogales. Like, that's directly precipitated by him. And trust me, he comes out looking like a villain in that.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm not a fan of Pancho Villa. All right, so there's a couple of them still alive that I have to get through.
There's so many.
There's 3 more currently.
Yeah.
So I just wonder what happened to his cult when the leader. So basically, what happens when Trump dies? Right, he's pretty old.
And his health is bad.
Yeah.
Unless you listen to Ronnie Jackson, he's the fittest man ever.
greatest memory of all brains.
Yeah. He has the most brain power of any brain. Most brain.
But there was an earlier super chat that we did answer, which was the what does Vance look like? I answered it as just text, but like Vance doesn't have the following that Trump does. In fact, Vance is incredibly unpopular amongst MAGA folk.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't really a succession.
I see MAGA kind of going the same way as Ross Perot's platform, to where once, Perot and the Reform Party in general, where once Perot was just out of the picture, it utterly collapsed.
Well, that was also because basically Buchanan, that's his name.
Yeah,
because Buchanan basically just took over. And it just became precursor to the alt-right, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Ross Perot was this weird, fiscally oriented reformer. I guess
he was kind of like Bloomberg in a way. He was like the Bloomberg, but 20 years early.
I think of Bloomberg as a little further left-leaning, I guess.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean more in terms of just the his Perot and Bloomberg had the same sort of methods of appeal, if that makes sense. Like, I think they would appeal to very similar crowds. I'm referring to Bloomberg's presidential campaign, by the way, or like his
not
mayorship.
mayoral.
Yeah, I'm referring to his presidential because he got because Perot just flooded the market. And that's where he got a lot of attention, and a lot of support was just because he flooded the market. And that's what Bloomberg did during the primary. He just flooded the market. But point stands.
Yeah, Ross Perot also, he was a Texas oil millionaire, he had the money to do it.
Exactly.
Money in politics is something we need to solve, but it ain't getting solved anytime quickly.
No. But when Trump passes, I honestly think that the MAGA movement's just going to collapse in on itself. I think honestly the Republican Party as a whole is going to collapse.
It seems like every couple of decades we get we saw this earlier in this 100 days, was that Democrats are essentially a defunct party. We saw that kind of sentiment over and over again, and you get like Bernie Sanders and AOC doing this whole end oligarchy tour, and there's suddenly this like grassroots belief in the Democrats, and Bernie's not even a registered Democrat.
No, and I think with that it's a bit different because people view it in the electoral sense, to where because the party had electoral failures, which complicated in that sense. I think people really overstate how hard the Democrats fell. But I think more because you're now having a party of personality, and that personality is Trump. And once he's gone, like who would replace him?
There's no succession.
There isn't, because like beforehand you had DeSantis was probably the closest, but he's gone. That completely burned. Like Ramaswamy, you're not going to have the MAGA movement follow him, and he's gone too. Haley burned all of her bridges with the movement. Pence is disheveled. Like Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina, who cares about him? There's not a MAGA succession. It's a one-man show.
Yeah.
And you see an election
I could see is like Trump Jr.
He doesn't have that charisma, though.
Exactly.
Like,
that's the thing. Like, the obvious successor is JD Vance, and he just doesn't have the sauce.
No.
Like, MAGA folk kind of hate him. And so this is the problem with the cult of personality, and we see it over and over again in history. You see it with Stalin, you see it with Mao, you see it with frickin'
George Wallace as another like American example. For like
Do you think of him as having a cult of personality?
I would say so, like because after because I mean he formed like the API, the American Independence Party, and he like the reason why there was that level of electoral success was because of him. Granted, his policies in that same vein, but I think a big part of it was because of Wallace himself.
See, I think of in terms of previous like cults of personality or major demagogues like McCarthy, Kingfish. I'm forgetting his name.
Kingfish?
Kingfish, the Louisiana senator.
Oh,
And
Huey Long.
Huey Long, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, every man his own king and all that. Like these are folks who are kind of precursors to Trump.
In the populist way, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and they function by having a cult of personality. But as soon as like with Huey Long, as soon as he gets shot, there's nothing to follow him, right? As soon as McCarthy gets torn down, like as soon as that like fear gets overwritten, there's nothing. Like the guy basically drank himself to death.
Yeah.
And like there's this great story of like a fundraiser that Nixon was holding. Mind you, he was vice president at the time, and he straight up like disinvited McCarthy, and McCarthy showed up anyways and was told to leave, and then was found like a couple streets down, drunk in a gutter, and like literally crying. Like, and this wasn't, the news wasn't going, haha, look how bad it is. They were like genuinely concerned. You know, there's like reporters who are helping him go to the hospital and going like, this is bad, guys, he's gonna die. And they're not exactly sad about him dying, but they're also like, look, he's still a really important figure in American history. Maybe we shouldn't just have this guy, drink himself to death. Yeah. So I don't think we're going to see that kind of thing here. It's just going to, just like what happened with Huey Long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in that case, I definitely do agree. Like, had Trump not had the other folk like run against him in the 2020 primary, you might have had somebody, but at this point, there's nobody that, because like if you think about because early on even it's like who's going to replace the MAGA movement? People were thinking of like Josh Hawley, who no one talks about Josh Hawley now.
Yeah, I mean the main one was DeSantis, but now that that Trump has bestowed him with sanctimonious, that kind of killed him in the MAGA movement. And also just that cringe freaking, where he's like teaching his kids about MAGA.
Yeah, I remember that.
God.
That was a political ad for his governor campaign too.
Yeah, and it's just like, who's gonna vote for this guy? If like, I mean, apparently Florida, but like he has no national standing.
And his lack of charisma was apparent. Like it was bad.
And IP is saying, I'm not a Pancho B fanboy, just shocked by this new info. Anyways, oh, whoop.
Yeah.
I thought it was more Pancho Villa stuff that I could quickly deal with. Look, the thing about Pancho Villa is that you get a lot of romanticization around him, but the thing about romanticization is if you're romanticizing Robert E. Lee, you're forgetting what he was fighting for. So kind of the same thing with Pancho Villa. Anyway, who you think is the best candidate for 2028? I asked the panel earlier. Yeah, I saw that. And this is one of those things where I have to kind of be like, I don't think it's really our place to say. Like I really like AOC, but she's got that like unwinnable she's already got the hatred surrounding her.
I also don't think that AOC would be. I don't think her best capacity is as president anyway. That I just don't see that. Not against her, it's just like it's kind of like with Bernie. To where I'm like, Bernie would have been
Too
probably Bernie would have been a terrible president,
Hmm.
but as like a Senate budgetary guy, probably pretty good.
I think he would have been a great president in 2009. I think he would have been a far better far better nominee in 2016. But in 2020, on the other hand, he was already too old, and and now he's over the hill.
Yeah, I think the issue with Bernie, and I'm actually somebody that went from and this is going way, way back to the earlier talk about your shift on the political spectrum. I actually went from being like someone on the further left, and I became more moderate, primarily because of the 2020 primary. And I was involved a lot with like the WFP, the Working Families Party, DSA, and that sort of thing. But when I came out as trans, I saw a lot of what those groups were doing and attacking.
DSA is DSA has become quite weird, like almost like
tanky.
Yeah,
they're very tanky.
Yeah, they're like super anti-Ukraine, and it's
weird,
untenable.
Yeah, where it's like, and people will disagree on that, but the big thing that shifted with me, and
IP's that you got a good point. Ivanka will inherit Maka.
Oh no!
Don't speak shit about Che. Look, I don't actually know much about Che Guevara, so I couldn't even tell you if he was monstrous or not. I know Castro gets a bad shake a lot, but like his reign in Cuba is pretty freaking terrible. But like him as a revolutionary, on the other hand, but then again, look at Mao. Mao's a great revolutionary. Then he gets in power.
Yeah. But that's also one of the big issues that you have a lot with power. So with a lot of revolutions, and there's a reason why 95, if not higher % of revolutions fail, or why when revolutions do succeed, people aren't better off. They really aren't.
Or you get ones like ours where it's kind of just the status quo.
I mean, yeah, but it's also different. So it's more different to where when we have revolutions, because it was an independence of a foreign power.
Mm-hmm.
If you could call it the War of Independence, and it would still be correct.
Yeah.
With things like the Russian Revolution or like the Portuguese Revolution, they aren't wars of independence; they're revolutions.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a delineation on that, but there's
the whole debate about like whether or not the U.S. Revolution was a conservative revolution. I've seen that, and I've literally fought against that in a number of videos because no, it wasn't.
It was not.
But like, there were ideals that it wasn't just like I really despise the whole like, it was just a tax revolt. No, it wasn't.
No, it was also cultural. I mean, the colonies allowed certain women to vote, for fuck's sake, like
as long as they were propertied.
Yeah, if they own property, which and they also, I want to say that
and black people too.
Yeah, and black folk. Though that quickly changed, I think, around the times of the Articles of Confederation, or was that primarily
New Jersey?
Push?
New Jersey had several black registered voters until they disenfranchised them in 1827.
Oh, it was that. Oh, it was women in 1804, because I know that the Federalists pushed the women to no longer vote in 1804.
So that was a big thing in removing women from voting, was a big thing in the early republic. But a lot of that came down to trying to see. The weird thing is, it's like this trade-off. You have women could vote, but only if they owned property. Yeah. So in order to impose universal male suffrage, you have to remove that property requirement, which also means removing black and female voting.
Yeah. I did like a half-hour video talking about the expansion of women's voting in the U.S. Of course, no one fucking watched it, but
Yeah.
still one of my favorite videos that I ever did.
And, it's sometimes you just got to make them.
Yeah.
And I'm always surprised by some like there are some videos that I think are going to do great, and then they just like my Mormon video just recently. Like I thought that was going to do great, 25K.
Yeah.
10 out of 10. Freaking the Napoleon review. I thought that was I did frame it negatively because it's a crappy movie, but like I had to actually release the reality section as a separate video. And, 10 out of 10, right?
Yeah.
But then I released that and it's like, whoa, 120,000 or something like that. It's just like, whoa, did not expect that.
Yeah, I had the same where I did a video covering the Franco-Thai War in 1940, and like no one knows about that war. No one does really at all.
I only know about it because I did a video about the the U.S. involvement in Vietnam.
But yeah, it's like people, like most people don't know about that. I think that I think that's actually my highest viewed history video on my channel right now.
What a weird thing to, huh?
I know, and like I have that the Indian invasion of Goa during the 1970s.
Mhm.
That also has like done big numbers, and I'm like, why?
Why?
Dude, that's why I said where I'm like, I don't get this. Like,
I mean, it's fascinating because like I know about it because it's kind of like the last time anyone in Asia defeated a European power. But like I shouldn't say defeated a European power, defeated a European colony, I should say.
Yeah.
But like although I guess you could say Hong Kong in 1999.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a war in that sense, though. So that's a little
Right.
different.
Yeah. It's just so rare for Europe to take an L like that, you know?
I do love how I can always tell whenever Trump is talking about Greenland, because my history of Greenland video gets a huge surge in views.
I had this weird thing when my most viewed video was my 10 common myths about slavery.
Yeah, that's when I remember that's my introduction to your channel, because it was on fucking like Google Plus or whatever the hell it was called. I remember there was a discussion on there, and I'm like, who is this jackass?
Like, and that thing, I swear, you could up until about 2022, you could chart American race relations by the ebbs and flows of viewership on that video. I'm not even joking. You really could. Like, I basically knew that George Floyd was going to be a big, significant thing because that video suddenly went. Like, to me, it was like, okay, police have unjustly killed another black guy. That happens. And then suddenly it's like, oh, the slave myths video is going up. These protests are going to be something more then.
Oh yeah.
And like it was really that the views was the thing that made me kind of go like, oh, this is significant.
Oh, yeah. I've had a weird. I'm actually going through and seeing some of the stuff that I've posted. I remember one. My entire. I did a brief thing back in 2019 about the banana wars and hit those, and those weirdly, to me, it's weird, but they've got. Let's see. I've got. On the United Fruits Company, 25,000, 20,000, 20,000.
That's pretty good. That's really good for your channel, yeah.
Yeah, and I've got some stuff that makes more sense.
And by the way, everybody listening, now that we're talking about like YouTube viewership, go subscribe. There's the links below.
And I promise I'll upload more again. I've been like, I have a huge, I'm actually going to send this to you so that you can go, what the fuck? But I have a 57.
You can share it if you want to share the screen. You can share it on screen.
Oh, sure, I can do that. But I have a 57-page document
As my
of
cat is just
topics that
literally
I want to cover.
flopping around right here. He's just pay attention to me.
Go. Yeah, sure. So this should work.
Yeah, if it hits that,
There we
I think I have to hit add to stage. There we go.
go. Yeah. This is my document of just topics to cover.
Oh yeah, I have the same thing.
Yeah. And people are like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But there's so much stuff in here that's just like there's a handful that I really want to like collaborate with some people on. The biggest one I really want to hit is the aftermath of World War One, because no one talks about it.
I actually did. I did an entire video on that actually, and I worked with the World War One Centennial Commission to do it.
Oh, nice! I definitely need to do that.
Well, the Centennial Commission is disbanded basically. I do keep the same kind of. I think those who some people who operate real fly, by the seat of their pants kind of thing, but I kind of do the same thing. Here's my list. This is just like what I've completed and what I'm working on right now, and then tons and tons of stuff, and that's just like I'm always preening it, and there's even stuff where it's like I used to do a bunch of etymology videos, and then they just didn't do well, so I want to do them again.
Yeah, and I doubt that a lot of the stuff that I want to cover is going to do very well, but also like my entire thing is covering lesser known history. I'm actually going in the documentary length spheres because I've got a hand. Go for it.
There's some like for some reason it does seem like if you make longer videos, they do better. Like I thought my attacks on education video was just doomed. Like, I'm very passionate about it, obviously.
Yeah.
And I had to do it. It's my longest scripted video. But I thought, like, oh, that one's going to just be screwed. I released it in February, like nothing goes well in February.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not like gangbusters or anything. I think it's sitting at like 85K, but like still it's an hour and 50 minutes or something like that. Like people want to watch it. It's a really important topic, and so like the fact that people are coming, they want to learn. Like people are also like a lot of the comments are just straight up like, I didn't realize how pervasive this is in American history. It's like, that's the point. Yes. Yes.
I think a large part of it too is that a lot of people are, instead of they utilize long form content as like background noise or stuff to fall asleep to.
Right.
I think we're seeing a huge shift of that in the same vein.
I've done a lot of where I just basically convert one of my lectures to a video.
Mhm.
And so it doesn't have a lot in terms of visuals. It's literally just slides. To the point that I realized that so many people were listening to it, especially students, that I had to put in a slide projector noise for each transition.
Oh, that's funny.
So that they would know that, like, oh, this is where I pull out my notes and go look at the thing and okay. Like I put that slide projector noise just to for the people who are just listening to it so that they know, all right, now I need to go look at my notes. Like I didn't do that for the first like 5 of them or so. And the those are perfect for the just people listening to it rather than watching. But the problem is I've had a couple that just didn't do well.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hit and miss if you try and go with that. But it was one with some of the stuff that I've kind of wanted to hit in that vein where I'm like, I'm going to go into this, then I'm like, oh gods, I want to do this justice. Like one topic in particular that I've been working on for ages has been talking about the Rif War between Spain and the Rifian tribes in northern Morocco in 1920. And like no one knows about it. But and I get a lot of crap for saying this, but I call it, and I personally view it as the last traditional colonial war. People can say that the Second Italo-Italian War quantifies, and I'm like, it's different because that goes into World War II.
Yeah, it also is kind of a failure on the Italo-Italian War.
Yeah, and like, but the
I don't
Riffian
know what
one,
the Riff War is, to be honest. So
most people don't. But it was a 7-year-long war between tribes in northern Morocco against Spain and France, and it was almost their pacification of Morocco as a colony.
So when you when you're talking about it as a traditional colonial war, you're referring to it as a traditional colonial war of conquest,
Yes.
rather than like a war of independence, or like for instance, the Vietnam War is
Yeah.
It's a colonial war for sure, but like not a traditional colonial war by this definition.
Yeah, as a European power conquering land.
All right.
And people give me a lot of shit for that. And I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, let me cook.
Let me cook. Actually, the longest one I have with that, I need to get around to doing that because it's so far off. Do you know of Michael Tracy? He was the dude that claimed that Congresswoman Maxine Waters assaulted him. He was a big on like Fox News and that type of shit. The
funny thing is, despite the appearances, I'm not particularly well politically plugged in. I spend most of my day reading about stuff that happened 150 years ago. I'm not paying the closest I get to paying attention to the politics is like I watch Philip DeFranco and The Daily Show.
I bring it up just because back when the war in Ukraine started up, he released a long thing talking about how the war in Ukraine and the United States and like the European assistance for Ukraine was very similar to how the US was always at war with Germany through Lend-Lease, and saying just a whole, like, just complete nonsense. And like having really weird, like, level of alt-right things of talking about how like the bombing of Dresden was such a huge, like, 300,000 people were killed in the bombing of Dresden.
Oh yeah, I've had. The originators of that are the Nazis themselves, but
it wasn't even the Nazis though. It was actually like the numbers got leaked to like a Swedish paper at some point, and they just added a 0 to the end.
That was an actual no. The whole it was 250,000 was the Nazi reference but that was specifically their radio addresses to Britain, not actually what they broadcast to themselves. But disgraced historian, who I have talked about, is the one who made it repopularize the number. I made an entire video about disgraced historians, and I am forgetting his name. Hold on, I'll find it real quick.
Yeah,
David Irving.
Yeah.
David Irving is the one who basically repopularized it, and this is actually before he was disgraced. So so a lot of people actually believed him, and that was actually a comment earlier, one of the super chats earlier that I just typed out in a reply. Is like, how much of these kind of like whack job people that especially these like anti-history, disgraced historians like Irving, and there's some guy named Cooper that's making his rounds. That's like a big Holocaust denier, and he went on Tucker Carlson and now has a video on PragerU, and like he's making his rounds around all the various right wing shit stains, and a lot of people are something Cooper. He, people are freaking out like, oh my god, they're allowing a neo-Nazi on their show, and it's like, yeah, what do you expect? we're there, buddy. This is where the Overton window has shifted. Neo-Nazis are okay now.
Daryl Cooper is his name.
Daryl, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a neo-Nazi. Like,
Oh yeah.
freaking, and people are just going like, I remember like even Tucker Carlson's audience when he brought him on was like, "What are you doing? No, this is not okay." Like even his audience was up in arms against this.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward 6 months and look what's happened. Now it's like, that's okay. I released the Disgraced Historians video literally because of that interview. I'd been sitting on it for like half a year. I generally don't like doing these kinds of videos because it just brings in so much bigotry.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one I just did with that Texas history thing. I'd been sitting on that for 2 years.
Yeah, I've got so much stuff for it. It's been sitting for years. I have one talking about like why the South couldn't win the Civil War, or couldn't take Washington D.C. and that's like
I don't mean
5
like
years old.
I don't mean that I was sitting on like a script or anything. I had produced it.
Okay, yeah, you are worse than me on that.
Like the Texas one, I only like halfway produced and then realized like I don't want to release this. This is too mean. Like I'm going hard. I am punching down, and I don't like that. When it comes to like PragerU or something, I'm hesitant to release it, but like I'm going to release it because I'm punching up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the Disgraced Historians one. Like I knew I was going to release it. That one I just didn't. I wasn't planning on ever releasing it. Then Trump got elected and they got sponsored, the whole thing.
Yeah.
But it was kind of in response to Trump getting elected. So we've actually gotten a number more.
It's never going to end.
Yeah. So, but 3 from the same person. So hopefully they all align. So from Boxy Lemons, I'll just go first, second, third.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry if this seems a bit distracting or whatever, but we've been awfully distracted a number of times. We went from talking about our gun collections to like viewership numbers.
Yeah. As it happens, this is a real.
I mean, at this point, we're just having fun.
Yeah.
But on the previous subject, are you basically saying things will go back to normal after Trump? Oh, this is in reference to our whole
death of the MAGA movement.
Yeah. No. This has caused too much destruction. It's just that the MAGA movement as a coherent entity will cease to exist. It's just what comes after that, we have no idea, but it's not going to be the same thing. There's not going to be some clear succession. There's not. J.D. Vance cannot carry the movement.
No, and I don't think anyone else can. If anything, I think there will be a fracturing of the movement. Like I could see something like a Trump conservative party forming.
I mean, he basically was threatening to do that last year,
Yeah.
So Boxy's second one, there's 3 of these. And thank you, Boxy. Oh man, do you remember Boxy from ye old days of the internet with 2 X's?
Oh, yeah.
Original girl.
Yeah. Fuck, I haven't thought about that in ages.
I just anyways, like the Boxy's avatar is I'm forgetting his name, but he's famously known as the Lion of the North, famous Northern Alliance leader from Afghanistan. Forgetting his name. Interestingly, Al Qaeda managed to assassinate him 2 days before 9/11, and they did so by basically having an interview with him, but the camera had a gun in it. I'm not joking. This was like some freaking 007 kind of BS, but it was Al Qaeda that did it.
It reminds me of the attempts to like assassinate Castro and just all that type of weird bullshit that they had. Oh,
Yeah, the
speaking,
exploding cigars and
I still
poison
need
swimsuit.
to do a video on this, but have you heard of the British during World War II? The British had a thought where they wanted to try and end World War II by turning Hitler into a woman.
Oh, I did hear something about that. Yeah, I have no idea what it. I've heard something about it, but yeah, I have no idea what it is. But
I still want to do it. Yeah, but let's go in the super
go
chat.
to Boxy Lemons. Talking about our discussion about like, was the revolution truly revolutionary? And I think we both kind of went like, yeah, it was. It's just but thinking about how the moral of what the moral of the American Revolution really was, I've come to the conclusion it was unjust after watching Tad's story. I have no idea who that is. Have you ever seen him? No. If so, can you to watch? We're not doing any live reactions or anything. But also calling it unjust, that doesn't make any sense. Like who would say that? Even the British Parliament said it was justified. Like, come on.
I'm doing a gander into what he's said.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's somebody who just came up with a wacky take, and it's just an interestingly wacky take. Honestly, I don't think historians need to justify a revolution. It's not our job,
Yeah.
And then the third one from Boxy Lemons. There's a history professor named Ted Storm. Oh, this is, again, I've been watching on YouTube and TikTok. I think his videos are interesting and relevant to discussion. I've never heard of this guy.
He reminds me of kind of like a Robert Reich type, just kind of going off of what I see really quickly on the social media.
Robert Reich, is he that left-wing guy? Like big kind of anti. He was like a big anti-Trumper for what's the term? The big member of the resistance.
No, he was a former U.S. Secretary of Labor, I think, under Obama's tenure.
Oh no!
Oh no, under Clinton's tenure.
Oh no! I thought you were talking about. There's like the really social media savvy left-wing professor who's.
Is it Eric Holden that you're thinking of?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not certain who.
I've actually used clips from him because he does this funny thing of like, socialism is when the government does stuff, and communism is when the government does a lot of stuff.
That reminds me of fucking like James Carville, sort of, but it's not him.
It's another person I don't know.
Yeah.
Once again, I am surprisingly politically unconnected.
They're seeing Richard Wolff in chat.
Richard. Oh yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But IP0S. This is another person I don't know who that is. Do you know who Norm Finkelstein is?
The name's familiar. Let's see.
Yeah, defending Irving though, like as in David Irving.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is like an ACLU lawyer or something like that.
No.
There's one those things where the ACLU will often end up having to like defend Nazis. No, that happens. I have no idea what that connotates.
So Finkelstein was known as like he's somebody that's very critical of like Israel and says the Holocaust is being exploited and that type of stuff. And I think his biggest book is Nation on Trial. But yeah, I've a familiar-ish of the name, but I know not enough of him to say anything.
So Ethan says, what are your thoughts on what is up with Gerald Horne's counter-revolution of 1836? I don't know. 1836, like, Is this like anti-leveler?
Oh, it's a book.
Uh,
Talking about Texas slavery. Oh. Oh no! The entire premise, just as a quick rant, saying that Texas seceded to keep slavery, which I heartily
Why did
yeah.
I jump to? I jumped straight to Britain for some reason.
I'm just like, where else are you going to have revolution? As the 30s, it sounds British. So
The 1836. That's the Texas Revolution.
yeah.
I've never read it, so I don't know.
Nor have I.
And looking at his other books, I don't recognize any of these. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with a lot of his stuff, unfortunately.
I put my my bibliography in the description of videos. Like you can ask me about those books. I can't tell you about this. All right, so finally getting to the final still alive one, which is actually his first. Do any of you have any personal fears about either you or people you know personally being deported? And I don't have fears. I have knowledge of.
Yeah, and kind of same. Like, not just in regards to
Although
trans
that wasn't
king,
actually under
but
Trump. That was under Biden.
yeah. But no, it's there's huge concerns on that front. Absolutely.
I mean, there is this rising fear, of these constant violations of free speech, that will be used to specifically attack political viewpoints. We're seeing it with deportations, and this was one of those ones where it's like I had to kind of tamp myself down because I get really annoyed.
Oh yeah.
That I think students have a right to protest. That is their inherent right. That is their freedom of speech. Whether or not you like what they're protesting about, they still have a right to do so. And the Trump administration is already using that to deport people. And can that end up affecting native citizens?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not particularly worried about myself on that. One, I'm gonna color my skin. But I'm a cishet white guy, so like not really a concern for me. I'm also a professor, so I have that. But I am concerned about my my foreigner students for sure. And I deal with hundreds of them, and I like what can I do besides complain? The best I could do is literally what I'm doing right now. And that is despairing. Disparaging, sorry. That is disparaging. No, that's not the right word. Anyway, it causes despair. And IP0,
I put it in
her
the chat there.
Oh yeah, and also her channel is linked below. Annals of History. Let me just double check, I guess, just to make sure.
I checked it. It's the right one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll get around to making more videos. I promise. I've got so many in the works. I need to do more collaborative stuff because I've got a lot of stuff where I'm like, yeah, I should talk with. It'd be good to get additional insight.
I'm here, especially if you're doing any kind of Borderlands history.
I actually might be. What do I
I've been
have
wanting-
finished?
I've been wanting to do a lot more in my specialty area. It's just like it's hard getting people to click on it. Although the border episode did really well, which is completely within like that border episode is like fully within my specialty.
Oh yeah.
So maybe I just need to do more stuff about southern border immigration stuff.
Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff that's just very much like I have a mixture. The big thing that I did spend quite a bit of time on was talking about the Confederate efforts to colonize, because they had colonies in Mexico, Honduras, and Brazil.
Yeah,
Actually,
there's a great book I have on my wish list. It's called like Exiles, I think.
Yeah, I saw that. Not on your wish list, but I saw that book. I was going
The
through.
book, yeah, it's kind of the biggest book on the thing. There's a historian who is literally graduating this semester from UNM, and he wrote his dissertation on Confederate exiles, but mostly focusing on central. Honduras is absolutely part of it, but it's a lot more global. Like the main thing is of his is to kind of avoid Mexico, and talk more about like obviously Mexico has to be part of his dissertation, but like it's more trying to say like, look, this was actually like a global movement.
Oh yeah, I mean, you had I think were the Knights of the Golden Circle global as well, or was that more of just
the Golden Circle that they wanted to take over?
Oh, I mean, more the movement itself. Like, was the
no?
movement
It was purely an American phenomenon.
Okay, didn't remember on them.
Yeah. Interestingly, I've been doing a bunch of reading about Nevada history, specifically the Comstock load, and there was actually a pretty sizable Knights of Golden Circle presence in the Comstock.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense given, that's just kind of the nature of Rush is that it brings in everyone. But like, what's weird is that the person who gave the name to Virginia City, Charles Tennessee Finney, who famously drunkenly fell during a bender and broke his bottle on a rock, and he said, I name thee Virginia. That is how Virginia City got its name.
That's maddening.
That is just like so Nevada.
It is so Nevada. That is true.
I love it, but like that guy was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. So yeah, but he was one of the original Comstock freaking founders. Anyways, the last one finally. What are your concerns with due process issues? Wait, I think we did.
We covered this actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
You're
just like good.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
All right, we've managed to get through all of the super chats.
That took, I think that was like an additional hour and a half that we talked.
Yeah. Well, we got distracted on a number of things, which is fun, but at the same time, I know my bladder's about to burst.
Yeah, that's why I had to leave from. Just like I came back from probably the best Southern style restaurant that I've ever been to. I even had a friend of mine from Cuba where it's like, I fucking love this shit, and I'm like, whoa, you're giving it praise.
So quickly, fave Star Wars episode 3. I was in high school.
The Star Wars Christmas special.
No. No. That's an illegal pick. You got Wookiee porn in there.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of the Star Wars films in probably like 15 years, so I don't remember them.
I mean, it's like at least one. It's like once a year that I watch all of the 6.
Yeah.
None of the new ones.
I do have the first 3 on Laserdisc, though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. 'Cause I have a Laserdisc collection, specifically a silent film collection on Laserdisc, because I'm that type of fucking weird trans gal.
I do have the original theatrical versions on VHS, which were the only ones available when we first got them.
Yeah.
And I have the special editions on VHS. I think otherwise they're all just digital versions that I have.
Mm.
Although I have like all the Star Wars, but like it's digital. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
But the like in terms of the original trilogy, I actually like Return of the Jedi best. I know that's controversial, but yeah, that's actually my favorite. It has the best fighting. And that's the same thing with episode 3. It has the best one. Plus, I have a lot of really. I was in high school. I have really strong memories of that day. Literally showed up in actual monk's robes, and with a plastic light, the kind you go, and a friend of mine, and we did not plan this, but a friend of mine showed up in a Vader costume, and we just like I didn't even know it was Cody, but like we were walking past each other in the hall, and we just like start going. I didn't even know who it was.
That's funny.
That was a great day. I bopped my the last teacher, who was my math teacher. It was the last part of the day, and and like the bell was about to ring. You can see the clock's about to hit, and then I go and wait for the bell and go bop right on the back of the head and ran out.
I was
I was wearing this is how dated this is. I was wearing Heelys. And I got away because there was this big long ramp that goes around, and I got my Heelys out. I was like,
I wasn't in high school for very long, but I had the my fucking antics in that same vein, to where it was the calculus teacher. He was also a football coach. What a shock! And he was like, he didn't care, but he just went, well, if he went out the door and he put his foot on the door and he said, if you can get out of this classroom and you can get past me, you can have the period off. And keep in mind, I'm pre-HRT, I was about 6'4", 6'5", and I was almost double my current weight. And I look at the next, like the kid that was a quarterback on the football team. I look at him, we nod our heads, and we shoulder ram the door, and the door folds in. And it comes off the hinges, and the teacher just looks at us and he's like, I mean, I guess, you
right.
do what I said.
And one teacher who cannot get away with this anymore. We called it kickstarting, where you take where you with a foot in it, you put this against somebody's head and go whack, right? And but with your foot.
Yeah.
And he would have other students in class do that to wake other students up. He was the wrestling coach, so.
Oh yeah.
Except for, I remember one time he fell asleep. Like we were just watching something, and 3 of us simultaneously kickstarted him, and he didn't even. He was like, I guess I deserve that.
That's my the wrestling coach at my high school was the war and conflict teacher as well.
War and conflict? You had an entire like class on that?
Yeah, it was an entire class, because he was talking about about the morality. It was actually a really cool class, but it was a case of I still wasn't really accustomed to being in school at that point in time. And so I came in during the start of Obama's second term. And so when abortion was a huge debate, and there's a debate in the class about it.
I just remembered you actually saying how young you were compared to, and I'm just going like,
My God, people. When I was 14, people thought I was in my late 30s, early 40s.
oh, I have the exact opposite. I get comments all the time of like, you stupid high schooler, why are you talking about history? It's like, I have a PhD.
But I mean, to be fair, I had like when I was 14, 15, I had a beard that was like down to about here, full face of it.
At 14? Oh, no, I could not like I could not grow a beard. Like my dad has literally a world famous beard. Like he's literally known throughout the world as the beard of knowledge. And yeah, it's weird. But like, and yet he cursed me, and I can go back and look at pictures of him when he was my age, and he cursed me with the reverse Hitler.
Oh.
I literally couldn't grow a Hitler stash if I tried.
Yeah, no, I had a full.
I don't shave this at all. Like it's just.
Yeah, I had a full beard around that point in time, and a voice that was quite a bit deeper than even this.
Oh.
Like I've done a lot of voice training, so I've lost my my deeper tones.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to do that now because I haven't had a reason to do it. Mm-hmm. But it was really amusing when I was at the school because the school bordered a state penitentiary. It shared the same fence with like a prison.
Doesn't hormones also like significantly change the voice too?
For if you're a trans guy, yes. Because it will thicken the vocal cords and it'll make your voice a bit deeper. If you're
I know a lot of trans guys basically go through another puberty. That's not really a thing for trans women.
Oh, right? No, you absolutely do. You go through a whole new puberty, hence like breast development and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but like in terms of just the weird emotional swings and all that kind of stuff.
Oh no, you absolutely do as a trans gal. You're essentially going through another puberty.
Yeah. As a man, I tend to hang out mostly with other men, including trans men.
Oh yeah, and but no, with trans women, it does it too. But you don't have any changes to your voice really because the estrogen doesn't affect your vocal cords really at all. Huh. So this is all voice training, and it's yeah.
Huh.
And I'm tired, so of course it's not as high as it could be or how it should be to try and pass like a typical girl, but I don't fucking care. So
we're just having a frank discussion. Like, who cares?
Exactly. So who fucking cares?
I mean, earlier we were like showing off each other's guns. So
yeah, someone arrested me.
Although I mean, I have a friend who is very much the girly girl plus guns, that
as
type
it should be.
Like, but as a facet of being a girly girl, but not like the conservative type, but like straight up leftist. Like, I've heard a lot of the if you go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Yeah, and and this is a whole like we would have to have a whole other discussion, and a lot of people disagree with me on this. But I'm coming from this from the view of, especially because I'm around a lot of trans folk, and in the city that I'm in, it's very much like the online left, but in real life. Like as an example, during the height of the protests,
terrible.
It's awful. Trust me, it's awful. But as one example, like you had the quote unquote like far left anarchist types that were passing around pamphlets downtown talking about the history of the Israel-Gaza situation. And some of the shit that was in there where I'm like, people are believing this?
Oh,
where
yeah.
It was one of the lines
was
go for it.
Like I remember there was like this whole discussion. I left Twitter as soon as the election happened, but like before that, on Twitter, there was like a earnest discussion about whether or not to revive the term Zionist occupied government. And I just remember going like, do you guys know anything about anti-Semitism? Like, what the bloody hell? Like,
Yeah.
how can anyone like even countenance using that term? Like, that's not a dog whistle. It's a freaking bullhorn.
Yeah, and in the same vein, for in the stuff that's been passed around down here, and it was being shared around like everywhere here. People were like, "Yeah, you have to learn about it." I read through it, and my roommate actually at the time, he was a trans guy roommate. I should have kicked him out a long time before. He worked for for Republicans abroad, and he was a like high profile guy in the Mitt Romney campaign, and now he's a super far left dude. And no, he's fucking not. But he was like, "Yeah, you would
I
love
think I
this
know
type
the
of history."
kind of person you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, but
basically does it to remain with the in group.
exactly. It's so common.
Yeah.
But in that pamphlet, it was saying all of the fascist governments that happened throughout the 30 were because of Jews, and I'm like, what?
The 30s?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. The United Nations is just a new Jewish world order organization, and I'm like, what is it? What?
I mean, there is very much an anti-Semitic strain within the left, and I mean, like,
Oh yeah.
not just the this kind of person, or people who are just so like they see all the shit that Israel is doing, and then it's like any anti-Semitism is okay.
Mhm.
But like, no, I mean, like, Stalin did freaking anti-Semitic purges, right? Like
Oh yeah.
there's a very real strain of anti-Semitism on the left, but it doesn't manifest in this way. This is just doing Nazism, but with extra steps.
Yeah, it's Nazism under a red banner.
Yeah,
And like,
I've heard the term red fash a lot.
yeah, and I firmly believe that horseshoe theory is real when it comes to political ideology, and people hate that. They
I
hate
mean,
it, but it's like,
in certain aspects, sure. Um, at least you know both both fascism and communism tend towards totalitarianism.
mhm.
Sure, like that's true. Um, but like you know, one wants a dictatorship of the proletariat. One wants a dictatorship of the ruling of the ethnically great class, the nation.
Yeah, the methods are
The,
the methods are different, but the outcomes kind of the same. As I view, and it's reductionist, in my view to a degree, but it's also just like I've seen so many people where they're like, yeah, pre
yeah,
HRT,
Jimmy Dore is an example there. Yeah,
yeah, Jimmy Dore's an example. A lot of a lot of tankies were became
Boxy, golly,
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah,
Because a lot of the and I'm referring to the far far left, like DSA level, to where they're like, America man bad, thus anyone against America good.
yeah.
But that contradicts
I
everything.
I saw there was this point in the earlier in the stream where we were talking about like there's this like duality of interpretations of the American Revolution where it's like oh, it was just imperialism for the little guy, versus it's the greatest thing that ever happened, and I just kind of like offhandedly went like could be both. And like porque no los dos, and and like some folks in chat like were like ha, but seriously no. But like there's this need to like either demonize or um or triumphalize, is that a word?
Idolize,
Idolize,
like
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
idolize.
to demonize or idolize the past, and as soon as you start going like nuance,
Yeah.
people are like burn him.
Oh, trust me. Like it's very common in the, because I've tried to like organize like the trans community here,
Blame
especially.
Chomsky. Honestly, especially when I learned about Chomsky's like genocide denial in Bosnia, like that and also starting to study propaganda
Mhm.
has made me realize that like so much of Chomsky's core beliefs that kind of make him appealing are kind of denialist.
Yeah, and it's really common, like on, because it's on both ends of the spectrum to where you have that level of history revisionism. And it's just really, it's weird to me because you take that into the political spectrum too, to where who were the original anti-vaxxers? It wasn't
Left-wing
people.
folks, yeah.
Yeah, it was the people on the far left who were the ones that were
It's
talking
more
about.
like the countercultural left, which is they're not
Yeah,
like they're not sitting there like we need to take control of the means of production.
yeah, the
the
more Jill Stein type of left.
yeah the like, hey, I like organic food, kind
Or
of
I like
folks.
non-GMOs
Yeah,
and like stuff like that,
the
which like,
hippy dippy left,
yeah,
and
it's become a
or
thing on the
the
far
new
right
left, as
too.
is often termed.
Yeah.
The new left is very much the origin of that. But the new left, the figurehead of the new left is freaking Hillary Clinton. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Not very leftist in any way.
No.
She's just a liberal. And that's the thing about the new left is it's just liberal with leftist cultural
Tendencies.
markings.
Yeah.
So, do we consider ourselves bread tubers? No.
Oh. Yeah, that's a term I haven't heard of in a long time.
Oh, I'm a history tuber.
Yeah.
We're history tubers. I mean, that's literally in the title of the stream. It's right below. You can see it. History tubers discuss. That's like in the title. And I also just think that if you're making history purely about some political identity, while the left is far less denialist than the right, there's tankies, there's freaking woke scolds, there's all kinds of just there's bigotry on the left, and
Oh yeah.
what's the word, for looking down upon people because they're not pure enough.
A purity testing.
Well, but like there's a word for it.
Oh.
It starts with an S. Well, I know this because I always I keep this like this little thing of like, okay, this is what I'm defining as bigotry. Whenever people are like, you just label anything you dislike as bigotry, it's like, no, here you go. Here's the list.
Yeah.
And sanctimony. That's the word I was looking for. Sanctimony. Yeah. And sanctimony tends to be of the left. You got TERFs, tankies. When I'm saying inverse racism, I'm basically I tried to come up with a term for it, but like that's the best I could come up with, as in people who try to use the idea of racism to belittle others. Basically the every white person is racist, therefore you should not be allowed to speak about slavery.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go through that just a little bit, and this is something that normally I would never really discuss, but I'm as a figurehead having talked with other folk, because I work quite a bit with the minority community, especially the minority folk in the trans community, the racial minorities and cultural minorities. And this is something that I want to bring up, talking about that inverse racism, to where the folk that I've asked them, because there's been a huge concern about, like, you don't see a lot of folk of color as leaders in the trans community or the queer community as a whole. And I asked a lot of the folk that I know.
I mean, they are here.
Oh yeah, they are there, but it's not. It's very much.
Albuquerque is a very weird place when it comes to that. Like that's one thing I actually genuinely adore about Albuquerque is that it's a very accepting place. To extents, you just have to be willing to fight, which is a problem.
Yeah.
We have a very high murder rate, and you might remember in 2020 that became, those protests, the people countering protests became murderous.
In the city that I am, because there's such a huge percentage of trans folk as just a part of the population, there are no folk of color in leadership. None.
But you also said that you're talking about a community of like 60,000, right?
I mean, I'm referring to even outside of I'm talking about just the city itself, but like within the county, because there's even more trans folk in there. But it's the city itself is about 60% white. So you would think that there would be a lot more.
You said earlier that there's like 15% trans, so that's if those demographics are like the same, across the same way that that it's like 40% non-white of the trans community there. That's a significant proportion.
Yeah, and you would especially think that because the trans community as a whole tends to be very much about we need to raise these voices. You would think that especially there would be non-white leaders. But there really isn't. And when I talked with a lot of them, because I've been like, hey, why do you think that's the case? What's preventing you for one reason or another? And the response I've gotten has been either the purity testing has gone to a point where I had one
I don't know if you want to answer this, but this is just
sure.
Yes or no?
I guess. Yeah,
no?
I guess I could. No, I guess I can say it. If anyone, no one's gonna fucking come and hunt me. It doesn't matter. I'm in Olympia, Washington, so I'm in the state capital of Washington.
I know where that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I kayaked around there.
It's a great kayaking spot.
Yeah.
But with all of that, it's a case of I've asked them, and they said there are two big issues. One is the amount of purity testing. A very close friend of mine and someone that worked with me in leadership.
In why they are not
why they're not leaders, or why they feel like they can't be leaders.
Yeah.
And one of the ones that was working with me, they are Taino, one of the Caribbean indigenous tribes. Cuban.
Taino? I always thought that was Taino.
Taino. I don't remember which pronunciation's correct.
I've always heard it Taino.
It might be Taino.
That's one I've heard a lot.
Yeah. But they're that Cuban and Romani. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. And they said that the final straw was when they were talking about there was a huge discussion about what the Transnational Aid Organization that we were running should do about the whole Israel-Palestine thing. And we're like, we don't want to be fucking involved. And people were posting pro-Hamas videos on our forums.
Yeah, that's the thing with I know I don't remember his last name, Hassan, big
Piker.
leftist dreamer, Piker, yeah. Kind of got in a huge trouble because he'd been doing a bunch of that kind of thing and isn't it funny kind of thing. And it's just no, it's not. Stop.
Yeah.
And there is this tendency to just be as long as they're against America, it's good. And yeah. And by the way, Boxy, I have no idea what you're talking about. The Patriot myth. Again, I don't know who Ted Stormer is, so can't say. It's funny. He's talking about some sort of historical figure, and yet I know exactly who that picture is of. and yet most people wouldn't have no idea who the Lion of the North was. But yeah, that purity testing as like almost a race thing then.
Yeah, because in that vein, and to continue with that, and I bring this up as just one example where, but like folk were posting pro Hamas stuff, and that person, they went like, "Hey, can you not do that? Can you not like post stuff about terrorist organizations?" And about 10 people referred to them as a white supremacist, and they're like, "Excuse me, look at me," and they're like, "I am 3 levels of racial minority."
Like is an has like indigenous European that is not white.
Yeah.
Wait, are Romani considered white in the United States? They're definitely not in in Europe.
I don't know if in the US. I honestly do not know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
as I was saying it, I was like, wait a second. One of those is because there's a lot of Jews who are, would be considered non-white in Europe, but are considered white under our census.
In the US, they actually are not considered white.
Oh, all right. It's weird because also the whole idea of whiteness in the U.S. There's like the census definition, and then there's because like for instance, all Hispanics are considered white under the census.
Yeah,
I
and they
remember
have
a friend who always is like, loves to joke about how his credit score is lower than mine because of the color of his skin and everything. And then when he was doing the 2020 census, he's like, he calls me up like, why do I have to label myself as white? I'm like, because you are, buddy. Welcome to the race.
But I mean,
we are the Ubermensch. He's just going like, shut the hell up.
But yeah, the definition of whiteness, because it's very different in that sense, because you go back to like the American Civil War, and the definition of white was very different.
Oh yeah, definition of white is always a moving target, and
Exactly.
it's a social construct. Of course it is.
Mhm.
So like, yeah, you're going to get that, but like at the same time, it's real interesting to see like Romani aren't really discriminated against in the United States. Like,
In
you'll hear the
Europe,
term,
gods, they are.
yeah, you'll hear the term gypsy thrown around a lot, and like a lot of Americans have no idea that that's like a discriminatory slur.
Mhm.
But like, it's the same thing with like the term Eskimo. It's one of those things of like, oh, okay, no, we don't like that term. Use
Yeah.
Inuit. It's one of those things of like, hey, buddy, there's better terms, and like here, that's like the extent that any Roma person will deal with. But in Europe, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it's the discrimination is real. You'll see people just going like, well, the Nazis went after them, but they didn't go after Roma enough, and it's just like, what the hell? That was said by I'm forgetting her name, Marie Le Pen.
Oh, what a shock! It's Le Pen.
Like, that was said by Marie Le Pen, like on a national debate stage, and it's just like, did you just say the Nazis didn't go far enough? Like, it's just, and so like there are some times where I'll see people go. I remember when I put out the Mormon. Various Mormon related stuff.
Mhm.
I'll see people saying like, oh, only Americans would fall for this grift. And it's like, you don't know where the source of most Mormon followers come from. It's Europe, not America.
Yep.
Like, that is a distinctly European grift.
Yeah, because it started with like German like immigrants in Michigan, didn't
Britain, very
and
much
Britain. Gotcha.
Britain was the biggest source of membership starting in the the mid 1840s all the way through the 1880s.
Yeah.
Like literally for half a century, the largest source of Mormon membership was coming from Britain.
Yeah.
So, they don't get to play their little high horse about like, oh, look at the Americans falling for a cult. And like, you did worse.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, we've gotten a couple more, and my bladder is really about to burst, so I got to get through these.
Yeah. I mean, I could always take over while you go pee, and discuss it in that sense. If you
do you
want.
wanna?
Fuck it, I'll do it.
All right, I'll just read this off real quick.
Yeah.
As someone in anarchist wing of Pan-Africanism, I find it a brutal trench slog to have to constantly debunk right-wing and tinky rhetoric, especially with effects of colonialism and homophobia. And thank you for the donation. It's not exactly a question, but it is but is very much related to our previous thing. If you want to talk more about that, I need to go.
Yeah, no, absolutely, go ahead.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you're good.
Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go.
There we go. I can read that. In that particular situation, and I'm not as familiar with a lot of the Pan-Africanism movements, though my only real knowledge about that has been the right-wing takeover of a lot of those movements, or not necessarily a takeover, but the foundation of a lot of the right-wing elements of it. Because I can think of one, oh gosh, I can't remember what their name was. I don't remember, but I remember there's one that was formed relatively recently in 22-23 that was a Pan-Africanist movement here in the United States, but they allied themselves with Trumpism and the wider MAGA movement in that same vein. I do know that for a while there was kind of a push for having a lot of like self-autonomy for African Americans in the United States in that same vein. But I'm going to go off on a tangent if I talk about that. But when it comes to like the effects of colonialism and homophobia, I'm not entirely certain to what degree that kind of is discussed in that same vein. Like I have a handful of ideas, but I could also be completely off basis. I know that there are some very edge cases where they firmly believe that colonialism was a greater good for the folk of Africa because it like established the concept of proper nation states. Though that is something that I've heard maybe once or twice in the wider edges of that movement. And when it comes to homophobia, it's like I assume it's something to do with some type of religious nationalism, or they in a lot of stuff like that, they very much discredit the overall aspect of culture issues and saying that we have to unite against economic issues or against class, while we can let the cultural issues go to a side. And that just means that they will ignore all the cultural issues and fight a class war. I very much told everybody that I speak with that where the kind of stuff gets brought up, where you can have in a nation state, you can have a really good economic policies, but you can have terrible social policies. You can't have really good social policies and terrible economic policies. The economy is not tied to social, but social is, or I should say, social is not tied to economics, but economics is kind of tied to social. I know that was a little bit of a rant, but that kind of went off on its own thing. So hopefully that answered a little bit of insight.
So was that related to? I don't really know what you were. What I meant.
I mean, it was like I just kind of gave a quick overview of just like kind of stuff, and I'm not as familiar with Pan-Africanism. I know of a handful of things, but nothing to where I can speak with authority of any kind on.
What's interesting about radical, African movements, African American units, movements, yeah, radical African American movements, radical Black movements, within the United States, is that you kind of have like three strains. FD Signifier did an interesting video on this, relating to what are now called hoteps. Basically kind of like how hoteps ruined a lot of the radical tradition. And Pan-Africanism is one that is a form that actually originates with Africa, and this isn't in his video, but like knowing of it enough, Pan-Africanism is something that actually kind of originates with Africa as opposed to the other radical trends. So what's fascinating is basically a lot of them seek to create basically a singular African nation state.
Mm-hmm.
The entire continent, or sometimes it's defined as specifically sub-Saharan, but like there is the African Union, I think it's called.
Yes, the African Union.
Yeah, and that is kind of the figurehead of that movement to basically EUize sub-Saharan Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, obviously very different political state amongst all the different countries. Whereas the EU, you can get this kind of like weird solidarity. Yeah, there's differences between the countries, but like as long as you're in Shenzhen, it doesn't matter. But like you can't really do that in Africa. It's not at all the same.
Well, the African Union has like it is a thing, and they did.
Yeah, but it's kind of the same thing as like the Pan American Alliance.
Yeah, it's more in that sense over anything else.
But the ideological underpinning of it was a singular continental government.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that ends up making it across the ocean to the United States, and big support in that. That's where you see a lot of people starting to wear a lot of those like African scarves and that. And it turns into some terrible stuff where it's like the Congress taking a knee and wearing the scarves.
Yeah.
That's stupid performative activism. But like there is this deeper undercurrent of a radical political tradition that explains, rather than those surface elements, the deeper political goals of the movement. So yeah, that's it. That's the interesting thing about Pan-Africanism and how it affects American politics. Not really pertaining to Trump's 100 days or anything.
Oh yeah, and it's something where I know a little bit about it, but it's also a case of just like I'm a white bitch. I don't want to fucking speak on authority on that type of thing because like my knowledge is passing at best. So
the only real reason why I knew about it in the first place was because I did an episode on the I was about to call it the Haitian genocide. No, Hutu. But the Hutu genocide in Rwanda, where they were killing Tutsis, and that I became aware of that because of the role that the Pan-African Union, or whatever it's called,
I think
played in the not in the genocide itself, but like in trying to prevent it. So that's the only reason why I was even aware of it.
Yeah, I was fucking. I'm doing scripts talking about the Angolan exclave and the Namibian Panhandle, and there was discussion of that in there as well. So gods talking about the Angolan Civil War and the political situation there, where I saw that and I'm like, I'm not touching this. I do not want to touch this. It's a goddamn nightmare.
It's one of those African wars where it's like sometimes the Soviet Union and the United States are on the same side, and you're just like, what?
Yeah, and you're just like, I'm so confused. And then
you want ultimate confusion? Look up what's called the Hilux War.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that one.
It's just like, what the hell? Anyways, let's get to Boxy's next comment. We've got two more. So I used to be part of a Discord group, and the server would always constantly talk about how only white people can be queer. What? Specifically, only Anglo-Saxon. What the hell? Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I mean, like some of the most famous activists at Stonewall were not white.
Mhm.
You know,
Oh, I think some of that comes from like I've heard a lot. I've heard some stuff about how it's like especially like a lot of pastors in certain parts of like Africa or the Caribbean, or really anywhere else in the world where there's not a white majority population, where they say that because of colonialism, gayness happened.
oh yeah, yeah. I've like there's this really weird thing that Iran does where they're very accepting of trans people
Of
because
trans women specifically.
yeah, but like specifically if you're gay, you're supposed to transition,
Yes.
which is just whoa. No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, it's really weird. Trans laws everywhere are just
Yeah.
so
But
fucking
you're also,
bizarre.
but there we're also talking about Iran, like, you know, an incredibly repressive regime. Of course, they're
Mhm.
going to freaking have ridiculously bigoted laws against queer people.
Oh, of course.
So yeah, I don't know what server you were dealing with, but that is not true or okay.
Yeah, that's it's a weird ass thing.
Yeah, and there is always this question of like, where does cultural relativity lie? You know, for instance, there's this whole concept of third gender within of not a but many third genders within a lot of American Indian groups that is kind of just called two spirits,
Mhm.
but that is like hundreds of different conceptions.
Yep.
Some there are some tribes that have not just three genders, but like 8, 9, 10, you know, that
Yeah,
are traditionally separate genders from male and female. And like to encompass all of that, you get just two spirits to deal with it. And that's specifically a a uh Coloradan tribe. Damn it. Uh
which one, sorry?
it's a Coloradan tribe
Um,
on the plains. Whatever their name is. Actually really well depicted in Little Big Man. But the because of that, they basically have asserted cultural hegemony over this whole idea of two spirits. Um, Cheyenne, Cheyenne.
mm, gotcha.
Um, and Cheyenne's now, mind you, the tribe itself hasn't done that. It's just like the natural outcome of the terminology
Mm.
asserted. So the by having that, there's so many other tribes that kind of feel belittled that you can only fit this particular Cheyenne definition of two spirits, even though their tribe has a different tradition that predates contact and has their own tradition.
Yeah.
And so you even get this kind of like purity testing within the idea of two spirits.
Yeah, and you like even outside of American native tribes, like you had even in the Muslim world, like pre-Ottoman Empire, there was terminology and views of trans individuals as like they had terminology for them, like as dedicated like their genders. The gender binary, of course, is a construct
And
of the
eunuchs
world.
especially were treated as a different gender, not that just that they were eunuchs, it's that
Yeah.
they had become an entirely different gender.
Mhm.
Now, horrifying as that is, welcome to history. But like that is the third gender.
The when people always, I've had people ask like, well, how many genders are there? I'm like, as many people as there are in the world, because gender is you. You
Mhm.
express your gender in your own way, thus you are your own gender. You fall under umbrella terms, but people think that it's one or the other when it's like everything's an umbrella. And that's how most cultures viewed it. I mean, even the Greco-Romans, they had, I want to say, 9 identifiable genders. If not, maybe 10. I don't remember which.
It's funny. I could speak to Ottoman Turkic gender stereotypes, but I can't tell you anything about Romans.
Oh, I know all either.
I mean, I
but
can tell you about their kind of standard of. I was about to call it podiatry. It's not that. It's a close word.
Yeah.
But they're shall we call it gay relations? But it was always about this power imbalance. Who's penetrating whom?
Yes.
Which is a very different way of understanding queer identity. Like there's this understanding that we kind of have to grasp when talking about this, is that it's all socially constructed, including sexual orientation. I actually have a video on this one. And and funny thing is, I didn't even bring up Ottoman eunuchs. I brought up Ottoman janissaries in that one. I don't know why I have. I read a book about gender standards in the Ottoman Empire. That's why. It's what I've read.
I get that.
But it's
Jesus Christ, it's 10.
Yeah,
we've been on here for 6 hours.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah.
We have 2 more super chats. Let's get through them. It is a fascinating conversation in terms of all that, but of course, it's not allowed in this current administration.
Mm-hmm.
This is real history. Like talking about like the various genders that have existed. But the idea that there have been different gender norms throughout history is verboten under this under this particular administration.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if IP0 gets us back. I know this was Seattle. Maybe you have referring to where you are. Maybe you have more insight. Why did state officials appoint a damn pimp, Gorgeous Dre, as a city advocate? I don't know about Seattle, but I could tell you about Nevada. We elected a dead pimp to the state Congress, which I don't think you can get more Nevada than that.
No, you really can't.
Elected a literally dead pimp. He was dead at the election by like 3 days, but like he was dead at the election and he was a pimp. He ran a brothel. And they still elected him.
That's Nevada for you.
Yeah. I love Nevada. It is wacky but fun.
I've got nothing to say about that though. So
yeah, I have no idea what the Gorgeous Dre is, who Gorgeous Dre is. Anyways, there is still here's another fun thing about Nevada in terms of prostitution and legal condonement of it. The IRS, only in Nevada, has ran brothels. The IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, has run multiple brothels in Nevada. Not as like some deep scheme, but like when a business defaults on their payments, guess who takes over and has to essentially run it until they can pay for those payments? The IRS has literally ran brothels in Nevada. Not a like hyperbolic thing. They just straight up ran it multiple times. And many strip clubs in Vegas. Many. Prostitution's illegal in Clark County, but legal pretty much everywhere else in Nevada. Anyways, there is still quite a bit of homophobia in the black community. The black side of my family called it Greco-Roman behavior. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that.
I mean, as I said, like there's a lot of like some of the talk that I've heard of where it's like it's a white man saying it's not real, but that tends to come from like religious beliefs, like hardcore religious beliefs, from my experience, at least.
Yeah, I can't speak to it because obviously not in that kind of community. All I know is that when you get uh, anti-queer identity, especially, it tends to be less about the actual queer identity and more about identifying an in-group and an out-group. You see this a lot during the McCarthy era, with the Lavender Scare, where oh, that guy spends too much time at the YMCA. You see this all the way into LBJ. There's that famous 1964 slogan. All the way with LBJ, unless you go to the YMCA, and like obviously homophobic and everything, although admittedly pretty funny. His national security advisor, if I remember correctly, was caught. YMCA was indeed a place that was a pretty common gay hangout, and got caught there, right? But at that point in 1968, it wasn't this like, you can never work in the federal government ever again. You are too much of a security risk. Whereas in 1948, when Truman started instituting the loyalty tests, suddenly it became not just it wasn't really about whether or not you were queer. It was about, can you be bribed?
Yeah.
If you're queer, then you can be bribed because that you can be blackmailed about your queerness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was less about being homophobic and more about red baiting, essentially. It was just another part of the Red Scare. Now, mind you, homophobia absolutely played a role. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
But it was not like the most important part of the Lavender Scare. It's really interesting about that is that like most of the people who were attacked for being queer weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And then like one of the lead prosecutors of it, who also happened to be the mentor of Donald Trump, guy named I'm forgetting his first name. Cohn is his last name. I'm coming up with Harry Cohn. That can't be right. Or Henry. I don't know. Either way, Cohn was the lead advisor for McCarthy, and he was very gay. Like, I mean, limp-wristed gay, right? Like, very gay. And yet, he was the Roy. Thank you. Thank you. Still alive is still alive in the comments. Wow.
Wow, I'm surprised.
It's late.
Yeah.
But Roy Cohn, yeah, and he would actually end up dying of AIDS. And yeah, he was one of the lead prosecutors for McCarthy. He was he would later joke about how they always have to bring a Jew out to prosecute Jews. He was also Jewish. But like yeah, he was kind of aware of it, but at the same time, it shows how little they actually cared about whether or not people were queer.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And there was a lot of like changes in that same way too, because you go back, I've done some research in queer representation in early film, and prior to the Hays Code, you saw a substantial amount of queer representation or topics in film.
Yeah.
One of the earliest, I think, if not the earliest representation of transitioning / trans men in film was the 1914 film A Florida Enchantment. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but they did it well. They did it pretty accurately, showing the changes that she was going through and the societal changes. They had it with a guy doing the same thing, and it was awful. But in terms of like male representation, and the film's bad. It's got its problems from early film.
I've never even heard of it.
A lot of people haven't, but I mean, and but like that's one huge example, or one that's really, that at least for film at the time was really well known, was Wings, 1928's Wings, where the two lead actors in there, the two main characters, were gay, both in film and I believe in real life as well. They were lovers. But once 1930 happened, all axed for decades.
So a big misconception about the Hays Code is that it was like immediately implemented.
Oh, it took time.
Yeah, and so some of the most transgressive movies that would be considered immensely against the Hays Code were technically under the Hays Code.
Yeah.
But by the late 30s, especially during World War II and after, it was fully implemented. The big thing was that prior to at the time you had the studio system, you have like the Big Five and then the minors, which are basically just two minors and an independent called the United Artists. So basically you have 8 studios total, and they all kind of operate their own theaters, their own distribution chains and everything. This would all be disrupted in 1948, but at the time there was this kind of singular, you go to a United Artists theater to watch a United Artists movie. I shouldn't say United Artists because they're like the one exception to this. But like the point is, you have this like linear, not linear, stratified monopoly. I don't know what the term is for it. And so it became whether or not those theaters would show things that violated the code. The code was just a publication, essentially. It wasn't, yes, no, you don't get to show this. It's okay, it might violate the code, but what do I care? I'm going to show it anyways. But as mounting pressure, especially as you get more and more celebrity scandals of just stupid Hollywood freaking sex scandals, that allowed more and more theaters to just kind of come under the jurisdiction of the Hays Code. So it's not so much of this like top-down repression. It became this kind of like society-wide acceptance, which is different from how it's normally portrayed. And it also kind of relates back to how we've talked a lot about like technology in this thing, where it's like, it's not so much, the platform, it's the people using it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, the Hollywood Code also was very Catholic.
Oh yeah.
It's super Catholic. And even today, Catholicism tends to be very anti-gay, even though we the last pope was. Have we gotten a new pope yet?
Nope, not yet.
No
There's
white
still
smoke?
delineation. No. And the hope is that I can't remember the guy's name. But the one in contention out of the Philippines would be a really good.
I've heard of that. I'm not. I don't want to get into like who's better. I don't care about like Catholicism, but like the But what's interesting is the last pope was very forgiving of gay people. I don't know if that's the best word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean on that. Yeah.
Like allowing gay people to accept the to accept the sacrament is the terminology, but
Mhm.
you know, like to be given the sacrament, which is tolerant. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you. Tolerant, very tolerant of gay people, and the allowing them to accept the sacrament, because there's this whole thing of like, if you haven't kept up with the sacrament, that's a sin, and if you haven't confessed your sins by the time you die, then you don't go to heaven.
Mhm.
So like there's this whole structure that Pope Francis basically demolished by allowing gay people to this whole homophobic structure that Pope Francis demolished by allowing gay people to accept the sacrament. Not the same as having Catholic marriage, same-sex marriage. That didn't happen under him, but I could see it change.
Yeah, it definitely could, and we'll just kind of have to see in that same vein where it comes of it. But let's we'll end up talking for the rest of the night if we continue on this path. Let's get through the rest of the super chats and let's.
We're actually through them.
Oh, are we actually through
Yeah.
them? I thought there was two more.
I no, we got through them.
Okay, beautiful.
I actually need to eat dinner. It's 11 o'clock here.
Yeah.
And
I woke up at 3 a.m. So
I woke up at 10. I've been barely awake for. I've only been awake for like 12 hours. 13 hours. But the I'm a late bird. But at the same time, it's been super fun.
Oh, same.
And so, just to wrap it up one last time, so that we can actually like say our spiel and then done.
Yeah.
What's the importance of 100 days, and what has changed about 100 days with this new thing? Oh, come on!
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
There's another super chat. Oh, it's IP0 though.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
like, you ain't leaving.
Well, by God, I'll leave. I'll get them trucks.
You sound like that guy from Men in Black, the alien.
Dirty human.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard for me to do.
The only politically oriented streams I donate to is ContraPoints and Ben Burgess. I don't know Ben Burgess. You guys beat them with 6-hour marathon. We just like talking. It's been fun talking. We've been having a blast.
Yeah.
At least I hope you have.
Oh yeah, no, it's been nice, definitely.
And so, to wrap it all up, what is different about this 100 days, and what is important about 100 days?
Still, the importance of it very much shows like what they're going with when they have the most political will and when they're most likely to kind of set the agenda going forward. The change of this 100 days is the method as to how it's being done, as well as just the derangement as to what's being done. Yeah, that's what I've got.
Yeah, and something I've kind of learned through this is that it's not just a like barometer, because that's kind of how I thought about it, is that it's also kind of like the point at which everybody just allows the president to be energetic, and then like the rest becomes a quagmire. Like, and so I actually kind of hope that's the case for this one. Oh, come on. Boxy with another one. And the the second 100 days, what's significant about it is that Trump had a second 100 days, unlike any other president since FDR, who cemented the idea of 100 days. And so he was able to come in knowing what he was doing compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
Which is real funny because we tend to think of Trump as like a political outsider, but this time he came in as a political insider. A greater political insider than we have ever seen. And so that's what's allowed him to just, what's the term we keep on using use throughout the stream from Bannon? Flood the zone.
Yeah, flood the zone.
Allowed him to flood the zone. And so Boxy says, researching more into the Patriot myth, he didn't know what that was. It apparently refers to idealized or oversimplified narratives surrounding the Revolutionary War and founding of the United States. I've talked a lot about those. I have an entire episode about 10 U.S. founding myths. You ain't living like your uncle's mistress. But I'm afraid we are.
Yeah, but I do want to, like, at some point I would love to like have a sit down chat and like maybe go over some of our like video ideas, see what we can collaborate on.
We can talk about that after the stream. It'll just dump out.
Oh yeah, that works.
So thanks for joining us, everyone, and be sure to check out all the different channels who joined us, all linked below. I hope those who stuck around this long had fun. I just was sitting here drinking, having a good time. So
I should have got the mead. I was like, I knew it. You know, we homebrew, and I'm like, damn it, I should have just grabbed one of the fucking growlers.
Yeah. Oh, I'm always I am. This is my third beer. You know, I got the fourth one right here. Good. So be sure to check out all their stuff. There will be an episode next week. I'm still deciding on what that is. I'm not deciding. Patreon is. But be sure to tune in for that and check out everybody's channels. And I hope you all had a good time. Thanks for joining and have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. Take care, y'all.